walking towards him while he, remembering the events of long-forgotten days, again plunged into those memories of the fire. One of the First Order Esmeralda greeted, Phoebe smiling at him. She came up to him, putting her hand to his cheek, asking, "Did he really see her?" And immediately faint, she said that it was very boring. Roger asked, "Did she have a split personality, or was she just so good at disguising herself?" Esmeralda answered that he saw through her at the moment as expected. He was amazing. She turned around, asking if this was their first meeting. After all, before the meeting of the First Orders, they all hid their identities. Roger asked her what she intended to do. She decided to open up. There was no reason to hide anything. She honestly said that she wanted to finish off this man and do it together. However, saying that it seemed he did not plan to get up. Indeed, Phoebe was lying on the ground, unconscious. The protagonist asked what? If her other personality remembered everything, Esmeralda asked, indeed would Polina be able to hide her other self? She said that this child was pure and innocent. She knew nothing. Esmeralda said with hatred in her eyes that Selena was just like her past self. Until she met this man, her eyes were empty. There was no pain or regret left in them. Roger thought that Esmeralda was being careless. For now, if he attacked now, he would kill her in an instant, however. He knew that if he killed her, he would also kill her. Other personality. Professor Selena? He couldn't do that, remembering that cheerful girl. Roger clenched his fist, thinking that he had to make a choice. Then he stopped himself, seeing the energy that appeared right in front of Esmeralda. He realized that it was Quasimodo. The eyes of this creature seemed to look through the empty, fiery eyes. Roger thought about how it was constantly vigilant. The protagonist asked himself if it remembered what happened during the banquet. Roger realized that he would have to retreat. He cursed, realizing that now he had no choice. Esmeralda turned around, smiling, saying that she was leaving because she could not kill her enemy in the blackout. Finally, she told the protagonist to keep an eye on Selena. She touched his face with her hand, saying that it seemed that her second personality really liked him after that. Her clothes began to acquire a white color and her hair turned pink again. Her eyes also returned to their original form, and Selena, exhausted, began to fall back to the ground. Roger managed to catch her, lowering her down carefully, thinking later that the real Selena and her energy had returned. Even after seeing everything with his own eyes, he still couldn't believe that it was happening. He got to communicate, turning to Sedina, that it was him, and now he was calling her a place so she should come. As soon as possible, Roger thought that he had made a mistake. He sat down two unconscious girls of age, covering them with his own coat, and then sat down on one of the boxes in the alley under the break, his head with his hands, which Esmeralda could not recognize, right next to him. The protagonist realized that Joanna was just a girl who pulled Pio out of the fire, so she followed Esseral and joined the Black Dawn in search of a place. Roger thought that he should not have made an exception because he had to suspect Sedina too. Although he understood that it was difficult not to be mistaken because there was nothing suspicious about her. The protagonist stopped his thoughts, asking himself how he even, after he learned the truth, can kill Sedina. His thoughts were filled with despair. He didn't know what to do. Would it be right to kill her? Considering that she didn't know anything about the evil entity. This choice tormented him. However, his thoughts were interrupted by Sedina, who appeared in the alley, asking the professor if he had summoned her. The protagonist looked up, noticing the girl in front of him, and then fell silent, saying that it seemed like she was enjoying the festival to the fullest, saying that it was a great job. Sedina was wearing a slightly ridiculous costume, and in her hands were some treats. She apologized, feeling guilty about what she did at the festival, but Roger told her that it was nothing serious, so he asked her to take care of the two girls. After a while, Selena came to her senses. Roger, who was sitting next to her bed, carefully asked her if she was awake. Selena sat up in bed, asking the protagonist where she was now. Roger immediately interrupted her, saying that it seemed she had overdone it and had suddenly fainted right during her rounds. So he carried her to the infirmary. She blushed deeply, turning away and covering her face, cursing herself in horror in her mind, asking how could she faint. Roger thought that it seemed she didn't remember anything, and that was good. After that, he stood up from his chair, saying that since she had come to her senses, he would probably leave her. He wished her a good rest, and Selena awkwardly addressed him by name, and then thanked him. Roger told her that she shouldn't do that. After all, he did what he had to. Selena said that she was not only talking about the fact that he carried her while she was fainting, also thanked him for his advice and for enjoying the festival with her. She said that maybe he didn't like it, but he still stayed with her. She said with embarrassment that if she was annoying him, she apologized for it. Roger answered her honestly that if he was annoying her at first, he would have said so, right. Away he said that he expressed dissatisfaction because he did not have it in his mind. The main character said that he himself enjoyed the festival today thanks to her moments from the fun. Festival immediately flashed in his mind, and then he turned away, telling her not to worry about it. Selena called him, again suggesting him, maybe they can enjoy the festival together next year too. She smiled and the main character tensed up, but still answered her without turning around. That of course they will do it because the festival is held every year. Then Selena said that they will definitely go together next year too. Because he promised, the main character said that he will, and then left Selena in the medical office, closing the door. At this time, the door to Roger's room opened and a man entered, asking, "Is this really the protagonist's room?" The man said that there was not even a magic lock, and then asked with a grin, "Does he really not think about security at all?" The man walked deeper into the office, opening one of the drawers. There was a jar with several capsules, and the man said that this was it, the magic medicine. The man said that he was sure that it was for Roger. A remedy for mana deficiency. This mysterious man took the jar in his hand, which was hidden by a glove to protect against traces, smiling maliciously. Time passed and the second day of the magic festival came. Today's action took place in the Thean Arena. A large crowd gathered in the stands. People moved from one observation deck to another, choosing a better place. People immediately began to chat. Someone said that there were magicians and great aristocrats, old and new, of the Magic Tower. The people who came there could not believe that they were able to see all this live. Alice walked among the row, and as soon as she appeared in the viewer's field of vision, everyone immediately began to ask if this was the wrecker of the academy. Eliza, putting her hand to her cheek, smiled, saying that quite a lot of important people had gathered there, and they were all waiting in front of her, were Caden Lumos and Hbeck Kushan. Hbeck smiled and greeted Eliza, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. While Caden remained silent, Hbeck said that his prim friend did not greet, so he was going to greet the Rakor instead of him. Hbeck Kushan was the head of one of the three great ducal families. Caden looked at him with disdain, asking why on earth was he his friend. Caden Lumos was the head of one of the three great duco families, just like Hbeck. The director smiled, saying that they had not seen Duke Caden for a long time, asking him if he had come to visit his daughter. Caden sighed, rudely answering that he was not obliged to give answers to such questions. Hbeck turned to him with displeasure, reminding him that his daughter was studying at this academy, so why was it necessary to be so rude, or was he not her father? Caden turned away from him, closing his eyes, and told him not to meddle in the affairs of another family. Hbeck exclaimed with displeasure, asking, "How can one be such a bore?" Caden answered him, sarcastically saying that it was better than being nice to the nosy. Hbeck interrupting, saying that the two as always get along well. Then she switched her attention, saying that she did not see Duke Wolberg. Eliza said that she thought that all the representatives of the three great families would gather. Today, HBC, hearing this, looked at her, asking if she was talking about David. Hbeck said that he should have been the first to show up, but it seemed that he had gotten lost somewhere at that moment. Laughter was heard, and a man walked towards them, asking who was there. He said that it was quite unexpected to see all three pillars of the empire. It was Professor Hugo who smiled and said that he was sure that this year's ceremonial duel would exceed all their expectations. He even noted that he, after all, tried HCK. Seeing him asked, was it really he who suggested it? Caden only chuckled, while Hugo enthusiastically replied that it was he who did. At that moment, the host's voice was heard. She cleared her throat, turning to the audience and thanking them for waiting, called for attention. Hugo tried to say something else, but the heads of the families had already turned away from him, and no one was interested in his insistence on holding this event. Alice said that it seemed like the show was starting, after which the host loudly introduced herself, saying that her name was Jessie Luna. She said that she was a fourth student and she would be hosting today's event. She was just radiating cheerful energy, and next to her sat a less cheerful professor, whom she immediately introduced, saying that, along with her, the audience could see Professor Carter Lowe, a mentor in combat magic, who would be her co-host. Then she turned her attention to the arena, saying that now they would move on to the participants. The first duel would open. With a bet of first years who she was Matthew Som and he would be opposed by another professor, Luna said that it would be a very difficult battle, sighing heavily because his opponent would be the popular new professor who was being discovered by everyone. Roger Kichi, the protagonist, thought that the duel had not yet begun and his opponent was already looking at him dangerously, standing in a fighting stance. He thought that apparently it was Aristocrat singing along with Hugo. Borag Roger thought that there was not much time left until the last day of the festival, so he could not waste it here on the amusement of the audience, but his opponent was serious, so Roger also had to prepare for the duel. The host announced that the duel was beginning. The protagonist opponent made a quick lunge forward, pointing his wand at him, and Roger, spreading his arms to the sides, thought about finally attacking him because he would try to merge as quickly and casually as possible. Roger said to himself that he would definitely lose. The spectators were already starting to get nervous. They were starting to lose interest in the fight because it wasn't happening. Everyone was asking each other if the opponents were going to fight at all. After all, they had been standing like that for 5 minutes and doing nothing. Matthew gritted his teeth, thinking that as he thought Roger was tough, he even started sweating from nerves, thinking that his opponent was letting himself be attacked too obviously. So Matthew thought that Roger was clearly planning some kind of clever counterattack. Roger was also starting to get nervous, but this time from irritation, he was asking himself in his thoughts how much longer should he wait. He was trying to mentally order his opponent to hurry up and hit him after all he was standing right in front of him, open from all sides. The protagonist frowned loudly, clicking his tongue. The next moment, Matthew finally gathered his strength and directed an icy blow straight towards the protagonist he did it with. The thought that he wasn't going to wait for the time to run out, so he was going to show what he could do. Roger looked at the attack coming his way and then abruptly reflected it with a fire shield, causing the attack to shatter into pieces. The host immediately started talking about how the protagonist easily blocked the attack with a flow wall. She asked, was this the famous source code? Luna said that she didn't notice the magic formation at all. As soon as Matthew saw this, horror appeared in his mind because Roger blocked his attack so easily. Roger rolled his eyes in response to this, thinking that he didn't want to know that this was his best attack. He knew that if he was sent flying by such a weak attack, everyone would realize that he was losing on purpose. The protagonist thought about how Matthew's face showed that he was not okay, and in his current state, he was hardly capable of attacking better. His opponent was still in a fighting stance, pointing his wand at him. Then the protagonist put his wand forward, creating several streams of fire. He pointed it at his opponent with a serious expression, thinking later that it would be a little impolite to drag out the fight against someone who was not healthy. Matthew looked in horror at how those same clusters of fire were flying at him, trying to block it. Roger thought that he would definitely lose. The next duel, after all, his opponent had already been defeated in this duel. However, Roger emerged victorious in the next duel as well. Well, the host happily shouted that he had 2 wins in a row. She said that the finalists were Professor Roger Kichi. Roger realized that he had also won the next duel. This was already a problem. He wondered, are they serious? Why do they all defend themselves so diligently and then give such weak attacks? He thought that he simply had no chance to lose. With dignity, the host said that the finals began 15 minutes after the start of the match. The protagonist thought that it was just in time. His mana supply was already running low. Roger knew that he absorbed mana even when he just breathed, so he thought that he could handle it. But he was wrong. He entered his office, holding his head with his hand, and then walked up to his desk. Roger thought that a little more and he would collapse from a mana deficiency. Opening the desk drawer, he was surprised to notice that his pills were not there. He was sure that he had put them there, after which he turned around and saw shoe prints on the carpet near the desk, asking himself, is there really a thief in the forest? But it was strange because he had not touched anything else except his pills. Anxiety was reflected. He cursed in his thoughts, thinking later that he had no time at all to get or make new pills and he had to go to the arena soon. The situation was complicated, but Roger was already right in front of his opponent, and the host, Luna, turning to the audience, said that this was the finale they had all been waiting for so long. She said that she would introduce the finalists again. The protagonist's opponent was the main mentor of the second year to his and Magic's priest, a representative of the noble Borag family, Devian Borag, and his opponent was the invincible legend against whom any attacks are useless. Roger Kichi, the protagonist, was still worried about his pills being missing. However, now he turned his attention to the duel. then thinking that this professor was a relative of Hugo. The next moment, the host announced that the duel was beginning. Roger thought that he did not expect to win, and given the circumstances, he wanted it to be over as soon as possible. Suddenly, Dian asked Roger to stop, saying that he had heard a lot about how great he was. Davin held his hand with the one forward, smiling maliciously, and with his other hand he reached into his jacket pocket, saying that since fate had brought them together, they should first talk, because there was no need to rush. Right, he smiled slightly, saying with a dark smile that he knew all his secrets. After that, Davin took out that very jar of pills from his jacket, and the protagonist's eyes widened when he saw it, realizing what had happened, because there really were his pills there. Roger asked himself, was it really him who broke into his office? But how could he know about his condition, Roger thought. Did he really see him taking pills? Although the protagonist understood that, given that all his opponents were aristocrats. Someone had clearly set all this up. Hugo, who was the main engine of this vicious mechanism, was already smiling impatiently in the STS. Roger looked at Devon carefully, saying that it was now clear to him why all his opponents were stalling for time. But who would have thought that Professor spoke so childishly? Davin grinned, asking, but wasn't the real idiot the one who bought into all this? He said that the protagonist should have looked after his medicine better. Roger said in a cold voice that Davin should immediately cancel the match and give him his medicine, then he would close his eyes to it in response to this. Davin only laughed, asking him if he was serious or maybe joking. Didn't he understand? Roger again answered him cold that he was not joking at all. He threateningly said that his opponent should do as he said because he was giving him one last chance. The protagonist's face actually reflected hatred and anger, and he said in a cold voice that Davin should think while he was still able to use magic. The leading moon said with interest that it was a very difficult psychological battle. She said that the opponents had finally started moving in response to the protagonist, warning Davin only laughed, telling him that he must be bluffing. He asked him if he thought that he was so easily scared by the menacing look. Davin said that he would be happy to demonstrate his best charms to him. He immediately raised his hands up, and the leading moon commented with interest that Professor Davin had chosen a 4th-level spell. A magical barrier, a dome appeared around Davin, which protected his body from possible attacks at this time. The protagonist looked with interest at the opponent's defense, then thought that Davian was fast enough, so he decided to prepare an echo of memory. In advance, the magic barrier was a special defensive magic that blocked most spells. However, it was also impossible to attack with magic from under it. However, his opponent did not seem upset by this. Davin smiled as he looked towards the protagonist, and Roger asked himself, was he also going to stall? For time, however, to his surprise, the barrier suddenly disappeared in a certain place, letting a rather hefty attack pass by. However, the protagonist quickly dodged, and the death ray flashed past him, hitting the arena's protective barrier, Roger thought. In surprise, did he really attack from under the barrier? Davin, noticing that his attack had passed, said that Roger had dodged after all, and then said that the protagonist's reflexes were truly impressive. A snake appeared on his neck while he was saying that it seemed that Roger's history of serving in the military was not a lie. Leading Moon shouted that Professor Davin had done it. He had summoned a familiar, a roaring aspid. Roger furrowed his brow, wondering if this was the familiar that could use magic instead of its owner. At that moment, the snake familiar sitting on Davin's neck moved forward, and the snake's head began to glow. The snake began to use attacks, but Roger quickly put up shields preventing them from getting close to him. The protagonist thought that summoning a familiar back would require too much mana. He cursed, deciding that he should use homing magic. Then a small fireball moved towards Davin right behind him, but the snake quickly responded, destroying the attack by absorbing it. Davin said that he knew all the magic that Roger used, and he asked him if he thought Davin would come unprepared. Davin said that his familiar could do more than just attack with magic. He mockingly asked the protagonist what it was like to feel the sense of uselessness of all his great magic. Roger clenched his teeth, cursing in his mind. Now he had a problem with mana. The people in the stands began to whisper, telling each other that, like before, Professor Roger was only defending himself. They wondered why he did not attack like he did in the beginning. Roger grabbed his head with his hand as if it hurt a lot. Eliza, seeing this, asked the other professors if they did not think Professor Roger was feeling unwell. She said that they should interrupt the match, but she was immediately interrupted by a smiling Hugo. He said that it was the final, so the match could not be interrupted. He asked her if they had the right to interfere in a duel. everyone had agreed with. That Eliza furrowed her brows looking at Roger with a worried expression. The people in the stands began to laugh at Roger, saying that he was showing off a lot, but in reality he couldn't do anything himself. They said that this was the limit of a fallen nobleman. Roger seemed to be feeling even worse. He had to stagger, and in order to stay on his feet, he had to stand in a wider stance. Davin asked him what he was doing there. He told him to hurry up and attack already, and then mockingly asked, "Did he really not have a single drop of mana left?" Then Davin laughed, but he clearly didn't have long to laugh. There was a loud cracking sound. Roger whispered something, and Davin, not hearing him, asked again what was he saying. A black hole appeared not far from the protagonist, and Davin, seeing it, wondered what it was. Then the protagonist raised his eyes, saying in a heavy voice that Davin should shut up. He was breathing danger, as if something inside him had broken. Roger was surrounded by these sharp words that were flying around, and it all weighed on him. So he shouted out loudly with rage that Davin was too noisy. There was a loud explosion which did not bode well. People started shouting with they were illuminated by a bright flash of the main character's power. The leading moon loudly asked, "What is happening?" She shouted that this glow was so strong that it was impossible to even see anything behind it. Everyone quickly began to close their eyes, unable to withstand such a bright light. Everyone measured in the STS in anticipation of the end of this bright glow. Davin, who was at the epicenter of events, also closed his eyes, then thought that light magic was not in the list of Roger's abilities. The day after tomorrow, he did not understand what was happening, so he cursed. He also did not see anything. However, as soon as the light magic around him dissipated, he was able to notice a huge black hole that shone right in the air, appearing out of nowhere. Davin trembled with fear. Melting. Dissolving, feeling the pressure after the appearance of a stronger opponent. Davin, feeling this power, tensed up a lot. He wondered what could it be. Suddenly, right from the depths of this huge black hole which continued to expand, loud cracking sounds were heard. Roger put his hand on his head, squeezing his forehead, feeling a strong pain inside, slowly starting to say what he had already told Davin to stay, while Roger could still use magic. The protagonist raised his hungry eyes to his opponent, also feeling the appearance of this dangerous creature that sat inside him. Now this black hole in different directions, streams of negative magical energy, which dark, like tentacles streams, surrounded the protagonist more and more. These streams began to accelerate, getting closer and closer to Davin, who froze in place, unable to run away from fear. He hesitantly shouted that this creature should not come near him, but the dark force did not become such a weak person. And these branched like hands, streams froze a few centimeters from the frightened and screaming Davin. Because Roger ordered them to stop, his voice was the dark force obeyed. The main hero told this dark energy that if this magician gets hurt, then they will have problems. He said that he would give this creature another opportunity. And raising his icy gaze full of confidence and anger, he asked the dark energy if this arrangement would suit him. He said that he would allow it to act on its own will. And then the dark energy began to gradually calm down. Going back to the place from where it came after a few more moments, the darkness dissipated with everything as the protective flash of light also began to fade, allowing the people in the stands and the hosts of the event to see what was hidden behind it. One of the people said that she sees something at that moment. The leading moon looked closely and then excitedly called everyone to look as the moon of light suddenly dissipated and it seemed they had a winner. Roger Kichi was still standing on his feet. Roger really towered over Professor Davin, who was lying on the ground, and in his hand was clutched the very same jar with the pills he needed. The smoke around them gradually dissipated, and the enthusiastic crowd rejoiced. Seeing their hero, the leading moon loudly shouted that Professor Roger was the winner, and she asked us with interest, what in the name of all that is holy happened at that moment behind that light that appeared. She said that Professor Davin Barag, this is clearly not well. Indeed, Davin was lying on the earth, his mouth wide open, from which people were flowing, and his eyes were watering. His whole face as a whole was very pale. The protagonist hurried to put his bottle of pills in his pocket, and the next moment the excited Professor Huga loudly shouted to call a doctor immediately. General unrest began in the stands, and soon the professor and the magic doctors descended onto the battle arena, beginning to anxiously examine Davin's body, who was still unconscious at this time. The protagonist, holding his mouth with his hand, gradually moved away from the scene, wanting to leave the battlefield as quickly as possible to hide from human eyes. After a while, all the panic moved inside the Academy's medical center, where Professor Hugo Borag was making a loud noise in one of the wards. He loudly asked, never ceasing to panic, asking what was going on. He tried to find out from the doctors why was Davin still in such a state. Hugo, pointing at his relative with his hand, continued to ask about it. He was clearly furious, his face showing fear and anger while Davin was still in this state. He was shaking. Lying in the infirmary bed, tears were still trickling from his eyes, and his mouth was warmer than saliva. The doctors threw up their hands, saying that they themselves did not know what it was. An angry Hugo then shouted loudly that in this case the doctors should find out because it was their job at this moment. The door of the medical office slowly opened and creaked, and the main character entered. At this time, the doctor tried to explain to Professor Hugo that the thing was that Davin was physically fine anyway, so they needed tests to find out something. However, their argument was interrupted by Roger, who, coming closer to them, said that Davin was just in momentary shock and it would pass with time. Professor Hugo turned around at the sound, and seeing the main character, he exclaimed loudly from the rage that overwhelmed him. At that moment, Chris stood next to him, silently watching as Professor Hugo began to shout loudly at Roger, asking him how dare he show himself to them. He shouted that even if it was a duel, Roger had gone too far. Roger, frowning at him, asked ironically, had he really gone too far then? Chris, that the situation had become too tense, turned to Hugo, suggesting that he just wait, he said. That he had a special remedy in the family medicine cabinet and he would bring it. Now Hugo, turning to Chris, Sully said that Chris should go faster. Silence fell, and in this silence, Chris slowly left the doors of the infirmary. At that moment, when the door closed, Professor Hugo began to shout loud, lie, that Roger could be sure that he would have to answer for what happened. He screamed, asking Roger how it was possible to hurt his opponent so much. During a simple demonstration fight, he screamed that he was sure Roger was pleased with himself. Hugo was waving his arms widely and gesturing, being at the peak of his own rage. At this time, the main character only calmly watched this performance. The professor's scream was interrupted by Eliza, who entered the infirmary, asking Professor Hugo, wasn't it he who suggested not to interfere? No matter what happened. Eliza looked out from behind the wall, smiling radiantly, and Hugo only asked her with confusion, what did she mean? Then Hybeck appeared behind her, who, with the same joyful smile, said that he also heard Hugo say exactly that. At this moment, Professor Hugo was completely paralyzed because now his arguments made no sense. Beck asked him if maybe he heard something wrong due to his age. Professor Hugo immediately began to say that of course it was not. So he was very nervous, so he sweated, trying to say with fear in his voice that what happened shocked him so much that his own words flew out of his head. At that moment, HBC approached the protagonist, saying that in any case the duel was great. He shook his hand and introduced himself, saying that his name was Beck Kushan. Roger also introduced himself in response, saying his name. Cheerful Beck said that they should not make noise in the ward, so he suggested that they go outside. Eliza asked if she could go with them. She said that the Duke of Lumos was also outside. The protagonist agreed, and all three left the ward. Beck thanked the protagonist for kindly agreeing to follow them, and then said that, to be honest, he was surprised that he had not heard of him before, especially about Roger's speed and talent in fire magic. Roger looked around, asking himself in his mind, when did such a crowd gather in the corridor? That's when Eliza approached the Duke of Lumos, who was standing nearby. The next moment, as he wondered, Eliza turned around with a sly smile, narrowing her eyes, and then Roger realized that it was now clear to him all those nobles were gathered there. Because of him, right? Beck interrupted his thoughts, saying that it was noisy. He said that all those people came for the protagonist, so he asked Roger for understanding. The protagonist, with a calm expression, replied that it was nothing to worry about. Roger thanked Beck for taking over the crowd for him. And Beck looked at him in surprise, asking, did Roger know? Beck said that he knew Roger was special. Then he winced, saying that he remembered there was something he wanted to talk to about. He apologized to the protagonist for asking to meet him, but he himself forgot about the purpose of it. Hick's gaze suddenly became scrutinizing and cold. Then Beck said that, however, if Roger needed anything from him, he should ask him about it at any time. The protagonist responded with gratitude, saying that he would be happy to visit him. Sometime Roger thought that even though Beck said all these words, he saw through him. Understanding perfectly well that Beck wanted to get closer to him for his own benefit, he watched as Beck move away from him. reasoning in his thoughts that even if Roger saw through Hick's true motives in such a short period of time, he immediately retreated after realizing that he would not get anything from him. For free, Roger understood that H-Beck was not just a representative of one of the three great Duco families that are the pillars of the Exilian Empire. The protagonist thought that although H-Beck was acting friendly and relaxed, he was analyzing everyone around him with every step and gesture. Then Roger thought that he had nothing else to do here, so he headed for the exit, thinking that it was time for him to join Hans and Sheridan. At the moment when he was going outside, he noticed his student. So he asked, "Is that Flora Lumos?" Flora, who was walking towards the entrance of the infirmary, froze in place, and Roger asked her what is she doing there? She began to make excuses, not sure, saying that she was just passing by. However, looking at her, Roger thought that he really doubted it. The protagonist calmly asked her if she came to see her father. Flora shuddered. Ask him what he means. Roger replied that Duke Lumos is currently talking with the rector, so it would be better for her to come later. Then Flora lowered her gaze, saying that she had not come to see her father at all. Roger asked himself what kind of strange reaction that was. He immediately wondered if she had a difficult relationship with her father. At that moment, Flora said that she needed to go to prepare for the next battle. Roger then asked her if she was participating too, after which he put his hand to his chin, thoughtfully, saying that, given her skills, he wouldn't worry about it at all. Flora responded by saying that it was, of course, yes, because no matter who her opponent was, she wasn't going to lose after that. Flora turned around, telling Roger to come see if he wasn't busy. Well, if he was busy, then there was no need to do this. The main characters looked after her, asking themselves, should he go and do this? After all, he would have time anyway. A little later, opposite the fountain where it was also busy now, Roger met with his team members. He said that they all came early at this moment. Hans and Sheridan looked at him. Hans asked in surprise, "Was Roger already there?" Sheridan smiled widely, waving her hand, and greeted him. The protagonist said that there was no place for conversation, so they had to walk. Then Sharon raised her hand happily, saying that she really wanted to visit a place nearby for a long time, so she asked if they could look there. The protagonist told her that he seemed to know what the place was, but still agreed to go. Then Hans asked the protagonist in confusion, "Didn't she say urgently?" Roger told him that it was quite difficult to lead commoners to the academy unless it was to attend the festival. Sheridan raised her hands high, shouting happily, and then they headed to the place they needed. There was a man on the stage at that moment who looked at the crowd and greeted them, saying that he was a gololog teacher at the Thean Academy named Bro. He thanked everyone who had come to see their golems. The next moment, he pointed his hand at the stage, and the curtain in that place opened, revealing a golem to them. Bro shouted that they were starting the demonstration, and the first on their list was the latest THN D3000. Golem! He looked at it, asking what kind of metal lump it was. Roger told him that it was no ordinary lump, Bro. Then continued to say that, as expected, the reaction was meager, but he assured the crowd that this was far from the golem's true form. He touched the magic stone, saying that once the monostone was installed as power, the golem's form would change at that moment. The golem had arms and legs, and this robot came to life. Sheridan looked at this and said that although the golem was clum, it was able to spin and move heavy objects. She asked if the golem was used for mining. After all, this golem could roll, so there shouldn't be any problems with transportation. The crowd began to clap, and the professor said that he was now satisfied with their reaction, but that wasn't all. Bro said that the golem could also change shape standing on a steed. Hans looked at this with delight, while Roger thought that it was just like the Transformer from the movie of the same name. Roger inadvertently wondered if this golem could turn into a car. Sheridan smiled happily, turning to the protagonist, asking him if she could watch. A little more, the protagonist answered her in agreement. However, he reminded her not to get too carried away. Having agreed, the girl ran to look at the others. She liked Hans putting his hands on his hips, sighed heavily, asking did she really come to have fun? Roger told him to stop nagging because sometimes it was necessary to organize her unloading. Then Roger added uncertainly, saying otherwise who knows. How she will do it herself, imagining this. Hans winced, agreeing with the protagonist at that moment. Roger heard a familiar voice and turned around, after which he sharply frowned, seeing who this voice belonged to. Could it really be Casey? Selma, indeed. Casey was right in front of him, who, holding some paper in her hands, was asking passers-by where the arena for magical dells was. The protagonist turned away, trying to calm himself in his thoughts that she did not recognize him. Roger thought that at such moments it was best to cover his face with light magic. He did as he planned and then answered Casey that the arena was on the other side. Roger knew that humans were bad at recognizing people who had changed even a little, but he was still worried if it would work on her, trying not to turn around and show her his face. The protagonist pointed his finger in the right direction, and Casey also turned there, thanking Roger for her help. As they began to disperse, she suddenly stopped in place and froze, suddenly uttering an apology, asking Roger if they had met somewhere before. An electric shock seemed to run through the protagonist when said apologizing for the sudden question that the protagonist seemed familiar to her. Roger bit the inside of his cheek and then continued walking calmly, answering that he did not know her and that he was definitely seeing her for the first time. After that, he said that it was time for him to run, and Hans asked him to wait because he was in a hurry too. However, Casey, leaning her hand on the umbrella, was not going to let them go at all. She shouted loudly for Roger to stop, and he obediently froze in place. When she began to say that she knew it, the protagonist thought with fear, did he really get caught? However, Casey smiled, asking him, was he the professor? She said that after taking a good look at him, she knew it right away. Roger breathed a sigh of relief at this, thinking with apprehension that he wanted to leave, ignoring her, but she might start to suspect something after this if he continued to avoid her, so he needed to act. Naturally. Roger turned around, asking her why she thought so. Then Casey, with the detective's face, began to say that firstly it was obvious from his clothes because his clothes were made of high-quality materials, and commoners usually did not wear such things. However, she then said that Roger did not have goods to sell and a purse with money, so he was clearly not a merchant. She continued to reason, saying that he also couldn't be an aristocrat since she couldn't see the family crest on him, and if he would rather hide it, then there was a high probability that Roger was a fallen noble. Then she asked out loud, as if reasoning would a fallen noble dress up like that for some festival, so she concluded, putting everything together, that she came to the conclusion that Roger had something to do with the organizers of the festival, and perhaps he was a teacher. Then Casey asked, could he really be the Roger Tichy? She continued to happily say that what was said about him was true. Roger was really impressive. The protagonist tensed up, thinking that she had learned too much just from his clothes. He concluded that it was time for him to run, and then said that Casey was right, but he really was in a hurry, so he and Hans began to walk away quickly, and Casey, left in bewilderment, tried to stop them, but did not have time, so putting her hands on her belt, she asked him with displeasure, was that all the reaction she said? That usually her interlocutors were a little more impressed. Roger, in response to this, only at the end threw out a question, was that so unusual? He said that if she had nothing more to say, then he was leaving. Casey looked at him in surprise, asking herself mentally what was wrong with him. She thought that Roger was very indifferent, and she had never met anyone like him. However, then she remembered that there was still one such person in her life, and that was James Moore. Memories flashed through her mind, and she silently tensed up, watching her husband Roger leave. At that moment, Betty called her, waving her arms, asking what Casey was doing. She said that the battles were about to begin. Turning around, Casey said that she had wasted a lot of time after that. Casey snapped her fingers, activating water magic while a water bubble appeared in front of the protagonist, shouting loudly, "Apollo-Joels" to him, saying that just in case. If he needed her, then he should just contact her. The protagonist looked at this water bubble in surprise, while Casey continued to say that she was a little offended when she was left. Without attention, Hans said that it seemed that the protagonist was exposed. He asked, was that a business card in the hands of the protagonist was a small card with Casey's data, and he said that it was another annoying thing. Roger said that it would be much worse if Casey recognized him, so he wondered maybe she just wanted to be friends. He was annoyed that he still got her attention. Roger thought that he felt weak, so he knew that Casey would find out if he threw that out. After that, the protagonist turned to Hans, telling him that it would be a good idea to lie low, so he told him to get rid of the clothes he was wearing later. Hans asked indignantly, was it all because Casey glanced at him? He really liked those clothes, so he didn't want to throw them out. Roger looked at him, saying that Hans heard her, so he should have known that just one clue would help her figure out the truth. His look was serious enough for Hans to understand everything Roger said, that they shouldn't underestimate Casey. At that moment, Casey was walking to the arena to watch the fights. Hans looked at Sheridan, saying that this child was still chatting there, and then added that she had even dragged the students of the academy into this conversation. He and Roger were sitting at one of the tables of the festival watching this, and Hans asked the protagonist, maybe they should go and get her themselves. However, Roger told him to leave her, asking when she would be able to freely discuss her interests with others. Hans said that looking at him now, he was starting to think that his sudden becoming a professor was just a calling. Hans said that Roger was smiling as if he was happy for his protégé, and indeed, for the first time in a long time, a casual smile appeared on the protagonist's face, sincere and true. Hans hesitated, fingering his fingers, and then said that, to be honest, he would be uncomfortable in such a place so unexpectedly for himself. He ended Roger because this well-appointed academy would never suit him. Suddenly, the protagonist interrupted his public self. Digging addressing Hans by name, he recalled all those moments from the festival, saying that he understood that compared to them, the students of the academy looked like wonderful flowers growing in a magical garden, but their troubles were not the fault of these children at all, so why don't they continue to smile carefree? Then he had nothing to add. However, still there was a small age difference between him and these children, so he wondered why did Roger treat them so differently? Roger asked Hans in surprise, remind him how old will he be this year? Hans answered that he will only be 24 years old this year, and the protagonist froze in place, dumbfounded by this news. The protagonist awkwardly turned away, saying that he now understood why Hans called him Big Brother, and then apologized, asking him not to do that. However, Roger continued to speak, saying that he was very sorry, and then Hans loudly exclaimed that he asked him not to do that. Feeling offended after that, Roger asked him, how is the analysis of the drug from that werewolf incident going? Hans asked him, is Roger changing the topic in response to this? Roger remained silent so that he stopped blaming himself for this because he was the one in the wrong. After that, they began to discuss the given topic. Hans said that after examining the drug, it turned out that it has hallucinogenic properties. It seems because of the pilum extract. He handed the protagonist a small container and Roger accepted it, asking again if he is talking about a plan native to Valen. The protagonist said that they will investigate it right after their cases. Then they looked back at Sheridan and Hans asked Roger was it true what Roger said before they came there that the protagonist was considered the First Order. Roger answered seriously that it was. Hans turned to the protagonist, asking him if he was ready for the consequences. He said this, reminding him that Roger was close to that professor. In response to this, the protagonist remained silent, and Hans exhaled heavily, saying that he thought so, and he did not even need to ask about it. Hans folded his motherland chest, saying that even if everything happens according to the worst scenario, the protagonist should not feel guilty after all he had already experienced something like this. Roger looked down at him as Hans continued to say that Roger should know that there would still be innocent victims no matter how hard he tried. The protagonist looked at his hand, remembering the last words of one such victim who begged him to take care of his youngest. His hand felt bloody from the aftermath of those days, and Roger answered with confidence that he knew about it. Hans continued to speak, reasoning out loud that he only wanted to say that they could not hesitate even if it was necessary for the cause. He reminded the protagonist that he himself knew that if they did not kill the enemy would kill them. Then Roger answered coldly, squeezing his hand into a fist, that they, living in a world of violence, walked side by side with death with a calm expression. He confirmed this. He said that this was the unpleasant truth of their work. He was truly sorry that it was so, but this is their reality. Time passed, and in the meantime, the third day of the Magic Festival began. It was time for the open-air banquet of the Thean Academy. People were running around everywhere. Various conversations were heard, everyone was happy, and treated to dishes. Ajbeck laughed cheerfully, saying that it was great to drink different drinks all day. He asked the protagonist if he thought the same. Roger, sitting at the table with him, was not so impressed at all, answering with displeasure that it was really great at this moment. He was concerned with only one thought. Why did HCK continue to cling to him then? Roger, deciding to stop delaying, turned to this old rascal, telling him to get to the point, and then asked, did he need something from him? Ajbeck laughed. Asking him what he meant, he said that he didn't want anything from the professor. But his look took on an even more cunning tint when he said that if Roger was so interested in his intentions, he would have said that he wanted a spectacle. Roger replied that the Duke seemed to think he was an interesting person, and Ajbeck, laughing, told him to just call him by his name. He said that he was just an old man, so most things were amazing to him. However, he said that he knew when to stop, So the protagonist didn't have to worry. HB continued to laugh, and Roger, taking a sip from his glass of drink, thought that this old man was cunning. Then his gaze was caught by a girl who entered. Roger looked at her and asked himself, in his mind, was that Flora Lumos? He wondered why she was there. Flora looked like she was very nervous. H-Beck, noticing the protagonist's gaze, asked, was that a child of the Lumo house named Flora? Roger turned to him, asking if he knew her. HCK sighed heavily and replied that he, of course, knew her. He said that she was born with incredible talent, but still it was very unfair. Roger asked him, in surprise, what did he mean? And then the sad truth was revealed to him. H-Beck said that she was ignored by her entire family because she was an illegitimate child. The protagonist's gaze widened as HCK said that all of this was very unfair at this time. Flora continued to walk among the people, trying to calm herself down, mentally convincing herself that she did not need to be afraid, but just say hello once she squeezed her hands nervously, convincing herself that the current she was no longer the same as before, when with the family. So she was going to show her father that the child who is not cared for by anyone copes perfectly well on her own. She convinced herself that now she will not be afraid in front of her was already revealed. Her father's back and her gaze from fear began to float. Her head was spinning from excitement, but as soon as she began to call Caden, as suddenly someone called out to her. The voice was arrogant. He asked, who is it? Was it really that half-breed, Flora? Flora shuddered. Everything inside her turned over like the earth after a hurricane. Her gaze concentrated, and she saw in front of her Camel Eye Katrina, her brother and sister Katrina. Like her brother, smiled insolently, asking Flora, can a mudblood call them by name? Camel spread his hands, saying that Flora looked good after all, before she could not even raise her eyes to them. After that, Katrina turned to her father, asking him to look who came. Duke. Caden turned around, running into his illegitimate daughter. He asked her in a rough voice, what did she need? The family members like. The gaze of a hawk rushed to her, and Flora realized that her voice did not obey her. Everything around began to thicken in her eyes, and she could not squeeze out almost a word. Flora lowered her gaze down, thinking later that she should show them that she had changed, that now everything was different. But only now she wondered why she came at all. At that moment, a saving hand fell on her shoulder. Roger, as if supporting her, came closer, because of which Flora, in whose eyes there were already tears, turned around. The protagonist asked the Duke and his children if they had any problems with his student. His figure shone in the sunlight. The figure of an adult who cared about the fate of a child. The Linus religious order, which oppressed humans in the name of their one god, was guided by the scriptures of a true man. This was the Linus Church. However, the members of this church did not just shy away from non-humans. Pure-blooded humans were considered the highest class, and demi-humans and their descendants were the lowest. The church simply divided everything in two, not allowing other opinions. HCK sighed heavily, saying that it was hard to grow up in a Lensis family that oppressed Flora all her life. HBX said that if she was born into a different family, then everything could have been different. Roger remained silent, but in his mind he wondered, is this really why Flora is so obsessed with her grades? He realized that she seemed to think that she would be accepted by the family if she became a better student. However, the protagonist, being an adult, understood perfectly well that even if she did become one, where was the guarantee that her wish would come true? He looked at the back of the frozen Flora, who stood handing over her father as if she had been brought to execution, as if there was no one close to her in front of her. At that moment, the protagonist jumped up, unable to bear what was happening. H-Beck looked at him, in surprise, asking, where is the professor going? However, the protagonist's hands had already clenched into a tight fist as he walked in the right direction, arguing that if he interfered, nothing good would happen and her life circumstances would not change in any way. He understood perfectly well that he needed to just leave everything as it was, pretend to be blind and deaf, but still he could not do it. It turned out that there was more humanity in him than in the girl's own father. He clenched his teeth and then, breaking through all his internal barriers, grabbed his student's shoulder as well. Stepped forward as if to cover her with his back, he asked, were there any problems with his student? Flora looked at him in surprise, not understanding what was going on. Roger knew that he couldn't sit and do nothing after learning about her problem, right? Whispers began to form around them. The people who were walking around said with a smirk that the professor had intervened. After all, they were all watching this situation, but none of them really cared about Flora, who was about to be disgraced by her own family. They were talking about how Roger was a responsible teacher after all, despite his appearance. H. Beck, who was also watching this, with amusement asked out loud, "Is Roger really going to go against the head of the Lumos family?" He held his glass in his hands, resting his head on his hand, saying out loud that this professor was really interesting. Flora looked at Roger, calling him with an uncertain voice the head of the Lumo family. Duke Caden coldly replied that it was a family matter, so he very much asked the professor not to interfere in. This, however, Roger was adamant. He replied with anger in his eyes that this looked too serious for a family matter, so as a professor of the academy, he could not stand aside. A silence arose between them which was broken only by the whispers of the people standing around. Time seemed to stand still, and the main characters appeared on the stage. Katrina leaned over, deciding to break the silence. Asking, "Was that Professor Roger Tichy?" She said with a smile that his demonstration fight yesterday was great. She asked, "Was he really their Flores teacher?" Which she said that she was surprised that her sister was considered an outstanding student. Katrina said that Flora was just a pathetic half-breed of the Lumos family. These words hit Flora's pride again. She bit her lower lip and tears began to appear in her eyes again. She thought with horror that now everyone would find out about this. Roger stepping forward tried to interrupt this impudent beast, however. Katrina, as if nothing had happened, continued speaking, remembering that she did not introduce herself, and then formally said her name, saying that she was preparing to enter the academy next year. She said that her abilities were rated very high, and then showed several ice crystals floating in her hand, asking Roger what would he say about this. What did he think of her abilities as a professor of Thean Academy? The protagonist's gaze darkened, and he replied that, as a professor, he believed that she lacked the speed of manifesting her charms, and she did not reach the standard, so he deducted 10 points from her. Katrina, who heard this for the first time in her life, froze, asking what this meant. Then Roger continued to bombard her, clearly stating the shortcomings, mercilessly continuing to deduct points. The protagonist said that the formation was also weak, so he deducts another 10 points for not taking magic seriously. He also deducts 10 points. And Katrina tried to stop him, asking what he was talking about, but Roger was adamant. He said in a cold voice that she simply created 4 icicles, and if it was combat magic, then where was the lethality in it? Katrina tried to say something with a confused and frightened look, but Roger stopped her again, saying that it seemed like she did not put in enough effort to at least understand what she was using magic for. He asked if she was ordered to do this, and was she really proud of it? Flora turned her gaze to the protagonist as he spoke rudely to her sister who had insulted her just moments ago. Roger could humiliate with just one look, and his cold tone only added spice to his statements. He asked her, "Does she really have the audacity to be surprised that Flora is an outstanding student with her own level of skills at Katrina Flora's?" Gaze swam. She pressed her lips together, ready to burst into tears. From gratitude and the feeling of pride that she felt at that moment, Roger, like a parent, stood up for her in this difficult moment. The aristocrats who heard this argument rebelled at one point, starting to loudly ask the protagonist what he was allowing himself. They shouted that his claims were ridiculous, asking Roger, "Does he think he has the right to vote, being a simple teacher of Thean?" Immediately louder cries of discontent were heard. Someone shouted that this was too much for the fallen nobleman. However, HCK, who had arrived just in time, raised his hand, calmly asking everyone to calm down. He said that a conflict of interest was inevitable, but there was no need to be so upset about it. He also addressed Professor Roger, telling him that he had gone too far. Roger only calmly closed his eyes, saying that he would take this into account. Duke Caden, who had been listening to all this, only now dared to speak up, watching the humiliation of both his children. He asked if Roger's name was Kichi. He calmly said that his daughter had acted Ashley since she still didn't understand much. There was no in his voice, which was also felt in his gaze. He asked to forgive his daughter, reminding Roger that he was still an adult, and the main character, not yielding to him in the battle of glances, replied that he of course would do so, since the blame for the child's actions lies not only with the child himself. After that, he said in a monotone that it was getting boring there, and then turned around, starting to leave his children, trying to stop. Their father ran after him, and as soon as this crazy family left, Roger turned to Flora, asking her if she was okay. However, Flora was silent, still unable to raise her eyes. She did not understand, should she? Thank him now, squeezing her hands. She asked herself, what did she have to thank him for after all? If she said thank you now, then she could get into even more trouble reading all this on her face. Roger passed by her, telling Flora that it was time for her to go after all. It seemed that her friends were all ready. Waiting. Flora turned around in surprise, watching him. However, she said nothing. Silently, watching the departing professor, suddenly her name was called. It was Cheryl, who was already hurrying to her friend Flora, turned around looking at her, and Cheryl, coming closer, took her friend by the shoulders with her hands, asking her if she was okay. She told her that they had to go back. Biting the inside of her cheek, her face still looked like she was not okay. The children continued to run after their father, loudly asking him, is he really going to let this insolent professor go? So easily. They shouted that Roger definitely humiliated Katran in front of Flora. Camel shouted that they should at least file a complaint against him, and he also asked their father to call Flora to him, to scold him, but the Duke asked him in a cold voice, what was the use of all this? He answered that all they would achieve with their complaints was a short moment of satisfaction. Caden began to say that the Kusan, the sly one, would clearly speak out in defense of Roger, and the rector then saw everything but did nothing. So his children asked. In response, is their father going to pretend like nothing happened? Caden frowned threateningly, saying that he would back off. But only for now. He said that the Lumos family does not forgive insults at this time. H-Beck and Roger walked together, while H-Beck told the protagonist that he did not look like he cared about the students. Roger answered him calmly, what he did or what he should. Have he said that he did not know that Duke Caden was a follower of the Lens's faith? H-Beck answered him with a sigh that Duke Caden was not just a believer, his faith limited him with obsession, HBC, and asked if Roger knew that an unwanted child born to a family of believers is branded. HBC said that this child would not escape this fate, however. To everyone's relief, there is no brand on her. Roger turned to face H-Beck, asking him, was Duke Caden putting his last paternal mercy into this? However, HCK said that it was not like that at all. All of this was only due to the desperate protection of the mother of this child, Hicks said. Looking at the sky, that unfortunately Flora's mother had already left this world. Roger said that he had never heard of this before, and H-Beck, closing his eyes, said that it was just that illegitimate children were not discussed with outsiders, and the family usually did everything possible for this. Then Roger asked him, how did H-Beck know about this? In that case, H-Beck chuckled, answering that he had an equal status with this family, so he should know at least one of its weaknesses. H-Beck said that he could not be sure that Caden was not targeting him. Roger replied that in that case, it was clear to him he thought about it. Thinking in his mind that they were hiding information about Flora for her own sake, the Duke wanted to protect her out of personal interests. So Roger asked himself, was this her father's plan? However, he immediately interrupted himself, thinking that it was not. He frowned because such a person can't even be called a father. H-Beck watched the protagonist expression with a smile, saying that Roger would not be a talkative person, so it was okay to tell him about it. He smiled and said that it was time for him to leave now because he needed to greet the others. Roger watched HCK leave, thinking that he would go and take a little walk around the area. At that moment, some strange bug began to fly around, one after another, and Roger, seeing it, wondered if this was Sarah's paper charm. Indeed, the bug looked like parchment folded into a complex figure, so the protagonist, quickly catching it in his hand, clenched his fist and then opened his palm, reading the information that was written there. The inscription stated that in addition to Joanna's second order, another order had shown suspicious activity. Roger asked himself in his mind, had Joanna Love It made a move? Roger thought that he was sure that the letter said that she would make a move on the last day of the festival, and remembering Esmeralda's words when her identity was revealed, he thought that the letter was telling the truth in that case. In his opinion, the probability that Joanna was now acting for personal gain was quite high. Roger clenched his hand into a fist, continuing on his way, thinking then that he should have kept a close eye on the situation. Sometime later, the fourth day of the Magic Festival arrived. Now taking place in the practical pharmaceutical lab, Roger walked inside, thinking that he could use anything he wanted as a representative of the teaching staff he put his hand to. His chin, thinking later that if Belluna only saw this, she would go crazy with Andy. Roger thought that he just needed to indicate in the journal what he uses, and he can take whatever he wants. He regretted that he did not come there earlier. Suddenly, a voice from the side addressed him. It was Chris who said that. He did not expect to see him there. Roger, who was carrying a tray with the ingredients he needed, turned his gaze to Chris, who was also doing the experiment. At the moment Chris asked him what he needed there, Roger calmly answered that he came to make medicine. Asked in surprise, does the main character also know how to make medicine? Tris pointed his finger in the right direction, sighing heavily, telling the main character that he first needs to undergo instruction from the lab assistant, and that this very lab assistant was just somewhere in the beginner's area. Roger calmly inquired, does Chris also know how to make medicine? After these words, Chris suddenly flared up loudly, shouting that he actually specializes in formation. He shouted loudly, asking the protagonist if he even knew about the enormous contribution to medicine made by the Benmore family. Chris loudly slammed his fist on the table. However, the protagonist answered him without hesitation that he was completely unaware of that very great contribution, which angered Chris even more. Chris even blushed with rage, thinking later that Roger was deliberately mocking him, and the protagonist at this time only calmly and methodically pushed back his chair. Preparing for experiments, then Chris wondered, does Roger really understand the formation? What is he going to use in this case? After examining what Roger brought to the lab, Chris suddenly opened his eyes wide, loudly asking, is he really going to kill someone since he took these ingredients? Roger only turned to him, calmly looking at him because he knew perfectly well what this was really needed for. Chris began to shout that the leaves of Patricia, the buds of the chrysalis, all this was deadly poisonous. He jumped up from his seat where he was working before asking the protagonist, does he really want to kill someone that, even if you mix these powerful ingredients and neutralize the poison, you will get a drug with a lot of side effects? He turned to face him, saying with a calm voice that Chris seemed to understand this well. So he asked Chris a very logical question. Why then does he teach the embodiment of char instead of formation? Chris turned away with displeasure, clicking his tongue. He told the protagonist that it was not his business at all. Roger told him that he did not insist on the light at all, telling him that he knew what he was doing. So he asked him ironically. Not to worry, Chris exclaimed in surprise. What? Did he mean at this moment all the people who were in the lab couldn't help but pay attention to the noisy visitors? However, either Roger nor Chris paid attention to this. Chris only snorted, then thought that Roger was bluffing, and then decided that he didn't want to get involved in this anyway. He turned away. And at this time, Roger continued to do what he needed to do, moving the ingredients into a special container for making medicine, however, even though Chris thought so. But after a while, he still looked towards the protagonist, unable to stop stroking. He stared at him in silence while Roger continued his work. Chris thought that even after seeing the whole process, he still couldn't believe that Roger, without a single unnecessary reaction in one go, made pills that replenish mana from these ingredients. He wondered if this was possible. However, the pills were already lying in front of the protagonist in a special box. Chris, unable to contain his own curiosity, asked the protagonist why he needed the pills that replenish mana in the first place. Roger calmly told him that of course he needed it for his personal use. However, Chris countered thoughtfully, saying that these pills were different from Roger regular pills, so he asked him what kind of illness the protagonist had that required such dosages. Roger, hearing this, turned to him, saying that it turned out that Chris knew his secret. He said ironically that he thought Chris would not ask, considering that they used it in exhibition matches. Chris flinched and fell silent upon hearing this, and then continued speaking as if he truly understood the harm caused by his actions, that he did not know that his moves would have such consequences. He placed his hand on his head, saying that he only wanted to put the protagonist in his place, but he had no idea that anyone would get hurt after all in that match. One of the professors whom Roger defeated did get hurt, but Chris then pulled himself back, saying that in fact these were all just pathetic excuses. Chris said with a clear look that he had committed a pathetic act unworthy of a true noble, so he earnestly, directly asked the protagonist for forgiveness. He then continued to say that in any case, what Roger had made had a negative effect on everything except mana replenishment. He said that it couldn't even be called medicine in response to this. Roger looked at him silently, and then Chris continued to say, standing up from his seat, that the protagonist's mana conduction system could suffer because of these pills, otherwise everything would be destroyed. Chris handed him a small bottle of some medicine, placing it on the table in front of the protagonist, telling him to use it together with his remedy. explaining that it was their family special manner regulating medicine. Roger, looking at this, asked with a calm face, is Chris really giving it to him so easily? Then Chris pointed at himself and said that he was not guided by personal motives when it came to the patient. After all, he was a representative of the Bellamore family. The protagonist's eyes widened when he heard this, saying that it was unexpected because he did not think Chris was such a person, considering everything that had happened. Chris asked with anger in his voice, "Is Roger really asking for trouble?" However, the protagonist then turned his gaze to the drug, saying that since Chris was giving it to him, he would not refuse. Roger began to do something on the table again, and Chris, looking at it with interest, asked, "Is this really the powder of a magical plant that absorbs poison?" Chris asked Roger what he was going to do with it. The protagonist replied that throwing it away would be too wasteful, and then poured the powder into the jar he was holding, saying that honestly the threat was quite real. Roger walked back, talking to Hans through the stone. He asked him how Copius was doing. Hans replied that he was sitting quietly in his room, to which Roger replied that Hans should continue to watch him. The protagonist walked on, thinking in his head that he had prepared something just in case, so he only had to take care of Joanna. Catching, he had a small capsule in his hands, and he thought that if Joanna was acting on her own, then those two fools had split up. It seemed that something had happened between Esmeralda and her obedient girl Roger thought that he would take care of Esmeralda, but he needed someone to take care of Joanna. He walked measurably through the grass, thinking that Sarah was following his orders, but only as long as they clearly corresponded to the plans of the Black Dawn. He thought that Joanna was a student, so it was possible to try to involve several people in this matter. 30 minutes later, the student dormitory of Fian was already quite quiet. The lights were on in the windows, and someone was walking along the empty corridor. Suddenly, the silhouette stopped, noticing a note that was lying under the door. It was Aiden, who, according to the days in the note, asked out loud with interest, "What is it?" Roger was standing outside at this time, thinking later that it was great that the message was delivered. He did not want to drag the students into this, but this was the only way he could keep an eye on Joanna so that she would not suspect anything. He looked at the windows of the academy with concern, thinking that Aiden would take the contents of the note seriously and get down to bus business, because even if he had to fight with his level of skills, Aiden would not lose, but the main character understood that Aiden could act rashly alone, so he needed insurance. Therefore, not only he received the notes, but also Tracy and Jonah, the protagonist, perfectly understanding Aiden's thinking, concluded that he would not take unnecessary risks with friends, and no matter what he did, whether he asked for help from other professors or took care of Joan himself, he would be satisfied with it anyway. Roger turned around, heading in the other direction. He thought that now he had only one thing left to do. Putting his hand to his ear, he turned to Hans that he needed to check out one more place now. All the preparations were complete. The note that Leo received said that suspicious individuals had appeared and then plotting evil. There was an instruction that it was necessary to find Joan Lever on the last day of the festival and take care of her. Leo, reading this note, was sitting on his bed. He did not understand what all this meant, and he was even sure that someone was playing a joke on him. However, he understood perfectly well that this information was quite accurate for a simple joke. He remembered how Sam had come to the conclusion that there were suspicious people in Then, but in that case he wondered who had sent him this. Leo bit the tip of his thumb. Frantically thinking, had he really been caught, he asked himself, could this have been a tip for the Liberation Army? Leo thought that whoever had sent him this was clearly threatening him. He understood that if he did not want everyone to find out about his secrets, he had to do as the MS said. There was fear, excitement, and horror on his face, having calmed down. More or less, he wondered what these people wanted after all. Leo squeezed the note in his fingers and then put it on his bed, sighing heavily, saying that he did not want to join the Liberation Army at all, but no matter how much he racked his brains, nothing would change. He thought that it was all useless saying that. For now, he could do whatever the note said. He got up from his bed, grabbed his jacket, and walked out of his room, putting it on. Leo thought that it was still better than trying to fix everything alone, and closing the door. He found himself in the hallway. Suddenly, someone called his name. It was Aiden, who was running towards him and shouting that something strange was happening. Leo looked at him in surprise, seeing a comrade, when suddenly all his friends began to show him the same notes, while Aiden shouted that he found it near his room and read it, and it said that bad people were planning to do something bad on the last day of the festival. Leo shuddered when he saw his friends, asking himself, did these guys also receive letters? He cursed in his thoughts, not understanding what was going on there. Esmeralda sat in her bed, covering her ears with her hands, so as not to hear all the noise and voices that surrounded her, loud cries of begging for salvation, cries from the past that haunted her until now. Mothers' pleas for their children not to be killed. All of this had haunted her for many, many years. Esmeralda felt like she was at the Last Judgment, surrounded by all those who had died as she thought because of her fault, and these voices that had burst into her consciousness were screaming louder and louder that it was all because of her and that they all shouldn't have protected her. They kept saying that if she had just quietly left the village, then none of this would have happened. The nun, who was at the head of this mess with a chilling voice speaking to her by name, said that it was all her fault. She bowed down to her knees, shouting loudly that it was enough. She understood that it was all just a bad dream. Esmeralda screamed that she did not want to hear criticism from the lips of the nanny who raised her. Raising her crazy, fearful, and despairing gaze, she whispered that it would soon be over. She would take revenge on Kahlo, thereby killing him tomorrow. However, she immediately asked herself, was it enough? She was tormented by the question. What would happen after her revenge? All these madness that she was going to commit did not fit at all with how she would continue to live among people, and Esmeralda understood that if she continued to take revenge, she would finally destroy her own soul, and then she would never be able to become who she was. Before Selena, her other self, which she created out of longing for the past, she would not be able to become her again. Esmeralda, to be honest, wanted to continue being her, innocently laughing and enjoying life with everyone else. She watched her own other half enjoying the way she was living now, and it made her hesitate. She didn't understand what to do. Maybe she should stop right now. She touched the wall inside her soul that separated her and her other self, but a voice thirsty for blood came from somewhere deep in her soul, asking Esmeralda, what is she thinking? Fire was sent, and the beast appeared behind her, and Esmeralda joked about its presence. Quasimodo asked, is she really going to sit down with the one because of whom they were all killed? Esmeralda shrank, falling to her knees, not knowing what to do, while Quasimodo, using the voices of those dear to her, continued to tell her to avenge them because she was a good girl, wasn't she? Esmeralda's eyes widened, again fueled by the idea. She smiled and agreed, but a single tear rolled down her cheek. Esmeralda, her hands said that she had to take revenge, but was it her desire or the desire of the one who stood behind her? The 5th day of the festival had arrived, the last night of the holiday. There were as many people that day as on all the others. Everyone walked with happy faces, looking at the decorations hung by the magicians. And between the crowds of cheerful people walked Selena. The lineage passed through all this fun, leaving it behind, and her look gradually changed, which meant the substitution of the side of the soul. Now it was Esmeralda, having transformed completely. She walked to the house where Fies lived at that moment. Fies was sitting in the dark in his room, frantically saying that this day had come. So he asked himself with fear, where had the main character disappeared to? It seemed that his fear was felt even through the walls of this large house, and his horror only intensified when he heard even confident, quiet steps in the hallway. The sound of women's heels, which were gradually approaching, frightened him even more. Fies shrank in horror on his bed end. His whole body was shaking, and it turned out that he did not even hear this terrifying sound, which marked the appearance of an uninvited guest. Fies, holding his head in his hands, said that the protagonist did not even leave him any contacts. He said with horror that perhaps he was simply deceived. The steps stopped right in front of the door where he was supposed to hide. Esmeralda froze for a moment, and then the door began to slowly open, gradually creaking, illuminating Phoebus's face. His eyes, re-anded from sleepless nights, full of madness, rushed to the exit of the room, and he gritted his teeth, looking at the guest who appeared. Esmeralda entered with a sly smile, asking in a voice full of hatred, "Is there anyone home?" she exclaimed loudly, clearly pronouncing the name of Mr. Carlo. Fies, after Esmeralda burst into the room where C lived but did not find anyone. Only from the wide open window streams of wind blew, fluttering the curtains. Esmeralda looked at this questioningly, after which she thought that she definitely felt someone's presence. Not long before, a flock of mice burst into Carlo's room. Cobobolo looked at these in surprise and asked himself, could it really be mice? And these were able to open the doors at the same time. Cayulo was running after the mice with a worried expression, realizing that it was that person who sent the mice, and if he followed the mice he would be safe. The mice were running down the street while Carlo, who was running after them, was arguing that he knew that that person would not abandon him. Esmeralda was looking at the open window with a smile on her face and was thinking that he usually did not leave the room. After which she asked if he had really decided to run away. A crazy smile appeared on her face. She thought that this is how he should behave because it is much more fun when he tries to resist. She suggested that he run to the very end. At that moment, Roger was on the spire of a high tower. He stood calmly with his hands folded behind his back. Hans addressed him through a means of communication and informed him that she was approaching. Hans himself was sitting in the bushes with binoculars at that moment, and through a means of communication he was talking about the fact that the mice he sent were able to pull out Carlo. Then Hans noticed that his ability always helps him out in such situations. The main character, continuing to stand on the spire, said that it was great, after which he informed him that they were starting and asked him to get ready. Aiden and his friends were in the forest. Tracy, turning to him, shouted that going there was a crazy act. Then Tracy expressively suggested at least warning the professors. Not receiving any reaction from Aiden, Tracy turned to Leo and asked him to tell him, after which she asked him if he was always proactive. Then why was he silent today? Leo answered her negatively, noting that he thought Aiden was right. He suggested that Tracy think for themselves about what they would say when they were asked where they got this information from. Tracy hesitantly suggested that notes with information had been thrown under their door. In response, Leo asked her if she really thought the teachers would believe them. Then he noted that they didn't even know who the sender of these notes was. And even if they were believed, it was too late to turn back. Tracy didn't know what to say to that and just fell silent with a displeased expression on her face. Leo understood that whoever sent him the note wanted him to settle everything on his own, and even the fact that they had involved his friends was an attempt to keep him under control in case he went against their will. Leo thought in surprise at how subtly everything was thought out, and he just needed to do everything as quietly as possible. Suddenly the guys heard a voice from the forest that asked if everyone was ready. With a tense expression on his face, Aiden asked his friends to bend down, after which they sat down, hiding behind the bushes. The voice of one of the mysterious people in the dark forest asked, "But is it really possible to act on your own after that?" The mysterious person suggested that if they personally wanted to kill someone, he asked if it wouldn't be better to coordinate this with their superiors. Joanna replied that in fact the fuss and Thean was in the interests of the First Order. Then she said that now is the best time since everyone is busy with the festival, after which she called on the mysterious people not to be afraid because it is all for the benefit of the Black. Don Aiden stared in front of him and began to say, "Round glasses and black hair." After which he concluded that this was probably Joanna. Tracy asked him again in bewilderment, after which she asked if the notes were lying. After that, a loud voice ordered to move out. At this time, Carlo ran into the storage room, breathing heavily while he was trying to regain his breath, knocked out from running. Esmeralda appeared behind him, who, with a smile on her face, asked him if he was really out of breath. CA looked in front of him in horror with wide-open eyes, after which he turned to her in fear. Esmeralda, holding her hand out in front of her, asked him what happened and why did he stop. Then she shouted that he ran so well. With a wicked smile on her face, Esmeralda noticed that all of his closest relatives had already been burned to the ground, and only he was left, and he had to learn to run if he wanted to survive. Suddenly, Carlo cursed in irritation and loudly asked, "Why is this all happening to him?" He sharply asked Esmeralda to stop, then asked, "Isn't this enough for her?" Esmeralda's face changed. She asked him again. In surprise, then, the enraged Carlo began to yell, asking her how low should he stoop for her to calm down. Actively moving his arms with a tense body, Carlo shouted that the Phoebus family no longer exists. Then he offered to look at him and asked her, "Isn't this enough for her?" In a state of rage, "See," asked Esmeralda. "So what if he killed those villagers?" He started shouting that he just taught them a lesson as an aristocrat for daring to go against him, and if those dirty commoners hadn't interfered in their affairs, then nothing would have happened, pointing his finger at the confused Esmeralda. Clo started shouting that it was all because of her, and if it weren't for her, then everything wouldn't have ended so badly. Esmeralda quietly said, "Because of her." Then she asked him again, so because of her, her face became incredibly tense. With her eyes and mouth wide open, she loudly addressed Clo by name, and then furiously asked him, how dare he say such a thing in response to this? Carlo shouted that he dares to do this because that's how it is. Esmeralda saw an angry Car who points his finger at her, shouting that it is her fault. Behind C, Esmeralda saw many dark shadows that symbolized the dead people. These people were screaming that they lived quietly and peacefully, but then because of her, they were all killed. These dark shadows began to surround Esmeralda, saying that if it were not for her, and if she were not there, but because of her. They died, frightened. Esmeralda began to shake with fear, breathing heavily into her lungs and denying it, screaming loudly. Chloe irritably asked her again, "What do you mean, no?" Then he asked her who in her opinion burned everyone along with the village, and then the embittered Kahlo asked her if she thought that anyone blamed him when it was she who brought the situation to a critical point. Esmeralda grabbed her face with her shaking hands and looked in front of her in incredible tension while Krollo continued to scream that here she was the only one who did not have the right to vote. Esmeralda screamed madly, denying everything said. Powerful fire energy began to be released from her body and envelop her from all sides. A huge stream of bright flame rose a huge distance upward. The protagonist looked at it in surprise and asked himself, "What is this pillar of flame in the warehouse at that moment?" Hans turned to Roger and told him that something was wrong. The protagonist asked him again in surprise, after which Hans, moving away from the fire with one mouse on his shoulder, shouted that at first he successfully LEDCWLO straight to the witch, but they began to argue and suddenly the witch exploded in flames and now the entire warehouse is burning. "Running away!" Hans shouted that thanks to the fire extinguishing equipment the fire has not spread yet, but he is afraid that it is only a matter of time then. Hans expressively said that his mice were incinerated and he can no longer control the situation, after which Hans noted that he had better run there. The protagonist answered him, saying that he understood it and that he would be there soon after that. Sheridan contacted Roger through the means of communication and asked him what was going on. The protagonist, moving quickly through the forest, addressed her by name and asked her what was going on with the festival. Then he asked her if she had found anything strange. Sheridan asked him again strange. Then she said that she didn't seem to have seen anything, but judging by his reaction, he needed help. The protagonist answered her affirmatively to this, and then asked her if she could distract the crowd's attention. Sheridan grinned and said that there was no problem with that, after which she shouted with an excited smile on her face that she only needed to be given a reason. She pressed the button shortly after, which many fireworks began to explode high above the festival people with surprised expressions on. Their faces began to look at the fireworks and rejoiced with joy. Only one confused man noticed that there were still 30 minutes left until the fireworks show, after which he wondered why these fireworks had already started exploding with a smirk on her face. Sheridan looked at the fireworks and thought that these were no worse than explosions, and perhaps she should make something similar when she returned to the shelter. The protagonist, who continued to run forward at a rapid pace, thought that this was great because while everyone was focused on this, he did not think that he would be able to run at such a speed. The protagonist understood that he needed to conserve mana so he could not use a turn nocturnus. Suddenly, something caught the protagonist's attention from the side. He turned around sharply and looking at the warehouse with mechanical golems, he shouted, "This!" At this time Hans, with a mouse that had moved from his shoulder to his head, looked at the burning warehouse and shouted that at this rate the flame would reach the festival site. Hans turned to Roger and asked him expressively, "Where is he?" Suddenly, Hans, with a surprised expression on his face, turned towards the sounds. The main character was flying forward at great speed on a mechanical horse. Hans, who was left far behind him, turned to Roger, asking him if it was him. Then Hans asked himself in bewilderment, was he riding a golem? Hans, with a confused expression on his face, shouted that he was heading straight into the fire. The mechanical golem, pressing its paws tightly to the ground, pushed off sharply with an energy impulse and jumped over the fiery wall of the burnt warehouse. And then the golem landed, and Roger found himself right in front of the huge, menacing fire monster that was above Esmeralda and Chloe. Looking at what was happening, Roger realized that the situation was much more serious than he had assumed. Then the main character, addressing the huge monster as Quasimodo, suggested that they had already met him. Then he asked him if that was true. Quasimodo turned in his direction, to which the protagonist, with a serious expression, said that, at that time, the circumstances did not allow him to do anything. The protagonist got off the golem and said that he did not plan to fight Esmeralda because she was his colleague and he was here to help her. Quasimodo continued to look at Roger. Roger assumed that he understood him, after which the protagonist looked at Esmeralda and assumed that it seemed to him that she was not. Well, Esmeralda was kneeling, hugging herself by the shoulders, and Carlo was lying unconscious. The protagonist understood that CR was also not in the best shape, and something went wrong. Then the protagonist decided that this was even for the best, because this was the only chance to end everything quickly. The protagonist began to approach Esmeralda, realizing that if the spirit was summoned by the carrier, then he could simply destroy the carrier and then the spirit would disappear. But if the spirit was summoned by the summoner, then he would have to take him hostage in order to influence the spirit. The protagonist prepared a syringe that was hidden in his sleeve and thought that he would simply use a tranquilizer to capture Esmeralda. The protagonist calmly walked towards her, realizing that he needed to get closer to hit her suddenly. Quasimodo's huge, fiery paw appeared above his head. Quasimodo tried to slam Roger into the ground with a powerful blow of his paw, but the protagonist dodged. This stepped aside and asked in bewilderment, was he attacking the protagonist tensely? Looked ahead, frowning and thinking that Quasimodo did not believe him from the very beginning. At the moment, Quasimodo was furiously growling, looking at Roger Casey, who was walking through the forest. Thought that silence had finally come. She walked between the trees and whistled a melody, raised her head up, thinking that she just wanted to look around, but people continued to ask her many questions. Then she noticed that at least Betty liked everything, and at such moments she undies her suddenly. Casey heard voices coming from the forest. She looked towards the voices with an interested expression on her face. Casey saw mysterious people from the order and asked herself, what kind of gathering is there? She secretly crept closer and, hiding behind a tree trunk, heard a voice calling, not to be afraid because this is all for the benefit of the Black Dawn, Casey asked herself. Again? Dawn, then she assumed that this is the same Black Dawn and decided that she needs to follow. Then she heard a remark from Aiden, who noticed that she has round glasses, black hair, and this is, in his opinion, Joanna. Then Aiden noticed that they were moving, after which he called his friends to follow them. Casey, watching Aiden and his company, decided to quietly follow them at first. At this time, the warehouse continued to burn, laughing loudly. Quasimodo shouted, "What a pity!" Then, concentrating the fiery energy in his fist, Quasimodo said that he should have killed him right away. Quasimodo dealt a powerful blow to the main character, but he managed to dodge by jumping back, which caused Quasimodo to split huge concrete slabs with his blow. The main character, looking tensely ahead, assumed that Quasimodo was blocking his visibility to Esmeralda, after which he thought that because of this he could not use homing magic. Then the protagonist began to reason that no one could even think that he would be able to navigate the battle so well without a direct order from his master. The protagonist decided that such was the power of the First Order of the Black Dawn. At that moment, he retreated back. Quasimodo, having concentrated a powerful stream of fire in his mouth, began to direct it at Roger, the protagonist. Looked tensely ahead, frowning, and then used a term nocturnus thanks to this ability. Roger found himself at a great height above Quasimodo. The protagonist cursed mentally, realizing that he did not have time to use spells. Enraged, Quasimodo called Roger an annoying insect, and then sent several fireballs in his direction, blocking these attacks. Roger understood that now was not the time to think long, putting his forearm in front of him. Roger defended himself from another attack, due to which he was thrown back. Roger exhaled heavily from his lungs and stopped near the mechanical golem, and looking at Quasimodo, he realized that he did not like all this. After which the main character asked himself, would he really have to resort to divine power again? He began to deny this thought, realizing that the risk was too high at that moment. Quasimodo's fist was already aimed at him. The main character abruptly addressed the mechanical golem as DT-3000 and ordered it to start defense mode and block the attack. The mechanical golem instantly rushed to attack and stood on its hind legs, blocking the fire stream. The golem, covering the fire stream with its body, said that a life-threatening temperature had been detected, after which the golem, notified of the transition to emergency defense mode. Quasimodo asked if he wanted to block. Then he shouted that he was even interested and how long it would last, blocking the fire stream with a tense expression. Roger understood that this was only a temporary measure, and when the golem's defensive reserves were depleted, he would have no way to fight face to face. The protagonist took a smoking pipe out of the side pocket of his jacket. He understood that this was a toxic byproduct that he had made. The protagonist brought the smoking pipe to his mouth, realizing that he had to use all possible methods. He remembered the conversation that happened some time ago when addressing Roger as the boss. The voice said that the mana inside the byproduct exceeded the normal range. At that moment, there was powder and pills on the table on sheets of paper. Then the voice shouted that after using it, the mana must be immediately thrown out. Otherwise, the mana circulation circle will be damaged. These words were spoken by Baluna, who was sitting at the table near the drug. The protagonist asked her not to be afraid about this and then said that he could handle it on his own in response. Baluna shouted that this thing was also poisonous, after which she asked him if it wasn't dangerous. The protagonist confidently reminded her of his words that he could handle it now. Looking intently ahead, he realized that his resistance to poisons was developed to a sufficient degree holding a smoking pipe. In his mouth, Roger asked Quasimodo if he wanted to compete in strength. At that moment, Roger used a fifth spell. Looking ahead in surprise, Quasimodo realized that the air around him was changing. The protagonist used the Ocean's Wrath spell, which caused powerful, concentrated magical energy to rise high into the air in the form of an active vortex. In sincere bewilderment, Quasimodo looked ahead with his mouth wide open. At that time in the dense forest, a voice asked, "Who are they?" Another voice, disappointed, noted that they were noticed. "Joe." Anna furiously repeated her question, asking, "Who are?" They, Aiden holding a sword in front of him and his friends behind him, shouted that they were not deaf, after which he shouted that they were going to harm people. Aiden asked why. Then he confidently shouted that although they did not know the reasons, however, it was still wrong because they were doing all this during a happy holiday. In response to this, she noted that she expected to hear a lot from uninvited guests, after which she furiously asked him if he seriously thought that this holiday was happy. Representatives of the surrounded Aiden and his team addressing him. Joanna asked if he knew that his happiness was built on other people's bones. Aiden began to loudly deny her words, after which Joanna angrily ordered him to close his mouth and not dare to open it, even if he knew nothing. Cursing, Joanna decided that she would kill them all anyway and start with their stupid squat, saying this. Joanna summoned the spirit of a bird that was in her palm, after which the spirit flew towards Aiden at great speed. Aiden looked ahead in surprise and understood that this was a quick attack and he would not have time to do anything. They started screaming in fear, but suddenly a magical barrier formed around them. It was Casey who protected the guys from this attack by holding an umbrella in front of her. Then, with a smile on her face, Casey, holding an umbrella in front of her, said how much she wanted to watch the development of events, but she cannot stay away when people are in danger. Tracy looked at Casey in bewilderment and asked her if she was the same Casey Soundy. Then Tracy loudly asked her, "And what is the green magician doing here?" with a satisfied smile on her face. Casey grinned and said that she was glad that she recognized her, after which Casey said that she had a lot of questions, but first they would settle the current problems with a confident smile on her face. Looking ahead, Casey said that she had personal scores to settle with these guys, after which she asked them if they were really members of the Black Blossom at this time. Roger stood behind the defending golem and realized that he had used fifth magic but was only able to tear off Quasimodo's paw at this time. Quasimodo's shoulder was actively smoking, looking tensely ahead. Roger came to the conclusion that he would have to use even more powerful magic. Suddenly, he looked ahead. In surprise, Quasimodo threw a huge burning boulder towards Roger at the same time, loudly shouting, calling, "Roger, a little man!" Quasimodo loudly told him that he would kill him. Putting his forearm in front of him, Roger cursed angrily and then asked himself, was he able to grow a paw in a second? Then the main character came to the conclusion that with the remaining mana, he would only be able to use higher tier magic twice. And besides, he needed to find time to complete the spell. The barrier that the golem had formed began to crack. Looking at this, the main character realized that this would not last long. The protagonist took out a vessel with a thick red liquid and assumed that he had only this left to use, after which he asked his teacher for forgiveness. The protagonist realized that the golem would most likely crumble after this, but he thought that this would allow it to survive. Quasimodo attack. After these thoughts, he splashed blood into the golem's back. Suddenly, the crystal located in the center of the golem structure and eyes began to glow bright red. The golem, putting its paws in front of itself, was able to block the fist attack in bewilderment. Looking at this, Quasimodo asked himself how this broken golem could press him with pure force. Then he furiously turned to the protagonist and asked him what he had done, furiously attacking and tearing off the golem's limbs. Quasimodo screamed that he could not defeat him with his pathetic tricks. Quasimodo noticed that he was not behind the golem, after which he asked himself where he had gone. Looking around, Quasimodo asked Roger where he was hiding. After that, he called him to come out. The main character, who was high above Quasimodo, had told him that he was here by this time behind Roger. Back there was a huge grandiose ship hovering in the sky, consisting of pure, magical, concentrated energy. Turning to Quasimodo, Roger raised his hand up and suggested that he try it at this time in the forest. Another representative of the order fell to the ground with a painful and horror cry, and Joanna was left alone and standing near the tree trunk. She looked angrily in front of her at Casey and Aiden. Casey, turning to her, noticed that she was the only one left, after which she asked her, maybe she would obediently give up. Suddenly, Tracy turned to her friends and asked them to stop, after which she suggested that they look at this. Tracy shouted expressively, "Heaven!" They raised their heads up and saw a huge ship consisting of pure magical energy of a bright blue color that was hovering in the sky and was huge. Casey asked in bewilderment, "Is there a ship there?" Then she asked, "How is this even possible?" Joanna ran in that direction and noticed that there was one. Then she cut herself off and loudly shouted, "No!" Casey rushed in pursuit of Joanna, who was running away in the direction of the ship, ordering her to stop looking at the back of the running. Casey asked herself why she was running to the ship, and were there really representatives of the Black Dawn there with a tense expression on her face, looking at the huge, brightly glowing ship. Casey decided that the main thing was that this spell did not reach the walls of, and if she was not mistaken, then this was the same spell from the ancient book that she once read. She reasoned that this was a spell that was developed by Lexler, that is a wandering wizard. At this time, the main character, with a concentrated expression on his face, released thick, magical energy from his body. It was the 6th rank magic called the Ocean Icebreaker, which formed a huge levitating ship in the air. This ship appeared several dozen meters above Quasimodo's head, who looked at it in surprise. Then Quasimodo, the Terrible, began to insult R, asking him, "How dare he then?" Quasimodo, with wide open eyes, furiously shouted the name Roger. There was a powerful, magical explosion, spreading energy from the ship in different directions in one powerful wave. When the dust and steam after the explosion began to settle on the ground, the main character stood next to the unconscious Esmeralda and held her in his arms while he himself was kneeling. The main character used a tranquilizer, realizing that with this tranquilizer she was now fast asleep and the spirits were connected with the consciousness of their master, so he understood that Quasimodo would soon rot. However, Roger also understood that as soon as Esmeralda woke up, Quasimodo would regain his strength and appear, and he needed to seal him in order to completely get rid of him. Roger also knew that for the sealing ritual, he needed the soul of a living being. With a tense expression on his face, looking around, the main character thought that for now this was his only chance to deal with Quasimodo and Esmeralda. But then he asked himself, is there really no other way? Suddenly, Esmeralda's hand grabbed his jacket. Roger looked at her in surprise and then asked himself, hasn't this tranquilizer worked yet? With a frightened expression on her face, Esmeralda looked at Roger and asked him to run, after which she, shaking with her whole body, said that if she lost consciousness, she would not be able to control him anymore. The main character, holding her in his arms, asked what at that moment the huge Quasimodo was behind him and was about to strike him. Quasimodo really struck, which caused a bright flash of fire in Roger. With a tense expression on his face, looking at his opponent held his forearm in front of him, forming a protective barrier around himself and Esmeralda, at the same time asking what's going on. Quasimodo, clenching his fist, shouted that it was close. The main character, looking at Esmeralda lying unconscious, asked himself. Quasimodo was hit by 6th level magic, but he had already managed to recover. Then the protagonist began to reason in confusion about what this means, that the summoner has lost control and the monster is now independent. Suddenly, Roger looked ahead in surprise and saw that there was a red thread in front of him. Soon after, the protagonist came to the conclusion that this thread connects Esmeralda and Quasimodo. The protagonist extended his index finger to the red thread and cursed and shouted that memories were coming from the thread. Then the protagonist tensely looked ahead and asked, is this a memory breakdown? The protagonist began to see memories of the man talking about how it was interesting. He stood next to Esmeralda and said that a spirit that absorbs magic greatly increases the hatred and thirst for revenge of its contractor. Then the man noticed that he was more of a cryptid with spirit traits. However, this man asked, who cares what he is? Then he asked if this is true. A mysterious man with a hood on his head, smiling, turned to Quasimodo and asked him if he could join them. And then the mysterious man asked what he would say to that. The mysterious man noted that in return he would help him get what he wanted when Roger returned from those memories. He said that now it was clear to him why he was able to move without the summoner's command, looking at Quasimodo. The main character said that Esmeralda was essentially only the master of magical power and reason to which he had sucked like a leech, and in fact it was he who controlled her. Quasimodo looked at Roger with a wide smile on his face, who said that ultimately she was only a slave puppet. After that, the main character addressed Quasimodo as a representative of the First Order and asked him if that was true, smiling. Quasimodo noted that he had really unraveled his secret, after which he said that he recognized it, but noted that it was too late, and if he had already turned off Esmeralda, he would be able to use all his power to the fullest, after which he shouted that this was the end. The protagonist was protected by a barrier while Quasimodo was expanding his fire magic energy. Casey, who ran up to the burning hangar, swore loudly, noticing that she was definitely heading there. After which Casey asked, "But where did such a flame come from?" She thought that behind the cover of flames she could sense echoes of the icebreaker magic, but she realized that the fire was blocking visibility, after which she asked herself what was going on there. Suddenly the fire began to grow, and Casey, sharply retreating back and putting an umbrella in front of her, shouted that the fire was getting even stronger. She concentrated magical energy consisting of water and directed it at the flame, ordering it to go out. By this time, Aiden and his friends began to approach Casey, but she ordered them not to approach, after which she asked them to better bring someone to help her. Casey shouted that she would not be able to hold back this flame for long, so it asked them to hurry up with a concentrated expression on his face. Aiden obeyed her command, saying that everything was clear to him. At this time, the protagonist was breathing heavily and maintaining the energy of the barrier, protecting him with a tense expression on his face. Roger looked ahead and realized that he would not last long, after which he cursed. Realizing that at this rate he would not be able to do without a ritual, he asked himself, would he really not be able to protect anyone again? Suddenly, a voice behind him said that everything was fine. The protagonist looked back in confusion and heard a female voice suggest that this was all because of her, after which she asked if this was true. It was Selena who said that she did not care and asked Roger to do what he had planned. She told him that while she was sleeping, she felt and realized everything she had done, after which she said that she wished that all this was just a nightmare because she had been so happy in recent days, but she had enjoyed her own power for too long. The protagonist looked at her intently as the magical barrier began to crack. He put his hand on her head and calmly said that it would all end. As soon as she woke up, Selena turned to Roger in confusion, after which there was a small flash and Selena lost consciousness. The protagonist said that it was not easy for him to decide on this, but thanks to her, he was ready. He held Selena in his arms and said that whether it was a nightmare or not, but it was time for her to wake up. At that moment, a powerful flash of fiery energy occurred due to the explosion. Quasimodo looked around and, addressing Roger as a small person, asked him where he was hiding at this time. The protagonist was behind him suddenly with a surprised expression on his face. Looking in front of him, he noticed that all these several medium-sized spirits appeared in front of Roger. Looking at these, the protagonist asked if these appeared because the mistress was in danger. Then the main character noticed that these came in time because he needed help to protect her, after which he asked the spirits to distract Quasimodo for a while. The spirits rushed into battle, heading for Quasimodo. Looking at the spirits, Quasimodo laughed and asked what kind of small creatures these were. Then Quasimodo suggested that it seemed to him that he did not even have a normal plan. The spirits began to attack him from different sides, after which Quasimodo asked not to waste his time and go out because it was time to end this. However, Quasimodo did not have time to finish speaking because, looking ahead in surprise, he noticed a tall, brightly glowing magic tree that had grown behind Roger. This tree was the 9th node that is the true justification, which is a balanced but powerful foundation. This is the root of all things, the ascending element. Quasimodo began to scream in horror that he needed to run after that. He shouted at Roger, warning him not to dare to stand in his way, after which he called Roger a worthless person. After these words, Roger began to use the 9th SEO, the Tree of Life called Yesid. A powerful stream of bright magical energy was directed towards Quasimodo. The blinding light spread over a huge distance from the epicenter of this energy. Sometime after the release of this force, Roger stood in front of a deep ditch formed due to the incredibly powerful energy with an exhausted expression on his face. Looking ahead, Roger asked himself if he was dead. The protagonist staggered and thought that using such powerful magic was very exhausting, and he needed to be more careful because otherwise he would not be able to hold back the divine power. Suddenly, someone addressed Roger from behind, calling him. First Roger and then John Doe. It was Esmeralda who, sitting behind him, asked him why he saved her, turning around at her. Roger realized that Esmeralda had returned, after which he, without looking at her, replied that he had not saved her and that he simply did not like the way Quasimodo looked down on him. Esmeralda grinned, noticing that he was bad at lying. Then she remarked that it was surprising that the mighty John Doe himself would save someone like her. At that moment, a huge fiery paw appeared above her head, grabbed her, and began to lift her up. Roger began to scream intensely, turned to the fiery streams spreading behind him, and loudly asked, "Esmeralda!" Quasimodo began to grow out of the ground and loudly addressed Roger as a little man. The main character irely asked how he could rise after such a spell. Then the main character asked where the limit of his vitality was. Quasimodo screamed that he would drag her with him to the grave, after which he, turning to Esmeralda, began to squeeze her shaking body with his paw, ordering her to give him more strength. Esmeralda's power began to transfer to Quasimodo, while she was screaming painfully, and Helly the Protagonist who was watching this realized that he was drawing mana out of her through their connection. Then the protagonist pointed his hand towards Quasimodo, and releasing a projectile of magical energy, ordered him to quickly let go. A small volley of magical energy hit Quasimodo's head. Quasimodo turned too. Roger and grinned and asked what kind of weak attack this was. Quasimodo assumed that he could no longer use powerful spells. Then Quasimodo, raising his other hand up and spreading his fingers with claws, asked Roger why he wouldn't die in that case, looking at the impending attack. Roger cursed, realizing that there must be something he could still do. Suddenly, the protagonist turned around with a tense expression, realizing that the voice of these wheezing was familiar to him. When Roger turned back, he realized that it was Caliph. Fia's Clo was lying on the ground with his head down looking at him. The protagonist thought that he had been here all this time. Roger had an idea that he could seal Quasimodo with C's help. The next moment, the protagonist dodged a powerful attack coming from Quasimodo after the attack. Quasimodo shouted that he would not miss this time. He was going to grab Roger with his palm, but the protagonist looked ahead tensely, and suddenly Quasimodo's hand was severed from the rest of his arm by a powerful blow, causing Quasimodo to scream in pain. This attack was inflicted by Joanna, who was not far from him and was sending a flying spirit towards him, shouting that he should immediately return it to her. Quasimodo looked at her in surprise and asked, "Is it really Joanna?" The protagonist, who was watching Quasimodo's actions, assumed that he could not regenerate his hand, after which the protagonist thought that it seemed that he also had little strength left, and this was his chance. Quasimodo asked Joan why she was interfering. After that, he shouted that he was carrying out her revenge, and then Quasimodo asked her if she really wanted to stop their savior. Joan sharply ordered him to shut up in response, to which Quasimodo shouted that she could not save anyone because she could not even save her family. A sudden voice confidently and negatively answered him. This man said that to say that Joan could not save anyone and to claim that he himself was their savior was fundamentally wrong. It was Perrault who, clutching a suitcase and a brush in his hand, greeted Roger and Joan and suggested that in his opinion he had come just in time. Soon after, Pio, turning to Joan, said that he finally learned the name of his savior. Joanna looked at him in confusion and asked with confusion, "How is he?" Pio answered her that after talking about old events with Roger, he decided to meet the past face to face, and he was already beginning to think that he had lost his way. But thanks to the spirit, he did not get lost. At that moment, Quasimodo concentrated a thick, brightly glowing, fiery, magical energy in his massive paw and loudly shouting that he was talking too much. And annoying Quasimodo directed this magical energy in his direction. Joanna looked at this with a tense expression, frowning her eyebrows, and then ordered that he dare not do this. At the same time, she directed magical energy towards the collision of Quasimodo's fiery energy and Pio's magical barrier using a brush controlling magic. Pio suggested that now was not the best time to talk after, which he noticed that despite his condition, he was still able to. Blind Quasimodo, he stood in front of the huge monster and said that he knew that his speech sounded brave, but he admitted that he would have to leave the rest of them enraged. Quasimodo dismissively called his opponents little people and said that they were just small insects at this time. Quasimodo tried to deliver another fire blow, shouting that this kind of magic was just child's play for him and he would burn them all. Suddenly, his huge paw in which he was squeezing Esmeralda was shackled with many strong chains. Quasimodo looked at these chains. In bewilderment, the source of these chains was Kun's body levitating in the air, from whose stomach these chains were spreading. Under the levitating body was the main character who, kneeling, thanked Prue and told him that he had won enough time to completely change the situation, and then the main character, with a confident expression on his face, clenching his fist, shouted that it was time to end this. Enraged Quasimodo growled loudly and furiously, pulling the chain on his hand. Suddenly, Quasimodo dropped Esmeralda from his hand and asked Roger if he had tied him to another person. Then Quasimodo shouted that this was impossible because he already had a contract with Esmeralda and he could not tie him to someone else. In response, the main character noted that he was well informed, but he did not see the full situation, after which the main character explained that ordinary contracts could be attributed to a more powerful entity and he would not be able to do anything about it if he weakened. Soon after, Quasimodo turned to Esmeralda from whose chest several bright red threads emanated. Quasimodo asked her what she was doing after that. He ordered to help him, but Esmeralda, screaming loudly, grabbed the red threads in her palm. Quasimodo tried to get closer to her by pulling his body with the help of these red threads. He shouted at her that she needed him to stay sane, after which he warned her not to let their connection fall apart and to help him quickly. By this time, Roger was moving forward at great speed with a jerky movement. Joanna was also running loudly, shouting the name Esmeralda with a tense expression on her face, lying on the ground and squeezing the red thread in her palm. Esmeralda said that if he really wanted so much, tightly squeezing the thread, she ordered him to take everything in that case in a state of shock. Quasimodo opened his eyes wide. Roger and Jonah were also perplexed by this action, as Esmeralda separated from the body and only Selena remained. Quasimodo began to deny what was happening, screaming that he was being pulled back, after which he asked her what she was doing, and was she really going to die with him? Esmeralda answered him affirmatively, offering him to die together. Then she began to scream that they would immediately end the senseless killings. Joanna tried to approach her, loudly screaming her name, but Pio managed to grab her hands and, not letting her run forward, began to explain to her that she would be pulled to them if she came closer. Quasimodo screamed painfully, stretching his arm out in front of him while his whole body was engulfed in flames. He asked what was with this fire and why was the flame burning him. Esmeralda understood that this was a flame that div-ed souls, and she felt that this was a fitting end for her because if so, she could at least slightly atone for her guilt before the villagers. With a peaceful smile on her face, she mentally addressed the guys and said that she was really sorry, after which she asked them to wait because she was already on her way to them. Suddenly, a voice asked why she was smiling. A moment later, the main character appeared, who, with a purposeful expression on his face, with a sharp blow, tore the threads that were between Quasimodo and Esmeralda. Having exhaled heavily, she looked ahead, in bewilderment, after which the main character asked her if she thought that it would be easier for her if she just died like that. Then he ordered her to stop deceiving herself. At that moment, Quasimodo screamed loudly while being wrapped in magical chains, and a powerful and bright glow emanated from the center of his chest. Joanna looked at it in confusion and asked, "What is it?" Puro explained to her that this energy is the souls of the dead, villagers. Quasimodo continued to deny what was happening and stretched out his hand in front of him, screaming about his power, after which he painfully said that he wanted to burn this world. The air scattered ashes throughout the space. Esmeralda, in the form of a half-spirit pressing her hand to her chest, asked, "Is Quasimodo's energy running out?" Then Esmeralda noticed that the souls of the villagers were finally freed. The main character turned to her and noticed that her body was becoming different due to the fact that she was turning into a spirit. Esmeralda began to look at her body and confirmed this, after which she noted that she had been connected to Quasimodo for a long time, and there was nothing terrible about it. Esmeralda said that she knew from the very beginning that this would happen. Suddenly, a female voice addressed Esmeralda, because of which she turned around in bewilderment, and Roger, with an interested expression on his face, looked in the direction from which this voice came. It was an adult woman in a nun's robe in the guise of a spirit. As soon as Esmeralda saw her, she called her sister, after which she began to run up to her, sobbing, repeating many times that she was very sorry, covering her face with her palms. Esmeralda said that she was weak and stupid, and because of her, everyone died, to which her sister answered that this was not so, and everything was fine, after which she explained that it was not her fault they hugged, after which the adult woman suggested that it was incredibly hard for her all this time, after which she asked her if this was true with tears in her eyes. Esmeralda could not answer her, after which the elderly woman, continuing to hug her, said that she regretted that she could not support her, after which she suggested that Esmeralda leave. Together Asala continued to cry, and hugging the elderly woman agreed to her proposal. Soon after which, two bright magical substances that glowed brightly began to rise high into the air. The protagonist who was watching this asked himself if the half-destroyed spirits had returned to normal. He reasoned that salvation is the end for the soul that was forced to wander aimlessly on the earth. For a long time, he looked at the bright source of light high in the air and thought that this moment was still far away. But one day he realized that his journey would also end. Sometime after these events, the voice noticed that everyone had dispersed. Joanna asked him if this meant that everything was over. The voice that came from behind her answered her negatively, which is why Joanna looked ahead. In surprise, it was Roger who, looking straight ahead, ordered her to leave. Then immediately, Joanna asked him in surprise why. The protagonist, walking away from her, explained that she had died here today for the Black Dawn, after which he called her the Second Order and asked her to leave and never come back after that. The protagonist turned to Pio and asked him if he could take Joan out, unnoticed with his magic. Pio answered him, air-atively, after which he asked him to rely on him. The protagonist said that he would do so. The protagonist walked away in the confused. Joanna, looking at his back, asked, "But why?" Pero put his hand on her back and suggested that it seemed to him that Roger still had business, after which he suggested that she just go back. Joanna looked at Pio in surprise and asked him where they would return. Pio answered her question with a question and asked her, "What do you mean?" Then he explained to her that they would return to their village. The protagonist approached Selena, who was lying unconscious on the ground and looking at her face. He came to the conclusion that she was still breathing, after which he began to reason that he assumed that this was possible but did not really hope for it. He suggested that perhaps they shared not only a body, but also a soul. Suddenly, Selena opened her eyes, and Roger, who was holding her in his arms, asked her if she was awake. Selena looked at Roger in surprise, after which she asked, "Professor Roger." The protagonist explained to her that specialists would arrive soon after, which he asked her to hold on a little longer. Selena looked at him with wide eyes and confusion, after which she asked him why. He saved her after that. Selena noticed that she had done terrible things, even if it was her alter ego with a serious expression. Roger noticed that it turned out that she remembered everything. After that, the protagonist asked her, "Then what about that promise to her?" Selena asked him again in surprise, after which he reminded her that next year they promised each other that they would enjoy the festival again. At that moment, he held his hand on her shoulder, and behind the forest, high in the sky, fireworks of different colors were exploding. Then the protagonist noticed that this was the reason Selena looked up at the sky, after which a smile appeared on her face, and tears began to flow from her eyes. She looked at the exploding fireworks and offered Roger to do it. Soon after, screams were heard in the burn forest that someone was there, after which an order was given to quickly bring a stretcher. Aiden and the Hui. Other students behind him ran up to Selena with worried expressions on their faces and asked her if she was okay. Selena, who was being carried away on a stretcher by the workers, answered the students affirmatively, then asked them not to worry and told them that she was fine. A sudden male voice turned to Roger and reminded him that he had only asked him to look around. When Casey heard this, she looked wildly in the direction of the voice. She saw a man running up to Roger who was leaving, who was saying that everything was fine and that he would be able to get to the infirmary on his own, and the man was trying to answer him something to this. Looking at the back of Roger, leaving, Casey reasoned that 2 professors were found there, including him. Then Casey remembered the member of the Black Dawn who had disappeared somewhere. Casey was thinking about the 6th-level magic that she felt behind the curtain of fire and the professor, who made an indelible impression on her. She asked herself if it was possible that it was just an accident. Suddenly, Casey was approached and asked to call the fire brigade here. Casey was confused and then said that she would do it right away. Soon after, Hans contacted Roger through a means of communication and informed him that his mice got rid of the evidence at the scene. The main character thanked him for this and said that they would see each other later in their shelter. The main character walked through the park, realizing that Sheridan and Hans had successfully escaped. And that was great. Then he came to the conclusion that he would finally be free when he made a report to the director about what happened, the main character tiredly sat down on one of the benches and took a deep breath of air from his lungs, and then said that if they had already dealt with the most important thing at this time, behind the tree, that was behind the shop, there was a mysterious man whose had covered half of his face. This man addressed Roger, calling him John Doe, and said that it was a great job. Roger's eyes widened in surprise. He immediately realized that he did not feel the presence of this mysterious man at all, after which he came to the conclusion that he had already heard this voice before. The main character understood that this voice belonged to the same person who spoke to Quasimodo in the memory that he caught during the memory breakdown. The main character thought that this person addressed him, that is, John Doe, as someone lower in rank than him, because of which the main character realized that this is the Zero Order of the Black Dawn. The mysterious man had a carnival mask in front of his eyes. He was smiling. The Zero Order said that he only dropped by the festival, and then such an exciting turn of events after that. The Zero Order asked Roger if he would tell him what was going on here. At this time, the main character was reasoning that no one had told him that the Zero Order would attend the festival, after which a tense Roger asked himself if he really knew that he was the one who killed Quasimodo. Then the main character came to the conclusion that this was not so. He stopped his train of thought, realizing that if he knew this, he would not ask him such questions. The main character decided to assume that he did not know what exactly happened, after which the main character came to the conclusion that he just needed to calmly answer the questions, staring intently ahead. Roger apologized to the Zero Order and asked for its understanding, explaining that the meeting was unexpected for him, and for a moment this fact deprived him of the power of speech. The Zero Order agreed with this, noting that he had not warned him about this in seat advance, but then the Zero Order asked him not to worry about it. Having calmed down, Roger began to talk about the fact that for a start, the First Order, that is Esmeralda, or rather Quasimodo, was dead. The Zero Order asked him in surprise if he understood this. Then the Zero Order noticed with a smile on his face that he was still a different species from them, so he needed a master. Then the Zero Order asked him how he died. The main character understood that he couldn't tell the truth, but based on the truth, one could build a correct lie after that. The main character said that as a result, Quasimodo was sealed by Copius. The Zero Order coughed into his fist and asked in surprise. Sealed, however, the Zero Order quickly managed to pull himself together and noticed that he was a spirit and sealing techniques were working on him. However, then the Zero Order noticed that something didn't add up. He asked Roger, did Esmeralda just stand there and watch? When her spirit was attacked, then the Zero Order said that Copius himself. After that, he asked him, did he really have such skills after that? The Zero Order suggested that maybe someone helped him. After all, the protagonist frowned, realizing that he knew that the Zero Order would not believe it so easily, after which the protagonist said that the exact circumstances of the case were unknown to him, because as a professor he patrolled the outskirts of Thien, and there he ran into Kay, who seemed to be running away from something. The protagonist suggested that it seemed to him that those who were pursuing him were Esmeralda and Quasimodo, that is the First Order. After that, the protagonist said that in addition, before that incident at the banquet, Esmeralda personally asked him for support, and there he met Quasimodo and established his identity with a thoughtful expression on his face, putting his hand to his chin. The Zero Order chuckled, saying that it was clear to him, after which he noted that in that case, he also knew about Esmeralda's plan of revenge. Then he began to ask him if the plan of revenge was supposed to be carried out today and what happened next. The protagonist said that he assumed that the Black Dawn would be discovered due to Esmeralda's possession, so he followed them to prevent the worst from happening. And then, Fuss, cornered by Chloe, took extreme measures in the story that Roger told Calipus Scream that he was not going to die here alone. The protagonist continued to say that by using his soul as payment, C performed the sealing ritual, and he himself could not foresee this, so Quasimodo was unable to fulfill his revenge and was sucked into the seal along with Esmeralda because their souls were connected. Then the protagonist finished his story by saying that this is how the First Order met its end after that. The protagonist noted that if he had interrupted the ritual, he would have been immediately exposed, and that is why he did not stop. Cabuelo, the protagonist admitted that he could not do anything and asked for forgiveness for this. The Zero Order crossed his arms over his chest and then assumed that the cornered mouse bit the cat. Then he asked Roger how he escaped from the scene. The protagonist said that after everything that happened, he approached Esmeralda and she turned out to be alive but woke up as Selena, and thanks to this, he was able to pretend to be a rescuer who pulled a colleague out of the fire. The Zero Order asked in surprise, does this mean that her soul split and separated? And then the Zero Order said that this was unexpected, and he asked Roger if she remembered anything about her alter ego. The protagonist, looking back tensely with his peripheral vision, said that he asked, but in his opinion she had no idea. how she ended up in that place, after which the protagonist noted that if he wished, he would immediately get rid of her. He did not have time to finish speaking because the hero order interrupted him, saying that this was not necessary. He explained that nothing could be proven even if she remembered something, so he asked Roger not to do anything, explaining that they did not need unnecessary worries because they had already used his power enough. Roger exhaled heavily from his lungs, thinking about the relief he had just felt. The Zero Order said that, in any case, the First Order position was open again, so he said that he would soon hold a meeting of the top. The main character asked himself, a meeting of the top? He realized that this man, that very soon he would see all the First Orders, but he did not even know where they usually met at this time. The Zero Order noticed that they had not met for a long time after, which he asked Roger, did he still have that thing that he had given him last time, with a tense expression on his face. Roger looked back with his peripheral vision, realizing that, judging by the context, it was something important for the meeting and probably some kind of key. The main character understood that. This was very risky, but he would have to, after which the main character noted that he should apologize for this. To the Zero Order, genuinely confused, turned to Roger and asked him what the main character asked him. He remembers that the train he took to get to Theon was attacked by terrorists right after that. The main character reported that to his deep shame he lost part of his luggage in that brawl. The Zero Order silently looked ahead with a surprised expression on his face. Roger did not move soon after that. The Zero Order put an object in a small box on the edge of the bench and noted that nothing could be done with it, after which he offered him to take it, and then the Zero Order instantly disappeared, dissolving into thin air, saying at last that they would see each other at the place as soon as the Zero Order left. Roger exhaled heavily from his lungs. He turned back and assumed that he was lucky, after which the main character thought about how deftly he was able to cope with this situation. Suddenly, Roger was addressed as Professor Roger. The main character looked tensely towards the voice, and it was Eliza. The main character looked at her in surprise and shouted, Rector! Eliza began to ask him what he was doing here and whether he had already been given first aid. The protagonist answered her that he was just going for this help, after which he explained to her that he was just dizzy, and that's why he sat down on the bench. Eliza reacted worriedly to these words, after which she noted that if he was feeling bad, he needed to seek help as soon as possible. She told him that she would help, after which she asked him to get up. The protagonist got up from the bench, saying that everything was fine, after which he said that he could do it himself. Suddenly his vision blurred. He took a deep breath of air from his lungs and began to fall, looking at the surprised Eliza. Eliza began to scream loudly. Professor Roger, after a while, a frightened female voice screamed that she was very scared when he fainted, after which she asked, was he really feeling better already? The voice answered her affirmatively, explaining that he really was feeling better. Eliza stared in front of her, pressing her hand to her chin, and said that she found it hard to believe, after which she asked, did Professor Carlo really plan all of this? Then Eliza noticed that he also involved the students. The protagonist sat on the hospital bed opposite Eliza and confirmed her words, saying that it was true, and even the incident at the banquet happened because of Calipus and Joan. Eliza chuckled thoughtfully and then turned to Roger and asked him if he remembered the incident with the Almighty Stone. The protagonist looked at her in surprise and then said that he remembered it. Eliza suggested that it seemed to her that these two were somehow connected with the intruders who were trying to get the stone. The protagonist asked her why she thought so in response to this. Eliza asked him what Professor Carlo said when he began to burn the inn. The protagonist answered her by quoting his words, all for the benefit of the Black Dawn. Eliza emphasized these words and then told him that they had found out that those who were hunting for the Almighty Stone were also connected to the Black Dawn, and these people had already taken root in them. The protagonist looked at her attentively and silently, and then noted that in this case it was necessary to find them by all means and interrogate them with a smile on her face. Eliza answered him negatively and then noted that the two of them were finally safe, so they had enough for now. And despite all these crimes, no one was hurt, so she was glad about that. Then Eliza told him that it was time for her to go, and then she asked Roger to take care of himself. The protagonist confusedly confirmed this and then wished Eliza the same through the curtain. From the protagonist was Selena, who was also lying on a hospital bed when Eliza walked away. The protagonist looked at the pocket of his cloak, exhaling heavily from his lungs. He mentally assumed that he was not suspected. After that, the protagonist began to reason that he does not think that Eliza completely trusts him, but she needs them as leaders, so she will not take action even if she suspects something, after which the protagonist came to the conclusion that he and Professor Selena are on good terms. The protagonist decided that it was necessary to check the hidden objects because he hoped that he still had these. The protagonist remembered the object that gave him the Zero Order and the amber stone that fell after Quasimodo's death. Taking the cloak in his hand, Roger took the object out of his pocket and thought that the stone was in place, and the box was from the 0 order. He held this box in his hands, after which he opened it and saw the ring. The protagonist looked at it questioningly, after which he began to carefully examine the ring, realizing that there was a magic seal inside, and it was built in such a way that the magic was activated when put on closely. Examining the ring, the protagonist reasoned that, judging by the structure of the seal, this is some kind of dream magic that moves the Wii's consciousness into the reality of dreams. After that, the POIST began to ask himself who generally appoints dreams as a meeting place, although after that he noticed that this was a pretty smart decision. The protagonist understood that after the death of Quasimodo there were 6 first orders left and excluding him. There were 5, and one of these was Victor Dread with a serious expression on his face. Frowning, Roger looked ahead, thinking that if everything goes well, he would find out who the others were at the upcoming meeting. Sometime after these events, in a luxurious room, a female voice said that she was glad to see her, after which the voice called its interlocutor. Casey Eliza sat opposite Casey, holding a cup in her hand, and said that she not only supported the spirit of the holiday, but also helped to identify suspicious individuals. And then, after that, Eliza told Casey that she called her in order to express her gratitude and also to listen to her version of yesterday's events. Eliza, holding a cup of hot drink in her hands, understood that it was better to make sure. Once again, Casey sat opposite Eliza and, crossing her arms over her chest, said that she would be happy to help her. But after that, she noticed that in return, she would have a favor to ask of her. After some time of conversation, Eliza noticed that from this, it turned out that she could not find out anything about that fire. Casey answered her affirmatively, noticing that, because of the blazing fire, it was not possible to see anything. Intently looking at Casey, Eliza realized that her testimony did not seem suspicious to her. She remembered her words about how she was chasing a strange group of people who mentioned a secret organization, and these people led her to the scene of the incident, and as soon as the wall of fire dissipated, there were only 2 professors there. Then she remembered how Casey told her that the girl who led her to these people turned out to be one of Professor Rogers' students. Eliza looked closely at her interlocutor, realizing that she did not see any inconsistencies with Professor Rogers' testimony, and on the contrary, his condition speaks for itself. Nevertheless, she feels that she is missing something. Casey began to talk about the one whom Professor Roger mentioned, after which she asked, Eliza, who is he? Eliza looked at her questioningly, after which she said that he is a retired professor. Then after which she asked her, what's wrong with that discontentedly exhaling air from her lungs? Casey confirmed her assumptions that she would not say anything just like that, after which Casey decided that she herself doubted his suspiciousness, and then she answered Eliza that there was nothing wrong with that and she was just a little interested in him. Eliza grinned, noting that he was really an interesting person, after which Eliza put the cup on the table and said that it remained to trust the testimony of Professor Roger, since he was the only witness of those events. Casey suggested that this was indeed the only way out then. Eliza, with a smile on her face, thanked Casey for her cooperation and asked her what her request was with a serious expression on her face, looking ahead. Casey said that she would like to personally interrogate the people who had contact with the secret organization and provoked intrigue in Theon because she herself was hunting for them. At this time, voices were heard in the room where the patients were. The main character pulled back the curtain and, looking ahead, noticed that these were the guys, after which he said that they were great because they came to visit their loved ones. However, then the main character, turning to the students, asked them to try not to disturb others because they also need to rest. One of the students who was standing near the confused Selena apologized to him and then told him that they were leaving. Selena looked at Roger with an embarrassed expression on her face, after which the main character told her that she should be firmer and not necessarily listen to each of her students. Embarrassed, Selena apologized to him and then suggested that she seemed to her to be causing him nothing but trouble. Then she noted that he was here because of her, to which the main character replied that it was his personal choice, after which he asked her not to worry about it. Suddenly, the door to the room opened. It was Flora and Cheryl. Flora said that she heard that he was hurt. At that moment, she turned to Roger. Then she wanted to ask him if he hurt anywhere. However, she did not have time to finish because a sharp scream interrupted her. It was Aiden who loudly addressed Roger and asked him, "So he is here?" Leo, who was following Aiden, sharply asked him not to shout here, after which he explained to him that it was not allowed here. Aiden apologized for this behavior and confusion at that moment. Flora looked angrily at Aiden, asking herself, who is this Renee looking ahead? In surprise, noticed that the other guys were already here. They greeted Renee and asked her if she had also come to visit someone. Renee answered affirmatively, after which she asked how she felt at that moment. Alenda was near Renee, who was looking around with a serious expression on her face. Selena answered Renee that she was fine, after which Selena was surprised by how many of them there were, after which she asked the students to come closer to her. The main character, with a displeased expression on his face, noted how noisy it was in the room. Then the main character thought that it was even for the best, because it seemed that he had been an understanding professor for a reason all this time. At that moment, many students were looking at Roger suddenly. The protagonist frowned and looked ahead with a serious expression. Flora asked with displeasure. Frieden Valberg. Frieden was at the entrance to the room and looked ahead with a serious expression. Leo frowned and looked at Frieden and asked, "What is he doing here?" Elenda whispered to Renee and suggested that she look at the fact that Frieden really came alone. Renee noted that, however, he said that he wanted to go with them. Frieden approached Roger and said, "They have not seen each other for a long time." The protagonist looked at him intently in response because of the unexpected question. The confused Renee and Elenda looked at him with bewilderment soon after when the students left the room. Elendel said that she was very glad that he was okay. Renee happily confirmed this remark, after which she asked, "Where did Frieden go?" Elendel exhaled heavily from her lungs and said that he was leaving, after which she suggested that Renee stopped worrying about him. They remembered the events that happened not so long ago in the room where the main character was on a hospital bed. Then Frieden told him that they had not seen each other for a long time, because of which the main character asked him, again, hadn't seen each other for a long time. The main character said that he did not understand what he was talking about, after which the main character assumed that this was their first conversation with him. Frieden answered and said that it was clear to him, after which he assumed that he thought he was wrong. Now Elenda, with a displeased expression on her face, crossing her arms over her chest, loudly asked what he was even thinking about. Then an irritated Elendel shouted that he was talking some nonsense and then saying that he was wrong. Renee laughed confusedly behind her back, after which Elenda noted that, no matter what, no one can know what is in the head of a lone wolf. Suddenly someone came up to them from behind and apologized for interrupting her speech. Elendel turned around in surprise, and looking at Aiden and his friends, she noticed that they were attending the same lectures. Aiden answered her affirmatively, after which he told her what his name was. Then Aiden said that he would like to ask her as an older one, but it was a little difficult for him to address her. Enda was delighted that she was addressed as an older one. She mentally rejoiced about this because she was finally recognized by a younger student. Elendel happily noticed how polite Aiden was, after which he told him that he could call her sister if he wanted. Aiden asked her again. In bewilderment, sister at that moment, an irritated Tracy joined the conversation and asked in bewilderment, "Weren't they too close now?" Flora looked at Aiden with a gloomy expression on her face and thought about how she couldn't finish speaking that time because of that annoying student, and then that crowd around her didn't let her get a word in. Then Flora, looking angrily in front of her, began to reason why Friend had behaved like that with the professor. She understood that saying that she hadn't seen the person she was talking to for the first time for a long time was much. After that, Flora asked herself, wasn't he one of those people who never visited their friends in the hospital? At that time, when Roger was walking through a small park area, Frieden turned to him from behind, noticing where he was. The main character turned around and asked him if he was following him. Then he asked Frieden if he had any business with him. The main character immediately noticed that he had nothing to say to him, after which he asked Friend to leave. Friend did not move from the spot and said that at first he thought that he imagined it when he first met him. Then Friend explained that he was talking about the time when he gave Renee a book on attribute list magic, because this book could only belong to one person, that is the owner of that very attribute list magic. After that, the serious Frieden, looking ahead from under his brows, noticed that, however, that man had died and he could only give his book to him. Then Friend asked Roger if it wasn't too brazen to show up here after everything that had happened and what he had planned without looking at him. The main character grinned, noticing that he should have hidden his face better than after which the main character said that although no one could have thought that he would remember so much, Roger admitted that it was his mistake, after which the main character called him a puppy of the Woolberg family and admitted that they had not seen him for a long time. The main character said that then he was an ordinary child, and now he looks like a real aristocrat. Roger noticed that he had grown up well, after which he asked him if 10 or 12 years had passed. Frieden glared at him and then ordered him to stop saying these meaningless words and to tell what he had planned. The protagonist turned to him and asked what made him think that there was some reason for his stay, and then Frieden asked him irritably if he really did not understand the essence of his question, and then Frieden noticed how thick-headed he was, and then, looking at the back of Roger, Frieden clearly assumed that he was the murderer of Renee's mother, and then Frieden asked him if that was true, looking menacingly at Roger. Frieden asked if he would continue to pretend that he was stupid. Frieden demanded that he answer something already in response to this. The protagonist said that this was ridiculous, and then he asked him why he would do this. Frieden asked him in bewildered indignation what the protagonist explained that everything was long in the past, and then he assumed that he thought he had simply misunderstood something. Then the protagonist explained to him that he was not here because of the events of 12 years ago. Frieden asked him, in that case, What does he need? The main character answered him that he does not need to know. After which the main character sternly asked him in response, why is he interrogating him at all? The main character noted that he himself decided to remain silent, although he clearly saw everything that happened that day fried, and angrily declared that he is not like him with a smirk on his face. Roger asked him really, and then he noticed what a cute excuse it was. The main character turned away from him and began to walk away, declaring that he can do whatever he wants with his conclusions. Moving away from Frieden, Roger noted that he already knew that he would not do this. Frieden looked at the back of Roger, leaving tightly clenching his hand into a fist. Frieden walked through the territory of Thean, soon after which Renee called out to him, calling him by name. She asked, is he still here? Frieden looked at her and called her by name. Then explained to her that he was just about to leave, then he asked her what she was doing here. Renee ran up to him and explained that she had left something here, looking at her carefully. Frieden noticed how timely it was, after which he told her that he just wanted to tell her something. Renee, looking at him, with a surprised expression, asked if it was true. Frieden answered her affirmatively, after which he wanted to ask her if she had done it by accident. However, he was interrupted. Memories of 12 years ago appeared in his mind when he and little Renee were looking in fear in front of them at the pools of blood. A man who looked like Roger was standing near the woman's body. Frieden stood silently with his mouth open, after which he, with a gloomy expression on his face, turned around abruptly and, walking away in the opposite direction, said that he had nothing to tell her, after which he apologized to her for distracting her. Leaving, Frieden asked himself what he would tell her. He thought about the fact that the professor she trusted so much was actually the one who killed her mother and erased her memories. Frieden thought about how he had no evidence and would only push her away with this absurd story. Frieden thought about how he also didn't want her to get hurt, and that was the whole reason Renee looked at his back in confusion, asking what friend's consciousness had memories of Roger telling him that he already knew he wouldn't do it. Angry friend, clenching his jaw tightly, thought about how Roger knew he wouldn't say anything, and he would have to aid it until he could destroy him. Then friend confidently looked ahead and mentally advised Roger not to relax because Wolberg wolves had never missed a chance to corner their prey at this time. Roger was sitting alone on a bench in the park with a gloomy expression on his face, his head down. The main character pressed his palm to his face and said that this fool, soon after these events, the protagonist contacted Hans through a means of communication, telling him that it was him. Hans, in response, asked him what was wrong with his voice. The protagonist replied that there was nothing wrong with that and that they would not talk about that now. After that, the protagonist, holding an object to his ear, asked him if he had found out what he had asked him about. In response, Hans told him that they were trying to make the fire look like a result of a malfunction of the fireworks. The protagonist said that he knew that Principal Eliza would try to hide everything, after which the protagonist said that he had heard that they had caught several members of the Black Dawn in the square, and then the protagonist asked him if he knew anything about it. Hans, who was sitting near several rats, answered him affirmatively, after which he suggested that it seemed to him that they were still being held in Thien. Then Hans said that in his opinion they were being interrogated by that lady with blue hair. Roger asked her if he was Casey. Selma Hans answered him affirmatively, after which he said that the rats saw her and the rector going down to the interrogation room together. Then Hans asked Roger if everything would be okay. Hans also wanted to ask him what would happen if they gave in, but the main character, heavily exhaling air from his lungs, interrupted him, saying that he would not be able to hide forever anyway. The main character said that he did not care, after which he said that he would solve problems as they came up. Hans asked him in confusion if that was really true. Then he, sitting at the table, said that in any case, this incident was already being resolved from the inside, and they were still able to get rid of the First Order, which was a good thing. The main character noted that this was indeed true, after which he emphasized that it was too early to relax. But so far, everything was going more or less POS positively. And then Hans asked Roger if he could go out for a while. The main character said that he could do it, after which he asked him if something had happened. Hans told him that he had something to discuss with him, after which he explained that it was about their underground business and asked Roger to prepare for the conversation to be long at this time in another space. A man was thrown into the wall and tried to scream with a painful and horror voice. Another man was sitting on a chair in a large and richly decorated room. Opposite him stood several people who obediently listened to his words. At this time, the man said that this would not work, after which he loudly asked, have they completely lost their fear of the Silver Sun? Then the man furiously shouted that they could not deal with some tramps from the alleys, and even turned to them for help. This man was the head of the Silver Sun named Carlin. He held a revolver in his hand, and turning to a man opposite him named Thielen, asked him if he completely did not understand what kind of person he was. The frightened man screamed that he understood, after which he shaking with fear, noticed that, however, it was not about those base people at all. Tamana lowered his head down and shouted that it was all about their boss who was giving them orders. Karen, with an interested expression on his face, clutching a revolver in his hand, asked him if this was the man who had closed the competitor's establishment. Carlin noticed that he had heard of this man, and then he asked him if, in that case, he was asking him to deal with him. Carlin asked Tamana what he knew about him. Talana, in frightened confusion, said that he only knew that his name was the boss and nothing more. Carlin, looking at him intently, asked again what. Suddenly, the guy who was standing next to Talana shouted out what he knew about him, after which the guy began to tell that when they broke up, one of them shouted the name James Moriarty. Carlin instantly fired his revolver straight into Tana's head, causing him to fly off to the side. At the same time, Carlin called this guy good. Carlin rose from his chair and congratulated the young man, informing him that he would now be replacing Timlin. The guy looked at Timlin's corpse in fear, but after a few moments, Carlin hugged him and asked what his name was. The frightened guy hesitantly said that his name was Keelan. Carlin addressed the guy by name and said that he would soon take up the matter, after which he noted that it would obviously be expensive. Kilton answered affirmatively and shouted that he understood everything, after which Carlin said that this was excellent and allowed him to go, but at the end, he told him to take the corpse with him. At this time, Tlin was lying on the wooden floor with a hole in his skull from which blood was flowing. Kilton agreed with this order, after which Carlin joyfully spread his arms to the sides and began to laugh, asking James Moriarty. Carlin said that this was nonsense because Moriarty died in that kingdom of Delica. Carlin was thinking that someone was simply using this name to run their illegal business. At that moment, he was pouring a drink into a glass and thinking that maybe this person even knew how to do something, considering that these people had asked for his help. Looking ahead, Carlin, addressing his attentively listening subordinates, ordered them to clean up the ranks of these worthless people, after which Carlin explained that they needed to kill a few people for show and intimidate the survivors so that things would go as they should. The man serving him replied that he would prepare everything right away, after which Carlin looked away with a smile on his face, thinking that he would watch how long they would last. Sometime after that, Hans, being in the park, turned to Roger and told him that he was here. Then he noticed that he had arrived early. The protagonist sat down on a bench near Hans and asked him what had happened. Then the protagonist suggested that there were some problems with the business. Hans answered him negatively and explained that so far everything was going smoothly, but then he noticed that some competitors had been doing dubious things lately. The main character looked at him carefully and asked him to tell him more. Hans hesitantly began to say that usually when a business is growing, the closest competitors begin to undermine or write a complaint. Without listening to the end, Roger assumed that the competitors had suddenly gone quiet. Hans shouted out in surprise, calling Roger a genius, after which Roger confirmed his guests and began to shout that the competitors had constantly interfered with them and had suddenly stopped taking any action, after which Hans shouted out that something was clearly wrong in this situation. The main character assumed that the competitors were apparently plotting something, after which he asked Hans if he had any information. Hans answered him that he did not have much, but he had a hypothesis. The main character asked him again a hypothesis. In response to this, Hans asked him if he had ever heard of the Silver Sun. Hans told him that it was short for SS, and that at first they had formed an underground gang to simply conduct illegal business, but soon they had grown and organized the criminal corporation after that. Hans told him that they were making money by interfering in the affairs of merchants and were also actively expanding the trade in stolen goods, and that they did not disdain dirty work, being bandits. Hans emphasized that his rats had noticed a small group of their competitors entering the headquarters of the Silver Sun. The protagonist told him that it was clear to him, after which he noted that it was too suspicious to leave it unattended. Then the protagonist said that he would be extremely careful. Hans said that he would continue to observe, but suddenly he turned his attention to Roger's actively moving leg. Hans abruptly turned to Roger and asked him if he was sure that he was okay. The protagonist asked him in response what was wrong. Hans shouted that his leg was shaking non-stop and he had not had such a habit before, after which Hans noticed that it seemed to him that cold sweat was also running down his body. At that moment, Roger, with a gloomy expression on his face, tensely looked ahead without answering. After a while, Roger said that, to be honest, since yesterday evening he was very busy and even forgot about one very important thing. After that, the main character said that there was a chance that his mistress found out where he was at that time in a majestic Gothic palace overgrown with vegetation. A young girl was lying in a coffin who began to rise to her feet. The girl said that it was definitely the smell of her blood. She mentioned her student who, running away, took her blood with him and now also took advantage of it. The girl asked, and why did he do that? She noted out loud that she taught him well, and probably he was pressed hard if he was not afraid that she would figure out his location. The girl noted that this was interesting, and finally there was a reason to go outside. The girl stood on the balcony looking at the full moon, wishing that her student would entertain her properly. Hans asked the protagonist if he was being too dramatic. Hans then said that one might think that his teacher was the god of death in response. To this, the protagonist said that this was almost certainly true and that this was her craft with a smile on his face. Hans noted that he was making good jokes with a serious expression. Roger asked him again, was he joking? The protagonist then asked him who he thought taught him all his magic tricks. Hans answered him that he always thought that he was some kind of self-taught genius, the protagonist said in surprise. Didn't he say that he had reworked other people's projects into his own techniques? However, the protagonist then admitted that what he had created did not look simple in the eyes of others. Hans, watching Roger, mentally sarcastically agreed with him. The protagonist continued to tell that he did not make it public because most of what he invented did not suit his teacher. In response to this, H shouted out that, however, most people can only dream of his magic. After that, Hans asked him if his teacher was really such a great person with a serious expression on his face. Roger replied that she was a real monster, after which the protagonist said that he had been on the verge of death many times because of her. After these words, Hans thought about how strange it was to call his teacher a monster, after which Hans suggested that maybe he just wanted to whine thoughtfully. Looking ahead, Hans suggested that maybe he should play alone, after which Hans shouted out that bringing a student to the brink was too much and that his teacher must be just an insignificant person. The protagonist sternly answered him that she was still his teacher, after which he asked him not to talk about her. Like that, Hans confusedly apologized, and this was his next social failure. A couple of days after these events, Roger was walking along the royal street thinking that he had not been here since he took up Esmeralda's case. He looked at the towns. People then turned his attention to the men in peculiar outfits looking at these people. The main character asked himself, does he still have a little time before meeting Hans? The main character paid attention to the symbol that was on the backs of these men, realizing what kind of symbol it was. Roger mentally exclaimed, the priests of Bruce. The priests went in the opposite direction, and Roger thought that he would admit that the fight for the throne must be put to an end. But with a serious expression on his face, looking after these priests, the main character thought that everything was happening much faster than he expected, and this was not good, which is why he needed to hurry. Soon after, the main character approached Vietta's clothing store called the Very House. It was a tall store with huge panoramic windows which made the entire store perfectly visible from the street. When Roger came inside, Vietta offered him a cup of tea and noticed that he had arrived early. She called Roger the owner and informed him that Hans had not arrived yet. The main character, who was sitting at the table, said that he had come early on purpose to assess the situation on the streets, after which he reported that even at such an early hour, there were many people on the streets who were filled with enthusiasm in response. Vietta said that all this was thanks to him, after which she called him the owner again. Then Vietta said that one way or another she was surprised when he contacted her and said that he would visit them soon after, which she asked Roger if there was any business for her. The main character, looking intently ahead and crossing his arms over his chest, said that he had heard that the competitors had recently become more active, after which the main character said that there were even serious troublemakers among them. Vietta exhaled heavily from her lungs and said that she knew that this information would not escape him after that. Vietta told him that she wanted to figure it all out herself, but he was already here and already knew everything after that. Vietta told him that these troublemakers are called the Silver Sun, and they are planning something together with a local group of merchants. Then Vietta told him that she noticed this because suspicious individuals have been constantly walking around the store lately. Roger sternly asked her to tell him more, after which he noted that he needed all the information she knew. But suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a loud voice that addressed Vietta. It was a young guy who was expressively screaming that trouble had occurred. Vietta turned to him and asked what happened. The guy loudly shouted that the factory had been attacked after Vietta and Roger heard about this. They looked at the guy with surprised expressions on their faces and, at this time, frightened people. At the burning factory were asking for water to be brought quickly. One of the girls, screaming loudly, said that it was impossible to get inside because of the smoke. Vietta and Roger approached the burning factory, and Vietta loudly asked what was going on here. One of the guys putting out the fire said that the factory was attacked by people in white bandanas. The main character, with a confident expression, said that now the main task is to cope with the fire. He put his hand in his pocket, saying that they would use magic right now. Suddenly, the main character felt an object that was glowing brightly in his pocket. Looking at it in surprise, the main character asked himself, what kind of feeling was this? The main character looked into his palm and saw that inside there was a stone that remained after Quasimodo's death. Looking in surprise at how this stone was glowing, Roger asked himself. Does this stone react to flame? The main character mentally asked that he just not be told about that. However, he did not have time to finish because the flame that enveloped the entire factory began to approach the stone that fell out of Quasimodo at great speed and pass inside it. People watched in bewilderment as the flames concentrated in this stone. Sometime later, when the fire completely let go of the factory, Vieta asked in surprise, "Does this stone absorb fire?" The main character also looked in surprise at the brightly glowing stone in his hand, someone's. Voice ordered to stop, after which he shouted that now is not the time to think about this and it is necessary to quickly help the victims. People began to obey the order, after which one elderly man asked if everyone heard the order. Then he ordered to act, while R watched as people who inhaled carbon monoxide were evacuated. Someone's voice said that they could not find Dion and Mel anywhere. The voice asked, perhaps they found a detour and escaped from the fire, with a serious expression on his face. Frowning, Roger said that it would be nice, but he had a bad feeling about it. After which he asked, perhaps these two were the cause of the attack. The main character turned to Vieta and asked her if she by any chance knew where they lived. With a thoughtful expression on her face, she put her hand to her chin, then chuckled and said that they live in the same place where they lived before, and maybe they are still there in response to this. The main character said that in this case he would go and check, and he asked her to take care of the factory. A short time later, in one of the city houses, when Roger went inside, he saw that many bodies were lying in the corridor, the carpet of which was soaked in the blood of these people. The main character looked in bewilderment in front of him, with a gloomy expression. Someone's voice addressed him as the owner and noticed that he had come. This timid voice apologized to him for the fact that they could not greet him properly. The main character seriously looking at the body of Dion, who had lost a huge amount of blood, asked what happened. Mela was kneeling next to Dion's body and said that a strange man suddenly burst in here, and in order to protect her grandfather. Dion sobbing. Mela asked why at this time. Dion, with lifeless eyes, looked ahead, and the stream of blood that flowed from his mouth had already dried up. He looked like a dead man through tears and hysteria. Mela asked why they were doing all this sobbing. She screamed that she had only just managed to have hope, and they only wanted to live like ordinary people with a confident voice. The main character addressed Mela by name and, putting his hand on her shoulder, asked her to wait outside, after which he told her that he would do everything possible, with a confused expression on her face and tears flowing from her eyes. Mela looked at him. The main character's face was gloomy and stern. He coldly warned her that she should not come in here at all costs until he came out. Mela silently looked at him, then turned around and walked towards the exit of the house. The main character said that he was removing the seal, after which he asked her to leave. Something dark and sinister began to crawl out of a small clot spreading throughout the room. Bony paws began to reach out from behind Roger's back towards the lying body of Dion. Addressing this, Roger said that help was needed, after which the main character asked the sinister something to cure this person. Then the main character said that if it does not want to do this, then he will call another, but if it helps, then he will reward. Then the main character asked the sinister gloomy sub, what will it say sometime after this? Mela, as well as Hans and Vieta, in bewilderment with wide-open eyes and mouths, looked in front of them, making surprised exclamations. Their gazes were directed at the main character, who was pulling a bloody Dion out of the house. Mela cried out in bewilderment. Grandpa, she instantly ran to her grandfather and, hugging him tightly, began to ask, how is this possible? Then she joyfully cried out that he is alive. Dion hugged her and answered her affirmatively, saying that he was fine. Hans turned to Roger and apologized to him for being late. Roger replied that it was nothing to worry about, after which he said that he had already dealt with it himself. Then the main character, demonstrating an item with the emblem of the Silver Sun, turned to Vieta and told her that he had found it in the house where Dion and Mela were. Then he asked her if she happened to know what it was looking at the item, and surprised Vieta answered him that it was a symbol of the Silver Sun, after which she told him that she had seen such an item on those suspicious strangers who were walking near the store. The main character accepted her information and noted that if things had gone that far, he would deal with them himself. Hans looked at Roger with distrust and turned to him, after which the main character abruptly turned in the opposite direction and confidently declared that he could handle it on his own. And there was no need to follow him. In the back streets of the Royal Street in the Carlin mansion, two men were standing near a metal gate. One of them, warming up, asked how much longer they would have to wait for their shift change. Then he wondered why this place needed to be guarded at all. Another guard supported his question, shouting that no one would dare to disturb the Silver Sun. Then the first guard, smiling, asked which bar they would go to after their shift. The second guard said that he had one place, after which he became confused, looking ahead. Uncertainly opposite the gate was a long, wide street that was lit by lanterns. The guard saw a gloomy figure walking towards them. Looking at this, the guard asked, is there a wild animal at the end of the road? The other guard answered negatively, saying that it looked more like a person. Suddenly, the dark figure dissolved into space, and a moment later, Roger, with a hood on his head with a blade of the sword which was hidden under his forearm, pierced the neck of the first guard, who tried to shout, but only a whisk came out of his mouth. The other guard looked in bewilderment as his comrade's blood flew in different directions. The guard asked him in bewilderment, "Who is he?" The main character was kneeling holding the blade behind his back, after which he looked wildly at the second guard and said, "Jack." Soon after these events, the main character was already inside the palace of Carlin and tormented the fighters of the Silver Sun, who were inside one of these. Fighters shouted that it was impossible, after which he would, drops of sweat flowing down his face, shouted that they were against only one person. The protagonist demonstrated the blade that was in his hand. Blood was flowing abundantly from this blade. The man from the Silver Sun looked at the bloody blade in fear and asked the protagonist to stop. But a moment later, Roger raised the blade up and teleported, and found himself in the room where Carlin was, with a smile on his face, holding a glass in his hands. Carlin responded to the appearance of the protagonist. Then Carlin asked him if he really killed all the guys in the corridor at that moment. The head of the man begging Roger to stop fell severed near his feet. Carlin ironically noted that this was annoying, after which he said that they were useful. Looking at Roger, Carlin said that he was waiting for him, after which he called him the Lord of the Alleys. He asked him to come in and sit on that side. The protagonist entered the room and silently stood opposite Carlin and removed the hood from his head when Roger moved the chair back. Carlin reacted to this in surprise, after which he asked him, did he just go to meet him right away? Then Carlin said that he thought that he would pounce on him now. The main character sitting at the table asked Carlin if he already knew that he was coming for them, laughing. Carlin replied that of course it was. So, after which he noted that he had done a lot of abrupt things in the morning, so it would be surprising if he hadn't come. Then Carlin asked him if he liked the gift that he had left for him. Carlin added that according to his guys, there had been a lot of squeals in that burning factory. The main character didn't let him continue speaking and raising his finger to his face, said that he had sat down because he was interested in how he was going to justify himself. Then the main character took off his mask and with a stern and cold-blooded expression on his face, looking straight at Carlin, noted that, however, he had decided to anger him even more. Carlin looked at him wily while asking himself, what kind of pressure was this? Carlin thought about the fact that before that he had thought that he only had an ominous nickname. However, a smile remained on his face, with which Carlin asked him, what does it mean to justify yourself with sarcasm? Carlin responded to his words, after which he said that he of course admits that he was able to break through here alone, but then he asked Roger if he would be able to survive this meeting a moment after that. There were many armed soldiers around them, not paying any attention to these people. Roger said that he did not even know how he was able to break through to power. With such insignificant methods, Carlin responded to this by saying that he would consider this the compliment. After that, he told Roger that the guys before this were just ordinary weaklings, but those warriors who are now in front of him are already trained knights, so Carlin suggested that he stop bragging and recommended that he just give up after that. Carlin asked him, and then who knows? Maybe he will be merciful and let go of those guys whom he has already sent to the alleys. At that moment in the alleys, soldiers of the Silver Sun with weapons in their hands ran after the fleeing townspeople. The main character responded to this by saying that for starters, he will correct him in two things. Carlin looked at him confusedly and asked again with a gloomy face. The main character explained that firstly he was not bragging and he was really shocked by the baseness of his standards. After that, the main character said that secondly, violence is something they have long been accustomed to at this time in the alleys. One of the soldiers was thrown aside with a powerful punch, knocking out his tooth. Then powerful magical energy was directed to the side, after which an explosion occurred. The soldiers looked at this in surprise, and Alex, with a smug expression exhaling air from his lungs, said that there were a lot of them then. Alex smilingly suggested that they just had to beat them all up. Then he asked if this was true. At that moment, Fantas, Arpa, and Sheridan were around him, confidently looking ahead. Alex noticed that it was easy, after which he suggested to his allies to begin armed soldiers of the Silver Sun clutched weapons in their hands, standing behind their backs, summing up. Roger suggested that this was all the fighting power that the Silver Sun possesses, with a mad expression on his face and his eyes wide open from tension. Carlin furiously shouted that he was bluffing, and then ordered to kill him. Suddenly, the protagonist disappeared into space. The soldiers began to shout in surprise, asking what happened and where he disappeared to and how he did it with a calm expression on his face. Roger replied that he did nothing. Then he clarified his words by explaining what exactly he did not do. At this time, a dark, gloomy, mysterious, and ominous substance was spreading from the ceiling of the room they were in, many black tentacles reaching down. Carlin furiously turned to his soldiers and asked them what they were doing. Then he ordered to quickly get rid of it. One of the soldiers, clutching a sword in his hand, rushed to attack Roger. However, this ominous black substance from one of the tentacles began to reach for the soldier attacking Roger. The man cried out in surprise with a mad expression on his face. At that moment, the ominous dark substance began to suck in his skin and bones through his deformed skull. Carlin and his soldiers looked at this in disbelief, disgust, and fear. One of the soldiers asked, "What the hell is this?" Carlin looked ahead, confused and cursed, asking what the hell is going on. In response, the protagonist asked, "Didn't he just tell him the protagonist?" Then explained that he did nothing, while a huge number of tentacles were approaching the Silver Sun soldiers. At high speed, Roger turned to Carlin and asked him if he believed in God. The protagonist then explained to him that the creature that these black tentacles belonged to was one of the gods or more, precisely a goddess who lost her name after she was betrayed many years ago. Carlin looked ahead in horror, his eyes wide open. His hands on his knees, the protagonist continued to tell how having been condemned as an evil god, she lost what she symbolized. One of the soldiers screamed in horror and tried to reach Carlin with his shaking hand, but the goddess's ominous dark substance was pulling him in the opposite direction. The protagonist said that this is why people no longer remember her, but she still loves people and loves them very much. Sweat was pouring down Carlin's face. His body was tense as much as possible, and his gaze was lost and directed. At one point, the protagonist clearly said that she loved people so much that she formed her own body out of them. At that moment, Roger stared at Carlin while the goddess's two bony hands were on his shoulders, and the protagonist gently held a bony hand in one of his palms, addressing Carlin, who was shaking in horror. Roger said that he understood that her appearance could be a little shocking, but she was able to heal any wound if the person was still alive. Then the protagonist noted that this was certainly not for free, and that morning he had to resort to the help of this goddess to heal a dying man. Suddenly, the protagonist began to look at Carlin with eyes full of anger. He explained to him that since they were the cause of this man's critical condition, he offered them to the goddess as a sacrifice. Carlin, in a state of hysteria, began to look around. His whole body was shaking. He loudly asked, "What other god?" Then he began to scream that this could not be, after which he asked Roger to take her away from him. Right now. Carlin hesitantly asked him if he knew who he was. Flicking the goddess's bony fingers with his own, Roger asked him not to worry, after which he informed him that she valued people extremely much, so she would not kill him in complete horror. Carlin looked ahead with a tense look. He rushed to Roger and began to deny what was happening, asking for everything possible to happen. Just not this. He began to beg Roger that it would be better if she killed him. Right? Away, however, he did not have time to run to him because the goddess with her tenacious tentacles began to pull him towards her. Herself, Carlin stretched his palm towards the main character and continued to beg him to kill him. Soon after, the main character looked at his reflection in a heterogeneous liquid substance that was in front of him at this time in the alleys. Many soldiers lay unconscious on the ground. Alex shouted that this can hardly be called a warm-up. Han said that this is an excellent job and he does not see anyone else. Then Alex said that he was very surprised when Veda herself called them. Alex asked if she knew that an attempt was being prepared on her. Vieta answered him that these guys are just too predictable. At this time, she stood among the rest of the team and holding an umbrella in her hand said that in any case they made a mess after that. Alex confirmed this, noting that there was no time for encirclement. Sheridan thoughtfully looked ahead and said that those houses were going to be torn down anyway, after which she asked if they should finish tearing these down. Alex laughed in confusion, looking at her, after which Hans asked her loudly in bewilderment, "What was that obnoxious little girl saying?" Sheridan irritably asked him again. A little girl, after which she furiously asked Hans if this was the one who was sitting in the rear, because he was very afraid then. Sheridan furiously asked him, and how dare he call her a child when she was older than him? Hans answered her through the communication device that he simply had a different purpose, and he should not fight like them. At that moment, Roger left the mansion and approached the rest of the squad and asked them if they had managed it here. Alex greeted Roger with a smile, calling him the leader, and made an observation that he was also fine, although he went there alone. Then Roger turned to Vieta and asked her how Dion was. Vieta replied that he was fine, and it seemed to her that he had become even healthier than before. Roger lowered his head and noted that this was great, and that since everyone was here, he was reporting that the Silver Sun was finished. Vieta asked him again in sincere bewilderment, and then asked if he wanted to say now that in such a short period of time the main character did not let her finish, and succinctly expressed himself and said that he had killed everyone. After that, he explained to her that for now there was no one else to bother them, so he asked her to deal with all the matters related to them on her own. Vieta asked him in response to rely on her. Suddenly, a scream was heard from the side, ordering them to let her go right away. Vieta and Roger turned around in surprise in the direction of the scream. These were ordinary city dwellers who had armed themselves with sticks for battle, and now they were just looking ahead in surprise. The guy who was standing in front asked in confusion. What then? He, clutching a wooden stump in his hand, said that they came to help and the fight was already over. Vieta exhaled heavily from her lungs and said that she had asked them not to interfere. The main character asked her not to swear, after which he noted that it probably took them a lot of courage to come. Vieta looked at the main character with a smile on her face and called him Master, noticing that although he looked indifferent, he did care. She asked him for permission to tell him one thing as a representative of abandoned people, after which Vieta expressed gratitude for everything he had done. The main character turned away and said that this was nonsense. The next day on the outskirts of the royal street, a luxury car was driving between the trees inside this car. A voice said that in just one day, all members of the Silver Sun, including Karen, suddenly went missing. Tarina, tapping her fingers on the side of the car, noticed that it seemed to her that something serious had happened while she was away. After that, Tarina turned to Ina and asked her to tell her everything she managed to find out with a serious expression. Ina said that according to the morning report, it is most likely that one of the regions is involved in the case, and this is the slums of Leathervella. At this time, a luxury car drove up to the high metal gates behind which was the mansion of the Silver Sun Gang. When Tarina and Ina were inside the mansion, they walked along the main staircase and were surrounded by their soldiers on both sides. Tarina said that the scene of the crime was very clean. Ina added that there were no traces or blood, as if nothing had happened then. Ina, with a surprised chuckle, addressed Tarina as a captain and asked her, "What was this?" Ina asked about the artifact above which there was a brightly glowing magic stone. Tarina explained to her that this artifact was the latest development because this artifact analyzes the surrounding mana and reads the memories that are hidden in this mana enya. Looking at this artifact, In, surprise, shouted that it was incredible. It meant that now they would be able to solve all the cases that were related to mana. Tarina answered her affirmatively, noting that, however, the residual mana lasted for 36 hours. And this was the only drawback then. Tarina said that reading and analysis would take some time, so for now they would finish the topic. I see that they had discussed recently. Enya obeyed her order, and soon after their conversation, Tarina asked her again. Master Enya answered her affirmatively. Explaining that this was what they called him, she told him that he appeared in Lille after the disappearance of the enemy community and subjugated the underground as well as united the disparate organizations of the slums, and apparently became the leader of their business. Tara noticed that he was suspicious, after which she asked her if there was any other information. Ina replied that, to be honest, she could not find any traces of his past or even his real name. With a thoughtful expression on her face, looking ahead, Tarina thought about the fact that if this owner really established and ran all the affairs of the slums, then he had every reason to get even with the Silver Sun, which was their direct competitor. After that, she thought that of course this was a hasty decision, but for now he was the main suspect in the case, and she would have to personally meet with him and find out everything after that the artifact made. A sound and the petals of it slammed shut. Ina, looking at this in bewilderment, asked if it had stopped. Tarina explained that it stops working when it cannot detect mana in the established space. Enya, confused, asked, "Again, what then?" She hesitantly said. What it meant, Tarina got ahead of her and answered her assumption, affirmatively stating that no magic was performed here. Ina shouted that this could not be and that it was impossible. She began to talk about the fact that according to the case, materials about 100 guards were kept at the Silver Sun base. Tarina confirmed this by saying that yesterday traces of their presence were confirmed. Ina threw out that, however, this is only possible if you use charms, and the fact that the artifact did not find such traces means that the investigation is at a dead end. Tarina said that she thinks she should still meet with this owner. She had a premonition that this is not an ordinary person. Then Trey, turning to her subordinates, ordered to finish and take the artifact. Then she noticed that the markings that limit the entrance should be left since the reporters should not find out anything. The guy obeyed her order. Tarina wanted to say something else, but her reflexes worked faster and, taking the sword out of the sheath, she put the blade in front of her, and menacingly, looking in front of her, ordered to show herself. Tarina shouted for her opponent to stop hiding like a rat in response to her remark. The voice grinned and said in surprise that this is exactly what was expected from Tarina, because her intuition is always on top. Tarina shouted in surprise. She in front of her was Casey, who winked at her with a smirk on her face and said that she thought that she wouldn't have smelled the reporters, but she couldn't fool her. At this time, Betty, with a displeased expression on her face, made excuses, shouting that she tried to stop her. But Casey herself, Ina, surprised, looking ahead, asked Casey. Tarina looked at her with a smile and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Casey happily ran towards her, spreading her arms wide, and noticed that they really hadn't seen each other for a long time, after which she asked her how she was doing. Then she turned to Anya and said that she was glad to see her too. Casey noticed that they hadn't seen each other since that incident at the caned auction house. Anya confirmed this and also said that she was glad to see her. Tara, looking at Casey with a stern expression confirmed this, noting that everyone was happy to see each other. But then she said that in fact, this was a crime scene where outsiders were not allowed to enter. Casey laughed in response, saying that she is not an ordinary rogue because she is a national hero. Detective. Tarina exhaled heavily from her lungs and said that she does this all the time, after which Tarina asked her to learn to get official permission to enter. Then Tarina asked her if this is not a problem for her, so why is she always hiding her presence? Casey shouted that it is too long and tedious. Then she, with a smirk on her face, said that this case is so exciting that she could not sit still. Then Casey suggested that it seems to her that they have not managed to make progress. In this case, then she asked if she could help them. Tarina, with a serious expression on her face, replied that she would refrain from this help. After which she explained that it is not that she does not trust her, she just has no right to resort to the help of outsiders in an official investigation. Casey said that she was very sorry. Then she began to look behind her and's back at the artifact and admitted that, to be honest, she wanted to ask her for a favor. If she could help her, then Casey explained that it was nothing special, she just wanted to borrow. That lovely thing. Tarina, once again exhaling heavily from her lungs, noted that she knew that it was the artifact that caught her attention. Then Tarina agreed with her, saying that she should probably give in. Trina's soldiers looked at her in bewilderment, after which one of the guys called her captain and noted that, however, giving the artifact to a stranger, Tarina interrupted the objection, saying that there was nothing wrong with it and she would take full responsibility for this decision. The guy wanted to say something else, but Tarina got ahead of him, saying that they themselves saw everything and it was not difficult for her to hide from them, so stealing this artifact would be even easier. So they better just agree? Casey laughed happily, thanking Tarina, and shouted that she swears that she will be careful. At that moment, Betty, shaking with rage, grabbed her by the shoulder and menacingly asked her how much more trouble she was going to cause, while Trina's disgruntled soldier was handing over the artifact to Betty. Tarina asked Casey where she was going to use it. Casey told her that for now it was a secret and she would tell her right after she found out something. Tarina grinned and agreed with her, noting that there was no point in asking further questions. Casey happily thanked her for this, then explained that she was very busy, so she was heading out immediately. Then she waved her hand at Tarina and told her that they would see each other again. Betty, in turn, only nodded her head reservedly. Ina commented on what was happening, noticing that she left as quickly as she appeared. Tarina said with a serious expression that they were heading to the slums. The voice of one of her subordinates accepted this order and said that he would prepare everything right away. Several rats were watching this whole conversation. The rats passed the information on to Hans, and Hans reported this to Roger, to which he said that this was a great job. Then the protagonist told him that he was a little worried, but it was still good. That he left him to monitor the situation with a tense expression on his face, pressing himself against the tree trunk. Hans asked him if everything was okay. Then Hans said that he thought they were going to the slums, and maybe they should ask the other guys to stand up for them. The protagonist, looking at the carnival mask and the mask copying a face with burnt spots in the eye area, answered him negatively, saying that Tarina was not so easy to deceive, so he would personally meet her. At this time, Roger was sitting at the table and looking at the locker, saying that it wasn't inevitable, so he prepared in advance. After which he asked Hans to tell Violet to prepare everything. Sometime after these events, Tarina and Ina were walking along a busy city street where there were many merchants. Tarina looked around and said that this place had changed a lot and she would believe it if she was told that this was some other place. Looking at the townspeople, Tarina realized that everyone was casting unkind glances at them. She understood that the inhabitants of the outskirts did not like knights, but at the same time she felt like this was a completely different story. Suddenly, Veda came out to meet them and said that they were glad to see them after that. Veda called them creeping in the night. She introduced herself by giving her name and said that she was their guide today. Then Veda bowed and told them that the owner ordered her to accompany them. Ina looked ahead in surprise and asked, did they know that they would come? And then Anya asked if it was worth going somewhere after her. Tarina said that everything was fine, and if they wanted to, they would have attacked long ago. Then Tarina turned to Veda and asked her to lead them. Soon after, they came to a large building that was a fake Unoan shelter for uninvited guests. Tarina sat on a chair with her arms crossed over her chest, sternly looking ahead. Anya was behind her, and the voice that addressed her said that it was a great honor to greet the noble knight sneaking in the night. The main character noted that perhaps this sounds pretentious, but he introduced himself by saying that in front of them was actually the owner, the main character, with two masks on his face. That is, with a mask that changed his face and a carnival mask. Explained to Ina, telling her that he wears a mask because his face is covered in burns, after which he asked for understanding. Tarina noted that it was unlikely that the owner was his real name, after which she asked him what his name was. The protagonist reacted to this question with surprise, noting that it seemed to him that they suspected him of something, after which he noted that this was completely normal. The protagonist introduced himself by saying that his real name was Oliver and that he was born and raised in these slums, and that in the name of business prosperity, he was hiding information about this because not all people like this origin. Tarina asked him. That is, he was hiding his identity only because of this. The protagonist answered her with a question, asking her if she thought that he was lying to her. Tarina put her hand in front of her and frowned, saying that someone born in the slums could not suddenly appear and turn the whole business upside down, after which she said that something did not add up here. Then Tarina said that a suspicious person who became the head of all slum affairs for personal gain after getting rid of the enemy community sounds much more reasonable. The protagonist cried out in surprise what horror she was talking about. Then he said that he also hid from these people and started doing business only after these people disappeared somewhere. Tarina looked at him intently and thought about how much she felt like he was reading a legend he had prepared in advance from a piece of paper. After that, Tarina said that she had a lot of questions, but she would get straight to the point. Then she said that last night the Silver Sun disappeared somewhere, and she also knew that his people had some kind of conflict with them. After that, Tarina asked him what he would say about this. The main character answered her that it was not really a conflict, and that the people from the Silver Sun were just bothering everyone, after which he asked her why she suspected him in particular. Tarina explained that this was happening because he had the most serious conflict. The main character objected, but this was because she had simply convinced herself of this, and he was sure that she knew perfectly well how many enemies they had. Then the protagonist reminded her that many people from the Silver Sun had criminal pasts, after which he asked her if it wasn't great that they suddenly disappeared somewhere, staring intently ahead. The protagonist sternly asked why, in that case, the noble knight, sneaking in the night, suddenly latched on to an innocent person in order to defend the rights of the guilty. Tarina exhaled heavily from her lungs and told him that she could understand why he thought so, but she asked him not to throw stupid accusations. Tarina angrily looked ahead with her brows furrowed and threateningly said that if they really suspected him, her sword would have tasted his blood long ago. Tarina sent a powerful, suppressive energy in his direction, but the protagonist continued to calmly stare ahead with his arms crossed over his chest. A smile appeared on his face, and he calmly thanked her for taking the time to talk to him, after which he said that he would remember it. Anya watched the events with a surprised expression on her face, asking herself if the commander's bloodlust didn't frighten him at all. Tarina, looking intently ahead, reasoned that she knew that this guy was not simple. It seemed to her that the reason for the unkind looks of the townspeople was real concern for their master, and this was obvious given the fact that he was their hero while everyone else just neglected them. Tarina understood that if they started a battle here, there would be casualties on the part of the civilian population, and it was better to avoid this. After these thoughts, Tarina said that it was time for them to return. Tarina rose from her chair and thanked for her cooperation, after which she turned to Ina and ordered her to go. Ina immediately obeyed this order. The main character remained sitting in place and with a sly smile on his face, crossing his fingers between himself, said that he would not see them off if they did not object to this. In response to this, Tarina said that she herself wanted to ask him about this when they were about to leave the room where they were talking with Roger. A guy began to enter the room, heavily exhaling air from his lungs, exclaiming about how tired he was, after which he asked, "Is everyone here?" Yet, the guy shouted that he had just come from reconnaissance. Then he asked if it was too much to send him so far, and for so long it was Alex who, entering the room, met the gaze of Ina, who was a meter away from him. They simultaneously entered a state of stupor and looked into each other's eyes in bewilderment. After a short pause, Anya asked in confusion, "Alex?" Alex, with a drop of sweat running down his face, looking at her. In surprise, asked Anya. The main character watched what was happening with a tense expression, pressing his hand to his face, and mentally exclaimed, "Just not this!" The main character thought that no one could know that he would return so quickly. Ina shouted after Alex, asking him to stop running away, after which she offered to talk to him. Then she caught up with him and asked if he had lied when he said he was going back to his homeland. Alex, without looking at her, said that she didn't need to know about it. After that, he said that there was nothing between them. He froze in place, after which Alex asked her if she should go do her own thing already. With a tense expression on her face, clenching her lip with her teeth, she said that he hadn't changed at all. Then she irritably turned in the opposite direction and answered his comments affirmatively, after which she apologized to him for meddling in something that wasn't her business. In the end, she dry said that they would see each other again. Alex, with a sad expression on his face, silently looked at the floor. Suddenly, he turned to the side and asked, "Are they?" Here, too, Alex looked at the entire unknown group who were watching what was happening from behind. Roger, Alex asked them if they had seen everything and how many of them were following him. Then Alex asked them if they should tell everyone in the area about his problems, the main character putting his head down, put his hand on the back of his head and explained to Alex that he wanted to go alone. But it turned out that way. The main character apologized to him for not telling him earlier out of tact. In response, Alex waved his hand and smiled and said that there was nothing wrong with that because he had broken into the room without warning, and since it came down to it, he should tell everything from the very beginning. After Alex's long story, Hans asked him in bewilderment if he really had entered the best school for knights called Noble Knights. Then the surprised Hans asked him if that girl KN was his colleague. Vieta in turn said that she had heard that Alex had been expelled for a dishonorable act, after which she asked him what he had done there. At this time they were on the roof of the building looking at the street. Alex said that he beat up the instructor and his classmates a few days before the Wool's entrance ceremony. Hans asked him in surprise, and why did he do it? At this moment, the entire unknown group looked at Alex with interest, with a grin holding his palm out in front of him. Alex answered that he did it because they were pestering him because they could not accept the fact that some commoner was better than aristocrats then. Alex said that no matter what he did, they did not give him a break and he would not have stood their company for another 3 years. Vieta thoughtfully looked ahead and agreed that it was a long time, after which Hans asked him if this meant that he could not stand it. And Exploded Fantas in turn noted that, however, judging by the reaction of that girl, the matter was not at all that he was expelled, after which he asked him if he had offended her. Somehow Alex put his hand on his face and exhaled heavily, laughing nervously, noting that no one could have thought that it would be Fantas who would ask the right question, after which Alex, clearly feeling discomfort, admitted that he was right and that he and this girl named Ina were a couple. Alex began his story about how this, of course, did not happen from the very beginning because initially they competed for the place of the best student and they often fought against each other in training fights, and at one point he realized that he did not so much want to defeat her as to protect her from injury. And she felt the same. Alex said that this was an unforgettable period that united their destinies, but unlike him, she was an aristocrat, and the closer they became, the more serious the persecution from others was. At that moment, Alex looked at the sky, telling his story. Hans, looking at him in bewilderment, asked if Enya really did not know anything about this. Alex answered him by saying that he tried to keep it a secret in order to protect her. Then he added that he also partially agreed with what those worthless classmates told him. Alex said that even if he became a knight with the best grades, but still being a commoner, he would only be a hindrance to Enya, so he pretended to cheat on her with another girl and broke up with her after. That Alex told how he thought he could handle it, but after the breakup he only felt worse because he saw how those who bullied him were now happy about their breakup and he felt like a fool for putting up with them all this time. Hans said no way. Alex turned to the others and with the smirk on his face noticed that he really overestimated himself, after which he noted that he was too ambitious for a commoner. At this time, Tarina and Ina were walking down the alley after hearing the story. Tarina said that it was clear to her and she was sorry, after which she noted that this guy is so talented but wastes his efforts on the SLS. Ina stepped forward saying that there was nothing to worry about. Memories from their common past appeared in her mind, after which she confidently said that they had nothing else in common anyway. After that clash between Alex and his classmates, it was raining and the man said that he had seen everything, after which he turned to Alex and told him that he could have easily defeated those guys, but instead he had obediently taken their blows after that. The man asked Alex if he really liked getting hit. Alex, who was sitting in a puddle in dirty clothes, said that it was none of his business. After which, he asked the man to disappear from his sight. The man asked him if perhaps he liked living like that. Alex looked at the man from under his brows. This man was Roger, who was holding an umbrella over his head. The main character asked him if perhaps he would join him and stop getting hit. The main character told him that he would do everything in his power to ensure that he got what he wanted, and in return, Roger asked him to stop doing what hurt him. They were talking in one of the dark alleys. Looking down at Alex, Roger asked him if it didn't bother him at the moment. Al said, with a smile on his face, that after those events, the leader picked him up like a lost street dog, and he thinks that if this meeting hadn't happened, he would have simply died. Then Alex said that the leader is the only light in this dark kingdom. After these words, Roger coughed embarrassedly and noticed that he was exaggerating. Vieta looked at him with a smirk on her face and addressing Roger as the owner asked him if he was embarrassed. Alex also looked at him, smiling, and noticed that he was seeing this for the first time. Baluna raised her hand to her mouth and said that if you think about it, they don't really know anything about the boss. After these words, the gazes of all the unknown members turned to Roger, who turned away from them to avoid these glances. Sheridan happily shouted that this was indeed the case, after which she asked him if he could tell them something. The protagonist, with a thoughtful expression on his face, raised his hand to his chin, chuckled, then agreed with this proposal and, rushing to the side, said that he still planned to tell it someday. Sheridan looked at him in surprise, then asked if he really would tell something. The protagonist looked at his group, all members of which were attentively listening to his every word and warned that before that, however, he would say why they were collecting relics at all. He asked them if they had ever thought that this world was just one big birdcage and that they were suffocating in this world. Sheridan looked at him questioningly, then asked, "Is this some kind of riddle?" The protagonist answered her negatively, then demonstrating the relic in his palm explained that the meaning is the most direct, and this is that they are collecting relics in order to destroy their shackles. Alex, with a thoughtful expression on his face, suggested that in this case, these relics are some kind of tools for destroying the world. Smiling, Roger explained to him that it was definitely not for this, after which he asked him not to worry. The protagonist said that the person who created the relics clearly did not want this because the reason why they keep changing names like Lupin or Van Healing the protagonist, asked, "Is it all because of the relics?" Then he noticed that this was clearly not all, after which he turned to the group and asked permission to reintroduce himself and told them that his real name was. This Renee was lying on the bed. She sleepily opened her eyes soon after, which she got up and saw that a female figure was standing in front of her. This girl told her that she came here because she felt a strange energy in this place, after which the girl shouted that it was funny. Renee, sleepily rubbing her eyes, said that she, after which she asked Julia Plumhart, opposite her, on a chair sat translucent Julia, who was the best first student sitting on the bed. Ren noted with confusion that she was the best student of the first year, after which she asked her, is she one of those who attended Professor Rogers' classes with her? Then Renee asked her, but how did she get inside? Julia answered her, that she was attracted by her dreams. Renee asked her again, dreams? Then she asked her in surprise, did she really own sleep magic with a smile on her face? Julia noticed that she was perceptive, after which she asked her if she knew about them. Renee knew that sleep magic is a spell that allows you to visit another person's dreams or see something specific in a dream, and this magic is much easier to learn compared to other specialized types of magic. She also heard that a separate school was even created for this after. That Renee said that she knows, however, a little, and basically she learned about it from books and rumors. After which Renee admitted that she was meeting one of them in real life for the first time. Julia made an observation that she was well informed if she understood everything at once. Renee grinned and then asked her if that was really so. Renee began to tell her in a friendly manner that she was also amazing because she was able to find her in a dream and she was some kind of fairy of dreams. Julia crossed her arms over her chest with an unperturbed expression on her face and said that she would consider this to be the delirium of a sleeping person. Renee, looking at her body in confusion, asked her, so she was still sleeping after that. Renee noticed that, however, they did not even know each other, after which Renee asked her how she even got into her dream. Julia explained to her that, to be precise, this is a state between sleep and reality, after which she said that it would happen again and explained to her that she came because she sensed something interesting here. And then Jay asked her, hadn't she dreamed of something unusual until she came? Renee thoughtfully looked ahead and answered her affirmatively, after which she said that, to be honest, she didn't remember it well, and it seemed to her that she was dreaming of the days of her past youth. She explained that it was something peaceful but sad. Julia got up from her chair and said that she, as a sleepwalker, could confidently say that it was not a simple dream. Julia sat down on the bed next to Renee, who asked her what she meant. Julia began to explain to her that it was a reflection of reality, that is a glimpse of the past that appeared in a dream. In other words, then Julia reached out to the forehead of the confused Renee and asked her if they could look at it again and discuss this dream. Julia's hand and Renee's forehead began to glow with bright magical energy of blue color. However, soon after that, Julia, with a confused expression on her face looking ahead, asked in surprise what she said that she couldn't do anything, after which she asked her to wait. Julia shouted that she could see, but it was all very dim. Renee, who had sat up in bed and was adjusting her bangs, responded affirmatively to this remark, after which she said that she remembered that someone was with her in her dream, but she couldn't say exactly who it was. In response, Julia noted that there was only one reason why she couldn't see someone else's dream, and that was when the dream that is part of her past was intentionally sealed by someone. Renee asked her, in surprise what? Then she asked her, but by whom were her dreams sealed? Julia answered her that she didn't know, after which she asked her, had she recently tried to clarify her past? Renee asked herself, clarify the past? She began to assume that perhaps she was talking about an effect called the memory breakdown, which they practiced with upperclassmen. Then Renee asked her if she could remove the seal from her memories. Julia answered her negatively, after which she explained that she could not do this because it was beyond her capabilities, but she could look for the key to the seal in her dreams. Speaking of this, Julia pointed her finger at her head and asked for to think about it carefully. after which she asked her if she clearly remembered anything from her dream with a thoughtful expression on her face, looking ahead and putting her hand to her chin. Renee said that if she thought about it, she could not see the face, but she could remember the name. Julia asked her, "What was that name?" After some hesitation, Renee confidently said, "Heathcliff." At this time, the protagonist, turning to his comrades with a confident expression on his face, introduced himself by saying that his name was Heathcliff Van Bruce, and that he was a representative of the royal family of the Holy Nation of Bruce. That is, he was the son of the previous king. Julia asked Renee again, Heathcliff. Renee answered affirmatively to this, after which she asked her if this name meant anything to her. Julia chuckled thoughtfully and answered her negatively, after which she explained that she was hearing this name for the first time. Renee noticed that this person appeared in her dream, after which Julia noticed that this was a rare name, and she could not establish the identity due to a blurry memory and needed more details. Renee said that she understood her, after which she thanked her for her help. Suddenly, Renee looked at Julia in surprise and noticed at her body. Julia explained to her that this was happening because she would soon wake up. Julia smiled at her and said that it was time for her to go after, which she said that it was an interesting conversation. Renee confusedly addressed Julia by name, after which she asked her if they could continue this conversation later. Julia looked at her in surprise, after which she sharply answered her negatively. Renee was struck by this harshness and asked her why she had to end it so abruptly. Julia explained to her that their conversation was only a momentary impulse for her, and she had no intention of making friends with her. And then Julia smiled and explained to her that if she wanted to continue so much, she should try to attract her interest. Again, Julia noted that it was impossible to know for sure, and there was always a chance that she would suddenly come again. Then Julia told her that they would see each other again soon after Renee was left alone, and began to look thoughtfully in front of her, and lying on the bed, thinking that she was a very interesting person. After that, Renee looked at the ceiling and said, Heathcliff. Renee asked herself where should she even look for him at this time at the unknown headquarters. Alex, with a confused expression on his face, held his head and said that he was feeling dizzy, after which he cursed and asked. He suddenly turns out to be the son of the previous emperor. Then he asked what is going on. However, soon after Alex noted that if this concerns him, then this is quite expected. Alex turned to Roger and asked him, does this mean that his outstanding abilities were inherited from the previous emperor? The protagonist answered him negatively, after which he explained that he had only one unnecessary ability from him, which was a predisposition to obsession. Although this had never happened to his blood relatives, Fantas entered the conversation and said that the kingdom of Bruce does not worship gods after, which he asked if perhaps his predisposition on the contrary was part of his gift. The protagonist answered this by saying that he did not know this, after which he suggested that in his opinion it was rather a curse. The protagonist noted that in the battle for the throne, this affliction does not affect anything after that. Sheridan said that in this case, the true reason for his being in this space, the protagonist did not let her finish, and answered her assumption affirmatively, saying that he was hiding from his relatives in order to survive. Then the protagonist began to talk about the fact that his biological father, that is, the previous emperor, is not the healthiest person, and as soon as the topic of who to make the next mentor arose, those people who are very concerned about the throne were extremely concerned about getting rid of him. After these words, Baluna noted that in this case the reason is that he is so well-versed in poison resistance. The protagonist prematurely confirmed this assumption, thanking for this skill. The countless attempts to poison him, lowering his head down, the protagonist said that not long ago, the Bruce aristocracy resumed its activity after 20 years, which means that they have decided on a temporary king. The protagonist noted that if this king finds out that he is alive, they will do anything to kill him at this time in the polluted room. Betty was actively cleaning the dust with a brush, and furious turning to Casey, she screamed, asking her to clean up her room after, which she asked her, what kind of animal mess is this? Casey answered her affirmatively, noting that it will be done, to which Betty aggressively shouted that she always says so, but does nothing. Then, an enraged Betty started screaming that if she had already started cleaning, then she had to leave the room. Casey ignored her words, looking intently at the wall in front of her, while Betty was screaming that she should thank her because no one needed such a partner for free, and the whole reason that she was staying with her was because she was simply perfect. Casey looked at the wall on which a huge number of different news articles, notes, and photographs were attached. Looking at this wall, she thought that it was time to take stock. She began to mentally list the incident with the werewolves, the incident at the abandoned factory, the attack on the Khan auction house, the revival of the Gadon monster, as well as the appearance of the Black Dawn and Thane, looking intently in front of her. Casey thought that, along with the missing people of the Silver Sun and Leather, while too many strange things were happening, Casey thought that she suspected a connection with these slum affairs that were developing too quickly lately, but Casey decided to leave this situation to Trin. Looking at the board in front of her, She realized that her goal was the Black Dawn, and the only evidence she had was what she got from those wall newspapers in the end. Casey understood that of course no one told her where they were based, but after a series of questions, one location still caught her attention and she was sure that there was something there. This location was... Val and Casey mentally turned to James Morty and asked him to just wait a few days after these events at the Thean Academy. Roger looked ahead with a tense expression on his face. Frowning opposite him stood Sadhana and a huge stack consisting of sheets of paper looking at Sadhana. Roger said that it seemed to him that he asked to omit unnecessary details, to which Sadhana confidently confirmed this, after which she shouted out that she had done so. Then she handed him a luxurious envelope and said that she also had one unusual letter, after which she noticed that it looked important. The main character opened the envelope inside. It was a sheet of paper. When Roger studied it, he said that this was an invitation to a mystical night. The main character thoughtfully repeated a mystical night, after which he asked, "Is this the same annual event where magicians from all regions gather?" Sadhana began to joyfully shout that their professors had finally recognized them, after which she shouted out that this should be celebrated in response to this. The main character said that he was not particularly interested in this, after which he noticed that, in fact, this attracted his attention much more than some trifle. The main character held a letter in his hand and said that the association of the old and new magic tower, as well as free scientists. Roger said in surprise that they all invite him to their place. The main character understood that the current magic community is conditionally divided into 3 large groups. The first such large group is the community of the old magic school, where various elderly sages adhere to the tradition that magic is for the chosen ones, and there is also a group of the new magic tower, whose representatives strive to instill in magic the features of modern science, and they once separated from the old tower. There is also a group of the Association of Free Scientists. This is an association that adheres to other opinions that are not similar to the opposing towers. Thinking about this, the main character, with a thoughtful expression on his face, thought that he does not support any of the associations at all, after which he thought that if he supports one of these, the others will immediately turn against him. Roger came to the conclusion that this situation irritates him. Sadhana addressed him and said that all these magical communities sent him gifts, after which she asked if he had difficulty deciding. Maybe he should look at the gifts first. The main character exhaled heavily from his lungs and noticed that he was just thinking about what kind of boxes were everywhere. Then the main character asked, "So these are gifts?" Suddenly, a sly smile appeared on his face. He noticed that this was just great, after which he said that he was not going to choose anyone and he would just keep all the gifts for himself. Sadhana confusedly asked him again, after which the main character explained to her that no one asked them to give him anything, so he did not owe them anything. Sadhana confusedly agreed with this, after which she began to solemnly shout that this act was expected from Professor Roger, who always reaps any benefit. The main character silently looked at her, after which he noticed that this was not entirely true. Sadhana confusedly apologized to him. The protagonist looked at her attentively, realizing that he had already gotten used to her reaction, and moreover, her loyalty to him was definitely deep. But after that, the protagonist asked himself, however, to whom was this loyalty addressed, to the real Himlim, or to the First Order? The protagonist looked intently at Sadhana, realizing that he did not know at all what motivated her. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and Roger asked this person to come in. Vino entered the door, who apologized to Roger for interrupting him. Looking at Vino, the protagonist asked Professor Vino, and then he asked him what brought him here. Vino, approaching Sadhana, explained to him that he came to his assistant. The protagonist asked him to Sadhana. Vino approached Sadhana and asked her if she had not yet decided on the answer. Sadhana, lowering her head down, could not answer him, after which she apologized and stated that she was satisfied with everything as is. Vino said that it was clear to him, after which he noticed that it seemed to him that he was bothering her in vain. Sadhana began to deny it in confusion, after which she hesitantly explained that this was not the case because of her embarrassment. Sadhana turned around abruptly and ran to the exit, explaining that she had a lesson soon, so she'd better let her go. Vienna looked after her sadly, after which he took a deep breath and noticed that it seemed to him that she didn't like him. In turn, Roger noticed that he didn't think so. The main character said that it was somehow unexpected, after which he admitted that he didn't think that they knew each other. Viano explained to him that they just looked alike, so he was worried about her. The main character looked at him in surprise and asked again, "Are they alike?" Viano in turn noticed that they communicated with each other so often that he thought that he had noticed it. Then, Verano started to say that he wasn't sure he had the right to tell him about it if she hadn't done it herself. But Verano noticed that she trusted him after all, so he thought he could do it. After these words, Viano asked him if he had ever thought about the fact that she was a little strange. Roger mentally asked himself. Strange, he thought about what it was. Viano interrupted him, noticing that it was the wrong question, after which he suggested saying it straight out, and then Viano asked him if he had seen what her ears were like before the protagonist looked straight. Ahead in bewilderment, with his eyes wide open and his mouth slightly open in a state of shock, he said that it couldn't be. Viano confirmed his surprise with a calm expression. The protagonist realized that she had some elven blood in her, which meant that she was a half-elf. Some time after these events, the protagonist approached the door and, turning through the door to Sedena, asked her if he could come in for a minute. In response, Sedena asked him to wait a second, after which she opened the door for him and said that he could come in. Sedena was in a room whose walls were made of glass, and inside it were many different plants looking around. The protagonist noticed that she was taking care of flowers, after which he asked her if this was her hobby. Sedena answered him affirmatively, after which she explained that she had been doing this since an early age. The protagonist, addressing Sedena, said that Professor Vino briefly told him about her origin, after which the protagonist apologized to her if she wanted to hide it, after which the protagonist explained to her that he forced Verano to tell him about it. Sita's face darkened and she answered confusedly that there was nothing wrong with that. The protagonist said that if she wanted to return to the elven community, as Verano suggested, she would be able to get rid of the family that neglected her and live happily. After that, the protagonist said that he would accept any of her decisions and even settle all the issues with the organization, so he asked her not to worry about it. Sedena answered him by saying that first of all she should apologize for hiding it from him, despite the kindness shown to her. After that, Sedena raised her eyes and noticed that it was he, that is Professor Roger, who recognized her, and for this reason she would like to stay with him. The main character closed his eyes and said that it was clear to him, and if she wanted it that way, then okay. But then he approached her and admitted that he himself had been hiding something from her. Sedena asked him, in surprise, what, looking intently into her eyes. Roger said that, to be honest, he was not the First Order at all. Sometime before these events, when Roger was talking to Professor Vino, the main character thought that Sedena was a half-elf, and to be honest, he did not expect this at all. The main character began to reflect on the fact that Seta's last name is Roshen, that is, her father is an aristocrat, and from this it follows that her mother is an elf. The main character knew that during the interracial wars there were rumors that the Rosen family captured elves as slaves. The protagonist realized that if these rumors were true, then Sedena had a rather sad origin. After these thoughts, the protagonist turned to Viano, who was standing opposite him, and asked him what he had offered. Sedena Viano answered that he simply wanted to save her from that family and take her to the elves. Viano then said that everyone looked down on her because she was a half-elf, and perhaps she would feel more comfortable among the same elves. The protagonist lowered his head and frowned, noting that he was not sure about that because she was only half an elf, and her other half was human after that. The protagonist said that in the past, people kept elves in slavery. The protagonist asked Vino where was the guarantee that the elves would not avoid her because she was half human. The protagonist then began to reason out loud that if he did not represent any special influence in the community, then he simply would not be able to protect her from this. In response to this, Verano said that in fact he represents a special influence in the community. Main character said that he thought so, but this prepared remark did not coincide with reality, which is why the main character was confused and, stopping his train of thought, asked himself in bewilderment, "Is this serious?" Shocked, Roger asked himself, "Is Verano really an elder of the community?" The main character asked himself in surprise, "Do elders exist?" Viano, pointing his palm to his chest, said that he is one of the 7 roots of the world tree that is the head of the Den family. After that, Verano said that since ancient times their purpose was to protect the borders of the elven forests, and in addition to protection from the outside world, his family patronizes those who live far from them. That his children, like Sedena, Verano confidently stated that he can guarantee her peace and safety, after which he asked Roger to help convince her. The main character apologized to him, after which he noted that he did not think he could do it. Surprised, Vino asked him why. Then he asked him loudly, doesn't he want her to finally start living happily in response to this? The main character asked him to calm down, after which he explained that this does not mean that he does not understand his good intentions, putting his open palm in front of him. Roger said that he simply does not have the right to influence her personal choice, and if he tries to incline her to something, then this will no longer be considered a choice. Viano looked at him sadly and silently, then asked him, "Is that so?" He said that he understands him, then asked Roger that he at least listen to his request. Viano told Roger that when he first proposed this to her, Sedena told him that she needed to ask Professor Roger. Then Viano made a proposal that it seemed to him that she trusted him extremely, and in other words, he was the only person to whom she could tell about what was on Her mind at the moment, Roger stared at Sadena standing in front of him and remembered Viano's words that for this reason he asked him to ask her what she really thinks about this. Sadena asked him in confusion. What does it mean that he is not the First Order? Then Sadena noticed that it is not funny. The protagonist with a calm expression said that he understands that it is hard to believe, but then he admitted that he really is not the First Order. The protagonist began to tell her that John Doe, that is the real First Order and the one with whom they were supposed to cooperate, initially died during the terrorist attack on that train, and he is only using his identity. So all this time she was not following the First Order. That is, Sadena. Eyes widened. She was in a completely shocked state. Suddenly her lips pressed together, and from tension and anger, she asked him if this means that he deceived her. The protagonist wanted to put his hand on her shoulder to calm her down, while explaining that he didn't do it on purpose. But Sadena instantly pushed his hand back with a sharp movement, sharply ordering him not to touch her. Then Sadena abruptly turned around and ran in the opposite direction. The protagonist, looking at her back, thought that he knew this, and she reacted exactly as expected. Sadena ran to the door but did not open the door. Standing near the exit with her back to Roger, she asked him why, and then she asked why he deceived her for so long and for whom she tried all this time. The protagonist, with an unperturbed expression on his face, said that he was sorry that he deceived her, but he asked her to answer one question. Then the protagonist asked her if she really followed the First Order at the behest of her soul. Or was it he that is the man under disguise who inspired her? Sadena told him that, of course, it was because of the Black Dawn. In that case, Roger asked her why. Then she still hasn't left, and why she doubts at that moment. Sadena kept her palm on the door handle, not daring to press and open it. The protagonist said that he hid the truth from her and also used her, but in the end he chose to tell the truth and memories appeared in his mind of how Sadena told him that she wanted to follow Professor Roger, who recognized her until the very end. The protagonist said that now it was her turn to choose, after which he explained to her that if she chose the Black Dawn, then she just needed to leave this room. He explained to her that he knew what he was getting into from the very moment he decided to open up to her, and he would respect any decision she made. He walked towards Sadena, telling her that she had helped him so much and that she had worked so hard to develop her abilities. The protagonist put his hand on her shoulder and said that it was a great job and she had done a great job. Sadena looked ahead with wide eyes. Memories appeared in her mind when she was in a dark room surrounded by many mysterious people and heard questions. Is she following the Black Dawn because she wants revenge because of her family? Then one of these mysterious people standing with their backs to her suggested that the Rosian family is a famous family, after which he asked, "What is the problem?" Another voice warned his comrade to be careful because she could be a spy. These people spoke unflatteringly about her, calling her a representative of the nobility. Sadena thought that they may not say this because she already knows all this, and the reason why the Black Dawn accepted her is so that the Black Dawn could use the name Ros Ten. Sadena thought that she decided to get close to the First Order of her own free will because she was always sent to the rear, and in fact she did not feel much fear of the Dawn. But this person was different. Roger saw her as she is and listened to what she says. She remembered how he praised her, saying that it was a good job. This memory of when she was praised for the first time in her life remained in her memory forever, remembering all these events and thinking about her path. Sadena began to breathe heavily and tears began to flow from her eyes. She began to cry, pressing her hands to her eyes, and Roger held his supporting palm on her shoulder. Sometime after these events, he asked her if she had calmed down. Yet she answered him affirmatively and then asked him, "But who is he in that case?" The main character said that he would say. However, a little later, Sadena and Roger were sitting on the sofas opposite each other, and there was a table between them. Sadena kept her hands on her knees and said that in that case she would introduce herself one more time after which Sadena said that her real name was Sadena. "Flaunt," the main character asked her again. "Flaunt," then he asked her if that was her mother's last name. Sadena answered him affirmatively, explaining that it was her mother's last name. The protagonist said that he understood her, after which Sadena expressively noted that what was much more important was what she should do. Now, the protagonist asked her not to think about it and just continued to act as before, as if they were still in the Black Dawn. Then the protagonist confidently looked at her intently and noted that from now on he needed the most detailed information about them, after which the protagonist stretched out his palm in her direction and admitted that he was thinking about eradicating the Black Dawn. Sadena asked him again in bewilderment, after which the protagonist, getting up from the couch, noted that since they had decided to exchange something secret, he thought that she should know about it. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, asked her to get up, after which he told her that he wanted to introduce someone to her. At this time, Professor Vino walked down the corridor thinking about what the protagonist told him to talk to her, but he was not sure that it would help achieve the desired result. After that, he thought that he still could not leave everything as it was, because he finally found a relative of the Fonte. Right here in Tianviano understood that the daughter of the Fonte family suddenly went missing during the interracial wars. He knew that she was captured and kidnapped by the Rosen family, as a result of which Sedena was born for this act. Vienno angrily called them insignificant and disgusting people, after which he, with a thoughtful expression on his face looking ahead, decided that even if Sedena stopped treating him with distrust, he would already be happy about it. However, he understood that this was almost impossible, considering the persecution she was subjected to by her family, and it was better for him to leave this to Professor Roger walking down the corridor. He suggested that perhaps he should give him a special elven able as a gift sometime after these events in the building where the headquarters of the Yunnan group was located. Roger introduced Sedena, saying that this is Sedena Rosen, who is a new member of their society, with a shy expression on her face, lowering her head down. Sedena hesitantly asked to be taken care of. The voice asked if this child is a new member. Baluna approached her and with a smile on her face looking at her said that she had seen her somewhere before. The main character explained that she is a half-elf, and perhaps she just feels a family connection because this is a special gift of elves. Sedena at this time stood embarrassedly, silently watching what was happening. The main character told those present that Sedena is an excellent sorceress and incredible in the field of information extraction, since she had been providing him with valuable information about the Black Dawn. All this time, Hans nervously watched what was happening, realizing that if this continues to happen, he will be pushed into the background. Sheridan, with a friendly smile on her face, said that she was glad to meet them, after which she hoped that they would get along. Hans turned to Roger and asked him if this meant that he came to the shelter only to introduce them to this child. The protagonist explained to him that he came for this, and also to ask him about the progression of the mission that he entrusted him with. In response, Hans noted that since he personally came, he assumed that it was about the relic. Hans noted that, if so, he had something to show him. The protagonist said that this was good, after which he asked him to tell her about it. Hans nervously pointed his finger at the frightened Sadhna, and asked Roger if he could talk about this in front of her. The protagonist, with a calm expression on his face, told him that, of course, he could do it, since she was now on their side. Sedena, with a surprised expression on her face, looked at Roger, who said this, after which a thoughtful Hans agreed with this, and then Hans asked him how many fragments they still need to find. He answered him that considering the one that was in the auction house, there were 3 more. Then he said that one of these could be right in the capital, that is in Lion Brown. The protagonist confirmed this and said that he was just heading there, but due to a sudden terrorist attack on the train, he ended up here with all the other conditions, after which the protagonist asked him if he wanted to tell him that he had found out the location of the fragments of the capital. Hans answered him affirmatively, after which he explained that using the method of elimination, he narrowed the search circle to one place, after which he said that this was the fortress of Debak of the Exilian Empire. In Empire, however, then he noticed that he was unable to study this place in the capital. The protagonist thoughtfully said, fortress. Then he noticed that it sounded difficult and said that they would try to find a way to bypass the guards and get inside. Hans asked him if an ordinary teaching assistant could handle such a task. The protagonist answered him that with Sedena help they would definitely succeed, and that since they had such a reliable assistant in Tian, their actions would soon be much more successful, after which the protagonist suggested starting to prepare. At this time, Sedena, frowning, looked shyly at the floor. Hans asked Roger again what was he preparing for. The protagonist, with a confident expression on his face, adjusting the collar on his neck, explained that they were going to put an end to the Black Dawn a few days after these events on the territory of Valine in Zone B13. The protagonist, looking ahead, thought that this was an abandoned factory that was an ideal shelter for various disadvantaged representatives of society. He understood that, in any case, he knew this place well, but it would be difficult for him to understand in which building the Black Dawn was based. Suddenly, the protagonist looked to the side in surprise and asked himself, was that smell sniffing? He realized that it smelled of chemicals, after which he asked himself, was it really a laboratory with an exit to the local sewers? The protagonist was looking at the stairs that led down, but suddenly someone turned to him from behind and asked him what he was doing here. Roger opened his eyes wide in surprise, and behind him stood Casey, who pointed her umbrella at him and addressed him as Professor Roger. The protagonist looked back and asked himself, is this Casey Saloy without? Turning around to look at Casey, Roger asked her what she was doing here. Casey continued to point her umbrella at him and asked him to answer her question first. The protagonist said that he was investigating the recent arson case at the festival, after which he added that he had information that led him to this place. With a smirk on her face, Casey let out a surprised cry and then asked him what kind of coincidence this was. She explained that she had the same reasons. Then Casey said that she came here because she felt a familiar mana while walking around. The protagonist looked at the pocket in his coat, at which time Casey asked him if she thought he still had her card. With a tense expression, the protagonist cursed silently, asking himself who would have thought that a simple card in his pocket would have such consequences. Then Casey asked him if he could stop pretending already. She stated that she was sure that he would. Definitely come here with a stern expression. She said that it was doubtful that the new professor would personally investigate that incident, and even alone, Casey noted that he could come up with a better legend. Then she asked him if he really thought she was stupid after that. She ordered him to turn around slowly. The protagonist realized that there was no point in hiding anymore. He turned to her and looked into her eyes. Casey's hand began to shake. She laughed nervously, shouting that she knew it. Then she noted that he could deceive anyone, but not her. Pointing the umbrella towards Roger Casey, she loudly shouted, calling him James Morty. A clot of con at magical energy flew out of the tip of the umbrella. Looking at the magic projectile, Roger thought that she immediately attacked him, putting 2 fingers in front of him. Roger was able to parry this blow by redirecting the magic projectile to the side. Then, pressing the soles of his boots tightly to the floor, he began to approach Casey with a sharp jerking movement. At great speed, Casey, with a tense expression on her face, looked at him and thought that he was fast. A moment later, a loud scream was heard. Roger was sitting on top of Casey, who was lying on the ground, and, pointing a magic stick that was hidden under his sleeve at her, he ordered her not to move, after which he explained to her that otherwise he would make a hole in her neck, lying on the ground with a smile on her face. Casey asked him if this was really so. Then she suggested that he try it at that moment. Many magic. Swords were in the air, and each of these blades with its tip was directed towards Roger. Looking at these swords out of the corner of his eye, the protagonist asked, "Counterattack?" Then he noticed that she was progressing. Casey grinned and looking at him, asked, "Isn't it too presumptuous to think that she would just let herself be attacked?" Then she suggested that they look at which of them would be faster. The protagonist, pressing his feet into the floor, said that if she decided so, then suddenly the protagonist looked to the side in surprise and saw that the swords that were concentrated due to magical energy began to spread. Looking at this, the protagonist noticed that her magic suddenly dissipated. Then he looked at Casey and saw that she was shaking with fear and trying to move her head away from the mouse that was near her head, looking at her in surprise. The protagonist asked her just not to say that she was afraid of mice. Casey asked him again in bewilderment, after which she cried out in confusion, "What is he saying?" Roger squinted at her. Then, with a sharp movement of his hand, grabbed the mouse by the tail and brought it to Casey's face, who began to scream loudly in fear and horror while all her swords turned into formless mana. Then the main character exhaled there from his lumps, threw the mouse aside, and said that he had enough. He turned away from Casey and said that this is why he does not want to fight her, irritably looking at his back. Casey asked him what he said. Then she began to menacingly ask him if he looked down on her. She threateningly shouted that if he left her alive, she would tell the police everything. Without looking at her, the main character answered her negatively, after which he noted that if she wanted this, she would have told everything to law enforcement agencies a long time ago, he clarified. That pride does not allow her to do this, after which he asked her if this is not the reason why she hunted him alone for these 3 years. Casey looked at him with irritation and anger, after which the main character turned to her and explained that he did not have time to participate in her detective games. He told her that he was going to attack their shelter, so he asked her to stop bothering him. Casey asked him again in surprise, after which she asked what he was talking about. She hesitantly asked him if he was not one of them leaving her. Roger said that she was as talkative as always, after which he recommended that she go home to her mouth straps and sleep it off, and then the main character went to the ledge and jumped into deep space. Casey ran up to him and called out to him, asking if he had blocked the entrance with magic. Furious, Casey screamed that this did not change anything. Then, with an irritated expression on her face, she put her hand in her pocket and said that if he was doing this, then she would act in her own way. After that, Casey said that thanks to his carelessness, she had collected enough mana. She took out a piece of paper from her pocket that had concentrated magical energy. Holding this paper in her hands, Casey shouted that she would use a memory breakdown to break into his past. 30 minutes after these events inside the research lab, several bodies of employees were scattered around the room. A bleeding was behind him. The man with a hole in his chest cursed and then said that his name was Murloc and he was a night killer. The protagonist stood in front of him and then brought his hand to his nose and said that the smell of chemicals was killing his receptors. The protagonist turned his attention to many chemical flasks and asked himself, "Is this the same drug from the Pelum?" However, then the protagonist interrupted himself, realizing that the research notes were much more important, after which he asked himself, "Where are these?" Soon the protagonist turned his attention to a huge metal safe and suggested that perhaps these records were inside it and he needed to take a look at it. Suddenly, someone turned to him from behind. A man let out a surprised cry and asked what kind of mess was here. It was an elderly man who said with a crazy expression on his face that he personally came to see how things were here, but to his surprise, an uninvited guest was waiting for him. Here, looking at this old man. The protagonist thought that sometime before these events, Sedena asked Roger, suggesting that it seemed he was heading to Vonin. The protagonist answered her affirmatively, after which he explained that he wanted to sort out something important. Sedena told him that she needed to tell him something important before he left. The protagonist asked her what it was. Sedena said that according to her information, there is a First Order in Valin that is responsible for this area. The protest antagonist looked at her with a surprised expression on his face, after which Sedena continued to tell him that unlike others, he never hid his identity, and that he was an older man who dressed like a scientist and that he was the First Order named Victor Dread. At this time, the protagonist, with a sharp movement of his hand, held a gun in front of him and fired a bullet that contained magical energy. While firing this shot, Roger thought that he would better get rid of it before he did anything. The bullet collided with the fire barrier and exploded, emitting thick magical energy. Looking at this, the protagonist asked himself in surprise. What then? He assumed that it was a golden wall that instantly appeared right out of the ground after this. Golden barrier dissipated, Victor began to laugh loudly, surprised to see how nervous the guest was. Then Victor asked, "Is he really a hired killer?" with a crazy smile on his face, looking at Roger. Victor asked him not to be nervous, but he will do everything right while the golden substance was levitating in the air. Victor shouted that it was a liquid golem, which was his brainchild. Victor explained that it was created using all types of magic as well as alchemy and metallurgy, with a wide smile on his face. Laughing loudly, Victor turned to the liquid golem and ordered to beat Roger from the golden liquid substance. Clots of golden matter began to fly off in different directions. The main character who was watching this asked himself, "Is this a golem?" The main character was surprised to think that this golem did not fit into any framework. The main character abruptly retreated back, realizing that if the golem was now focused on him, then no one was protecting the owner and this was his chance. And while the liquid golden substance was flying off in different directions, visibility was reduced. But when the steam developed, Victor looked ahead in surprise and then shouted that he did not have time to dodge. Victor asked in surprise, where did he go at that moment? Roger, with a swift jerking motion, squeezing the blade in his hand, was actively approaching Victor's head from above. The protagonist understood that if no one protected the owner, then he would soon come to an end. When Roger was a meter from Victor's neck and was preparing to tear it apart with his blade, suddenly a huge metal knight appeared in front of him and blocked Roger's blade strike with a huge steel sword. The protagonist, perplexed with his eyes wide open, asked himself, or would he fail? The protagonist asked himself in surprise, was this some kind of spatial technique? The knight turned to Victor, calling him Dr. Dreadpool, and asked him, what was he distracted by? Again, then the knight asked him, can the First Order afford to miss such attacks? This formidable knight with brightly glowing red eyes was the First Order named Then Ver, looking furiously at Roger, shouted that there would be nothing left of him now. With a sharp movement of his hand, using the sword, Ver threw Roger back with a wide smile on his face. Victor addressed Verum and shouted that he had saved him, after which Victor thanked Verum for this, calling him Baron in response to this. Verum sharply ordered him to shut up, after which he shouted that he was annoying him. Verum then asked him why he always had to clean up after him, stopping after the push. The main character thought that this was a pretty skilled opponent, after which he assumed that he was also a First Order. The main character understood that he did not expect to meet two at once, with a surprised expression on his face, looking ahead. Victor asked, however, how did he dodge? Victor then assumed that physical damage did not pass through him. However, soon after, Victor interrupted his thought, noting that he did not think so. Soon after, Victor shouted in surprise that he just did not tell him that it was a spatial jump, in sincere bewilderment with wide open eyes. Looking ahead, the main character asked himself, was he able to find out so much just by looking at him with a crazy smile on his face? Victor shouted loudly and excitedly, asked him how he did it. Then Victor hysterically asked him to tell him this. The protagonist looked tensely in front of him, after which a powerful blast wave was directed towards him. Soon after that, a powerful fiery explosion was heard. Victor loudly turned to Vom and asked him why he was attacking. Victor noted with disappointment that he did not even let him answer, looking at the torn stone wall behind him. Roger realized that this blow almost saw off his head. After this, Verum turned to Victor and asked him why. He thought that this man was going to answer him. Verum reminded him that this man is an outsider, after which he asked him not to forget about it and noted that sometimes he gets too carried away. When Verum spoke about this, he looked at the huge, brightly glowing steel sword that he held in his hand. Snapping his fingers, Victor noted that nothing could be done about it. With this snap of his fingers, he called 2 allies, saying that, however, he would like to take him alive if possible. Victor spread his arms wide and shouted that he felt how rare he was at that moment. There were 2 anthropomorphic creatures in front of him with huge, sharp blades embedded in their forearms. Addressing these creatures, Victor ordered them to catch him and drag him to his feet. These creatures, similar to mannequins, furiously pounced on the main character and began to attack him in unison. The main character defended himself from the blows of these, thinking that he had many tricks and was acting just like a book. Then an explosion of golden substance occurred between them. The main character thought that he was able to break away slightly and he needed to use it. However, at that moment, a blast wave emanating from Verum approached Roger's face, causing a cut on his cheek. The main character looked at this with irritation. Then, looking around at his opponents, he cursed, realizing that he did not have time to get closer. Concentrating magical energy in his PM, he understood that he would have to retreat in a frenzy of excitement. Victor looked ahead and asked what skill he would use this time. Verum looked ahead, tensely addressing Victor as a doctor, and noticed that something was wrong, after which he asked him to focus on defense, putting his open palm in front of him, in which Roger concentrated the sphere of magical energy. He used the 8th Safa. This powerful magical energy, released by the main character, illuminated the night space of the laboratory with its light. There was a deafening and at the same time blinding explosion. A powerful stream of bright magical energy burst out from under the ground and rose many more meters up soon after among them all. Stone fragments that burned with magical light. A huge steel sword was thrust into the ground. It was Verum who, leaning on the sword, said that if he lost his attention for at least 1 second, it would become really bad. Then Verum said in surprise that no one could even think that they would have to run away from the enemy. Verum said heavily that their enemy was clearly not simple. Victor clutched his head with his hands and screamed controllably that this was not the main problem. Now Victor looked at the empty safe that his soldiers surrounded and screamed that everything he put in this safe was gone. Victor screamed hysterically that all his research notes were here. Distressed, Victor continued to scream that he had to protect these notes at the cost of his life, after which he asked how this could happen. Verum asked, "Did this stranger steal the notes?" Then Verum asked, "But what did he need these for at?" This time Roger, with a painful expression on his face, held a jar of medicine in his hand. He was sitting on the roof and looking at the city in front of him. He realized that it would be great if those first 2 orders died there, but he realized that the attack was in a weakened state, so the damage of this attack was not even half as fatal as it should be. However, then, the main character, looking at the many notes in his hand, thought that he was able to take advantage of the confusion and obtain the necessary information, so the goal was essentially achieved. He began to leave through the records, realizing that here were all the experiments that were conducted by the Black Dawn, that is, the development of a special non-flammable gunpowder, and experiments on people in which they tried to reproduce the strength of animals, as well as many other things that he had not even thought about. Suddenly, the main character looked in front of him in surprise and asked himself, "What is this on one of the sheets?" It was written that 3 years ago in the kingdom of Delica, it was a report on experiments with automatrons. The next day at the academy, Vian Roger was sitting at his desk, and in front of him was a tall stack of sheets of paper. The main character was thinking about the experiment with automatrons and thinking that no one could even think that the insignificant people from the Black Dawn were involved in this. In the mind of the main character, memories appeared of how he was thanked for helping them. It was a young guy who, turning to Roger, told him that if he had nowhere to spend the night, he could accompany him to a suitable place. Then Roger said that he did not mind, after which he noted that he should be thanked. In the next memory, the same young guy with a smile on his face listened to Roger tell him that if he wanted, he would help him with his homework. The guy asked him in surprise, "Was that really true?" Then he thanked him and confusedly suggested that maybe he should now call him a teacher. In the next memory, the guy happily showed Roger a piece of paper and shouted that he had received an invitation from the most prestigious academy in the kingdom that is from Ordo. The guy noted that this was a great opportunity. Then this happy guy asked Roger, will he go with him right now? The main character tensely said Artie. Suddenly there was a knock on his door. They apologized to him through the door, after which entered the room and bowed. To Roger, looking at him, the main character asked him, what brought him here bowing? Wilfred explained that there was nothing special about it and the rector just wanted to see him. The protagonist asked again. The rector. Then he said that he would leave immediately. Soon after, the protagonist asked Eliza. Again, that is, she wants to recommend him for the position of head of the dean's office at the academy. They sat opposite each other on luxurious sofas with a low tea table between them. Eliza answered his question affirmatively, after which she explained that this position had been vacant for a long time. The protagonist noted that if he understood correctly, then this was a very influential position, after which he asked her why she was offering it to someone like him, bringing a cup of tea to her face. Eliza noted that however he had done so much for the inn, after which she said that she only wanted to reward him for his services. Then Eliza added that of course she also took into account the skills he had demonstrated over all this time. The protagonist stared at her and said nothing in response, arguing that he could not even imagine what she was thinking. He looked at her cunning face and thought that she clearly did not fully trust him, but at the same time offered him such a post. The protagonist then asked himself, was this such a handout, or did she want to keep him in the closest possible field of vision? The protagonist closed his eyes, thinking that whatever the case, this position would allow him to understand what was happening, and then much faster. He thanked Eliza for the offer, after which he noted that however he did not think that he would be able to get this position, just thanks to her recommendation. Eliza confirmed this remark and said that, to be honest, recommending him is all she can, and he will have to prove his professionalism. However, then Eliza noted that she would give him time to prepare, and if he starts now, then in 6 months. The main character abruptly interrupted her, saying that a week will be enough for him. Eliza looked at him doubtfully and then asked again with a confident smile, on his face bringing a cup of tea. To his face, Roger answered that at the moment he is researching something extremely important, and he will soon finish and show her right away. Then the main character said that he will visit her again after he finishes today's lesson. Sometime after these events, Roger announced that that's enough for today, after which he asked the students to prepare essays on this topic and hand them in. In a week, Renee ran up to Roger and apologized to him for bothering him. The main character turned to her and asked, what is it? Renee, holding sheets of paper in her hands, said that she had a question, after which she said that she did not understand this formula. The main character took the paper from Renee's hands, chuckling, and said that this was a formula, but the basis for it was completely messed up. The main character noted that she should just take a closer look and that it was not difficult, because if you leave it like that, then the flow of magic. Renee listened to him but did not hear him with her eyes wide open. She looked at him in surprise, thinking that every time she looked at Professor Roger, he seemed painfully familiar to her, and even now she had this feeling as if it was someone from the past. Then Renee asked Heathcliff, the main character, and instantly fell silent and in bewilderment with his eyes wide open and a tense expression on his face, looked ahead while beads of sweat were running down his cheek. He hesitantly addressed Renee by name and then asked her what she had just said. Renee cried out in fear. What was she talking about? Then she began to hastily apologize to Roger, explaining that she had not slept well today and that she had said this word unconsciously. The main character looked at her silently, then exhaled air from his lungs and said that students should sleep normally and that he was glad to see such a diligent student, but noted that there was no need to overdo it either. After that, he handed her her sheets of paper. Renee held out her hands to take it and agreed with Roger's words when Roger walked away. Renee, looking after him, thought that it was good that he did not ask her questions, because if she had told him that this name was from her dream, he would have started scolding her and told her to focus, however. Then Renee asked herself, but why? She asked herself, why did she have such a bad feeling? Sometime after that, in the corridor, Fionn students were asking, what is this? Someone's voice said that Professor Roger's assistant had hung it. Several students stood in front of the announcement, after which one of them asked, are they looking for participants for a scientific project among students? The girl student noticed that, moreover, Professor Roger was behind the research in this. Eliza, looking at The paper in her hands read aloud about the methods of artificially increasing the amount of released mana. Eliza understood that if this research was successful, the main character would easily take the post of head of the dean's office, and not only that, the entire magical community would be excited by such news. With a smile on her face, exhaling air from her lungs, Eliza asked, "And since when has he been working on this research?" Then Eliza asked again, "Who is he?" The main character stood in his office, looking out the window, and mentally asked himself, who would have thought that he would hear this name? From Renee remembering this situation, he thought that judging by her behavior, she did not really remember everything that happened, but she should still be careful. The main character looked out the window with a serious expression on his face, realizing that she should not remember everything at that moment. Sedena appeared in the room and told him that she had hung an announcement. The protagonist thanked her and then noticed in surprise that she did it very quickly. Sedena noticed that it was already lunchtime, after which she asked him if he had eaten yet. The protagonist answered her negatively, explaining that he would have a magical snack a little later. Sedena asked him again in bewilderment, after which she sternly asked a mag-I-cal snack. She began to ask him irritably why. The protagonist calmly looked at her, crossing his arms over his chest, while Sedena, holding a clenched fist in front of her, asked how he could eat such artificial things. She furiously screamed that if this became a habit, he would cause significant harm to his health, and that it was certainly convenient, but you can't skip meals. Sedena told him that she would take care of all the paperwork herself, after which she asked him to just go and finally eat. Soon after, the protagonist was sitting at a table in the cafeteria with several other teachers. Selena happily noted that they hadn't gathered like this for a long time. Then Selena looked at the men sitting opposite her, worriedly, paid attention to their faces, and asked, "Did something happen to the two of them?" The protagonist, remembering how Sadhana kicked him out of the office, sternly said that nothing like that had happened. Then Selena, turning to Bro, noted that it seemed to her that he had lost a lot of weight lately, with an exhausted expression on his face and bruises under his eyes. Bro confirmed this by explaining that on the last day of the festival, someone had stolen his masterpiece of golem art, and he was still reflecting on this. The protagonist embarrassedly turned away in the opposite direction, after which he mentally asked Brino to forgive him. The sinner after that, Matilda, with a smile on her face, turned to Roger and noted that as she saw he had already moved on to clinical trials, Selena shouted that she had seen it too. After that, she said, "Research into ways to increase the amount of mana released." Breno turned to Roger with interest and exclaimed in surprise that he was researching something truly unimaginable. Then he asked him how many students had agreed to participate. The protagonist responded by saying that he had just posted an ad and was currently waiting for a response. Then the protagonist noted that people tend to be wary of experiments, so there might not be a response at all. Selena asked him not to worry, after which she assured him that since he had taken on this matter, she was sure that everyone would be only too happy to participate in it. The other professors laughed approvingly, after which the unperturbed Roger noted that it would be nice and thanked them for it. 3 days after these events, on the last day of recruiting subjects for clinical trials, the protagonist, looking ahead, asked 6 in total. Then he said that, to be honest, he wanted more, but this was enough. After which he suggested starting. He stood in front of the table where 6 students were sitting, namely Julia, Flora, Aiden, Elendel, Renee, and Frieden. In front of each of them were documents and fountain pens. Roger asked them to sign the non-disclosure papers that were in front of them, after which he said that he would begin the explanation after they did so. With a smile on her face, Renee turned to Lendl and shouted that she did not know that they were also participating. Elendel answered her in a friendly manner that it would be more fun together. Frieden looked menacingly at Roger, who responded with his own piercing gaze. At this time in Roger's mind, there was a remark that if he even tried to harm Renee, he would not leave. It like that, looking at Fried, and Roger thought that he probably thinks something like this. Julia silently slipped away. She looked at Sadhana and thought that she was her childhood friend to whom she first opened her heart. But one day she began to distance herself, and a distance formed between them. Julia thought that she sees the state of other people's dreams through color rendition. The emotions of most people do not change as easily as the colors of their dreams. She remembered that when they met again and then, her dreams became worse and the bright colors from the past disappeared, and she was mired in black. However, now looking at Sedena, Julia understood that today, although not as bright as before, the color that envelops her is so pure that it cannot go unnoticed. Julia knew that dreams reflect their desires and ideals and essentially reflect the essence of a person. Therefore, she understood that Only strong emotions can affect the current state of a person. Julia looked carefully to the side and thought that, judging by what she knows, the only person with whom Sedena has become close lately is Professor Roger, but he is one of those who does not dream, that is, he is sleepless looking at the main character. Julia asked herself how he could have influenced Sedena so much. Holding a piece of paper in her hands, Julia decided that she needed to take this chance to observe him and Sadhana too. At that moment, Sadhana silently took the piece of paper from Julia, who was thinking that she would like to restore their relationship after Sedena handed over the sheets. Roger, looking at these, said that there were no problems with the signatures, after which he summed up by saying that they all already knew the topic of their research. Aiden loudly exclaimed affirmatively, after which he began to shout that these were ways to increase the amount of released mana. The main character calmly replied that this was true, after which he noted that there was no need to shout with an unperturbed expression. Flora said that however such studies already exist, although the practical benefit from them is minimal, Flora assumed that he was researching something innovative. If he collected signatures, then she asked him if she understood correctly. The main character answered her affirmatively and then said that the results will speak for themselves. The main character demonstratively took the vessel with liquid in his hand and said that first they measured the starting indicators of their mana. After that, he said that then they will begin to take this drug once a week starting tomorrow. Someone's frightened voice asked if this is really a drug. The main character noted that he calls it that, but in fact, the liquid in this glass vessel is the essence of a huge number of different medicinal herbs. Flora asked him again, and then noted that it looks pretty disgusting. Then Renee turned to Roger and asked him if this means that when they drink it, it will immediately increase the amount of mana emitted. The protagonist answered her negatively, after which he noted that at first, on the contrary, would experience difficulties releasing mana, and they would not be able to use more than 3% of their magical potential. Alenda looked at him in surprise and shouted that this could not be. The protagonist continued to say that in this state they would begin to train, and this would be a base for the type of spell control and materialization of these. Then the protagonist harshly announced that training would begin tomorrow, after which he asked the testers to make sure that they could devote themselves to this training. The next day in Professor Roger's office, he stood alone looking out the window and realized that it was already dark. He thought about how time flies so quickly and that he had barely managed to do a few tasks. Suddenly, he turned around on the table in surprise and with wide open eyes asked himself what he looked at the open box inside, which was the ring that the Zero Order had given him. Looking at this, the main character understood that the ring he received from the Zero Order was emitting energy, after which the main character asked, only not to tell him that the meeting had already begun. After that, the main character noticed that, in fact, he was just ready, and for him, this was a good opportunity to get information. The main character took the ring in his hand and, turning to the Black Dawn, said that he accepted the invitation. Then he put the ring on his finger and dark magical energy began to envelop his body, finding himself in a dark space. He heard a voice asking why. The Kingdom of Bruce decided to make its move. Another voice suggested that perhaps this was because the cryptids began to appear. More often, the main character was opposite the table. On one edge of this table were Verum and Victor, and on the other side were three gloomy figures whose faces were impossible to see. Victor shouted that he had heard about this too, and he was just conducting experiments on one, but the subject could not stand it. After this remark, Victor noted that he regretted it looking in front of him. Roger understood that all these people were the First Orders watching their dialogue. He thought that it seemed to him that everyone was present except Esmeralda looking at the left edge of the table. Roger realized that these were two strange people whom he had recently met, and their silhouettes were familiar to him. Then the main character turned to the gloomy figures of people and thought that these were people whom he had never met before. With Victor's characteristic crazy smile, he turned towards the main character and asked, "Who is this, then?" Victor noticed that, judging by how quietly he approached it, must be John Doe. Victor invited him to sit down at the table quickly, after which he shouted that he and Veer wanted to chat with him. Verum sharply turned to Victor and, calling him crazy, asked him to stop making them out to be friends. Victor, in response to this, asked to call him a doctor, to which the enraged Verum hit the table with his metal fist, ordering him to shut up. After that, he said that if it weren't for this damn armor, he would have already beaten up his ever-smiling face. The protagonist asked himself again, "Damn it!" Then he began to think about the fact that if you think about it, his voice became more severe than before, after which the protagonist asked himself, is he even a real person? The gloomy figure of a woman said that nothing changes, after which she noticed that talkative people continue to talk and quiet people are silent. Then the girl said that she wondered when Esmeralda would come. Victor looked at her in surprise, after which he addressed her as Vent and asked her, hadn't she heard? Vent furiously called Victor a fool, after which she reminded that she asked not to call her by name. The gloomy guy with a smile on his face said that Esmeralda is no more, so she will not come again. Vent, in bewilderment, asked him, again, what then? She, turning to the guy as Nikolai asked him, what is he? Talking about with a sly smile on his face, Nikolai said that he did not know, and it would be better to ask John Doe because he probably knows more, and then Nikolai noticed that he had also successfully infiltrated Pion, after which he asked Roger what had happened there. The main character understood that. It was better for him to explain as briefly as possible, after which the main character said that the Zero Order should explain to them. Suddenly someone's voice addressing Nikolai said that everything was correct. At that moment, thick magical energy was concentrated near one of the chairs. An adult gloomy man turned to the Zero Order and shouted that he was here. The Zero Order answered the man he addressed as Lisi in the affirmative, and noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. The Zero Order was sitting at a table with a carnival mask on his face, and thanked everyone present for coming. To this sudden meeting behind the Zero Order stood a man who was completely hidden under a cloak, putting his palm out in front of him. The Zero Order said that they would now begin their meeting. Sometime after that, the Zero Order stated that as Esmeralda and Quasimodo died in this way, then he said that this was all that John Doe reported to him. Lisi, who is the First Order, said that he had already heard this from Nikolai, but the details became known to him for the first time. The protagonist looked at the smiling Nikolai and thought that if he found out about Esmeralda, it meant that he was responsible for obtaining information. With a wide smile on his face, Nikolai said, Quasimodo. Then he said that no one could have thought that this unsightly monster was the First Order, and even someone like him had a hard time finding out such a thing. Vent turned to the Zero Order and asked him if he would replace Esmeralda with someone else. The Zero Order answered her affirmatively, after which he said that he had already noticed someone, but if they had recommendations, he asked them to say so. Now the mysterious man who stood behind the Zero Order in a cloak was his assistant named Cadell Nikolai. Laughed and noted that, however, he always personally selects them. Nikolai demonstratively pressed his palm to his heart and said that they all respected his decisions. Leslie turned sharply to Nikolai and asked him not to interfere. Nikolai said sarcastically that he was very scared, as if someone had their own opinion on this matter. The Zero Order asked them to stop arguing, after which he suggested moving on to the next topic. Then he asked them to tell him whether they were coping with their work. The main character understood that this was great because this was a chance to get new information. Lisi began to say that, of course he was coping, after which he said that they were almost finished with that old magician and that they would accidentally self-destruct one fine night. Roger, who was listening attentively to these words, thought about the old mage and self-destruction, after which he suggested that perhaps the old mage was a reference to the old magic tower. Then the protagonists began to think that if they were going to do this on a beautiful night, then this meant that this was a mystical night with the highest probability, constantly smiling. Nikolai noticed that he also had news, after which he said that soon people would start to get nervous and would incite bad things behind the liberals' backs. Ventman, taking a deep breath, said that she would also like to please him, but she still had not found that thing and she needed a little more time. Madly laughed, Victor shouted, and Nikolai abruptly interrupted him, saying that he could not speak and that he already knew everything. Then Nikolai, smiling sarcastically and pointing his index finger towards Victor, said that it seemed to him that his research lab had been attacked twice. Then Nikolai noticed that he had not stopped talking about this topic. Victor started yelling that it was unfair and it wasn't his fault. Victor started yelling that these subordinates could never do their job properly. Complaining, Victor explained that this was the reason everything was happening. He then turned to the Knight Verum sitting next to him and asked him to say something, after which Victor noticed that he was on his side. Verum looked at him in surprise and asked why he was dragging him into this. Leslie turned to Verum and asked him if he had a more precise explanation. Verum agreed with this, saying that he would explain, after which he began to talk about how, when he returned to the Villanan branch, he had already been attacked and the head manager was already dead, and he barely managed to cover their mad scientist Verum, then noted that, however, it was surprising that the attacker was all alone and they fought, but he was many times stronger than them. Thoughtful. Lisey noted that even if he says so, it means that the man was unusual. Then Lisey asked Verum if this man had any special features. Verum said that he had disguised himself well so he couldn't see anything, and the only thing they knew was that he could use shadows to teleport and some powerful magic that could incinerate a factory at once. Nikolai asked him again, incinerate. Then he said that if you think about it, the branch and leather well was also burned down, and maybe the same person tried. Then they turned to Roger and, calling him John Doe, asked him if he knew anything. They noticed that he had been near the incident in Leewell. The protagonist answered the question with a question and asked if he should have gone there himself. In that case, then the protagonist said that he had only given instructions on his own behalf so that his subordinates would take care of the consequences. Nikolai asked him if that was really the case then. Nikolai said that he understood everything and that he was so busy in his Dion after that. I said that it was his mistake, that he expected him to be more knowledgeable in response to this. The main character frowned and said that he actually had some idea who it might be. After which, the main character said that Casey Saloy was suspicious. All the First Orders looked at the main character in surprise. As he said this, the main character continued to say that it seemed to him that she was looking for information about them and that there was a person in Theon who was under her suspicion. In response to this, the Zero Order noticed that Nikolai had not provided him with this information. After these words, Nikolai's face distorted. He looked tensely ahead, letting out a hoarse tense. Grown Verum noticed that she was seen in Valan on the day of the attack. Victor shouted out in surprise that, however, the person who attacked them used flames and shadows. Then Victor, spreading his hands in opposite directions, said that Casey was a water mage, as far as he knew. In response to this, the main character replied that it was impossible to rule out the possibility that she was working with someone in pairs after that Venton. Said that she was not a simple person, but a magician with a colored title, so she could not be discounted. Leslie asked, how could they get rid of her? Nikolai shouted that they would simply kill her. Then he explained that everything was as usual, and everyone who crossed the path of the Black Dawn would die irritated. Nikolai pointed his finger at Roger and addressed him as John Doe and asked him not to do anything because he was their honorable professor, so he should not interfere and they would end the problem in Theon themselves in response to this. Roger told him that let it be as he wanted, after which the main character said that he would follow any decree of the Zero Order. At this time, Roger realized that Nikolai clearly did not like him, after which he asked himself, did he have any conflicts with John Doe after that? The main character came to the conclusion that this information was enough for him, and now he was above suspicion. However, he felt a little guilty for saying her name, after which he decided that he needed to be careful for a while. The Zero Order, with a smile on his face, put his palms in front of him and suggested that they ended there, after which he said that he was glad that they were all working hard, and noted that, of course, there were times when things didn't go as expected. However, he said that they shouldn't let that stand in their way. Victor laughed, noting that this was exactly what was expected from the Zero Order, after which the Zero Order said that the meeting was over. He said that everyone was doing well and asked the Cadell to leave them for a while. Soon after, the Zero Order turned to John Doe and asked him to stay behind. After this remark, all the other First Orders looked ahead. In surprise, the protagonist calmly agreed with this, after which the other First Orders left the meeting. Vanishing into thin air, the Zero Order asked how he liked the meeting. The protagonist noted that it went well and without surprises, after which he asked him if there was anything else he wanted to tell him. The Zero Order chuckled, noticing how boring he was, as always. Then he said that he thought he wouldn't be able to personally follow Theon anymore. So the Zero Order said that he wanted him to find a person there who was blessed by fate. The protagonist asked himself, again, blessed by fate. He thought about the fact that the Zero Order didn't just ask to find someone. Then the protagonist asked him, does this person have any special features? The Zero Order chuckled thoughtfully and said that he couldn't say for sure, and did he know that it was a girl and that this girl was able to see things that others couldn't. Then the Zero Order asked the protagonist if he had any ideas about this. After Roger heard this, his eyes widened in surprise. He began to think about a girl who was able to see things that others couldn't, and images of his students appeared in his mind. The protagonist was shocked and asked himself that they just don't tell him what this was. Soon after the protagonist said that he had no ideas on the matter yet, the Zero Order accepted this answer and asked him to let him know if he found it. Then the Zero Order noticed that he had already delayed him, after which he told him that he could go. The protagonist said that he understood him. after which he said that in that case he would go immediately after that the protagonist disappeared into space when none of the First Order representatives were in the room. The Zero Order turned to his assistant, who obediently appeared behind him, looking ahead. The Zero Order said that he wanted to send him to one place. Sadel agreed with this and asked where. He said that he wanted to send him to a harsh place called the Eret mountain range. After a while, a voice from the communication device said, "A colorless magician." Then the voice noted that this was a tough opponent, and he understood and prepared properly and made his move. His interlocutor answered him affirmatively, then said that he believed in his skills. Nikolai sat in his office, hunched over, and exhaled heavily from his lungs, after which he furiously hit his clenched fist on the table and shouted in insults at John Doe. Then Nikolai furiously asked how he dared to take advantage of the mercy of the Zero Order. Straining with anger, Nikolai thought about the fact that he also bragged about having information that he did not have. Irritated, Nikolai asked himself, does he want to say that even in terms of obtaining information, he is better than him? Nikolai thought about the fact that he dared to return alive after the attack on the train, after which he asked himself, is he hiding his true strength from them? Sitting at the table, Nikolai put his hand on his head and grinned, saying that he had underestimated him and that he should not have relied on his subordinates. Then Nikolai raised his face up and stared ahead, saying that he would not make the same mistake twice, and that this time he would prepare thoroughly and would definitely kill him. Sometime later on, the mountain range snow was falling from the sky, and on the snow that had already fallen to the ground, traces of human feet were formed. It was Cattle who, holding a bell in his hands, was walking through the snow towards the cliff where there was an inconspicuous cave. Looking at this cave, Cattle asked, "Is this here?" When Cattle approached the entrance to the cave, he silently looked ahead. He saw several broken sticks and a frozen body. Looking at this body, Citadel said that he had tried hard to crawl here after falling from the cliff, however. Then he noticed that apparently he did not live long after that. Looking at the skeleton in the cloak, Cattle said, "What a miserable death," after which he called the corpse John Doe. Cadell began to ring the bell that he had previously held in his hand, and turning to the dormant spirit, ordered him to open his eyes, raise his head, and begin to speak. The skeleton of the dead man began to move, after which a dark spirit began to emanate from the skull. The dark spirit rose above the skeleton, and Cadell, addressing the spirit as John Doe, asked him if he recognized him. The spirit called Cadell by name and added that he was an assistant of the Zero Order. Then the spirit began to ask where they were and what happened to his body. Then the spirit asked him what he did with them. Sadel suggested that he get straight to the point, after which he informed the spirit of John Doe that he was dead. The spirit of John Doe, perplexed, asked him what. Then he asked in confusion, "Is he dead?" Sadel suggested that he didn't seem to remember anything. Then he suggested that it was because he had just come back to life. John Doe's spirit looked thoughtfully and silently at his skeleton while Sadel continued to talk about they needed to go back to the past. Then he asked John Doe what his task was. He asked him to try to remember John Doe's spirit. Answered affirmatively, then said that he remembered. He began to talk about how he had to infiltrate the academy, and he had to introduce himself as Roger Celcey. Cadell told him that this was good and that he remembered everything correctly. John Doe's spirit continued to talk about how after boarding the train he remembered talking to another passenger. But then an attack happened. He explained that it was a terrorist attack on the train, and one of the passengers was arrested, but when they tried to interrogate him, he self-destructed spirit. John continued to tell how he weakened the pain, shock with the help of magic, and hid in the nearest cave, but he had terrible injuries from the explosion, and he could not last long without food. Sadel stopped his story, noticing that something did not add up. Then he asked him, did he start a conversation with a passenger on the train? Sadel noticed that this did not look like an ordinary John Doe, frowning his absent eyebrows. Spirit John Doe said that this was an unusual passenger. Sadel asked him what he meant. Spirit John explained that this was the one who shook the entire continent by changing his masks, and even after conducting an investigation, he was able to identify only 3 of his personalities, namely the mysterious thief Arsène Lupin, the famous detective Eugene Frenois Vidic, and McKelly. Spirit John told Cadell that he was also undercover that day, but after he mentioned one of his personalities, he noticed a weak reaction. Be it briefly? Sadel asked the spirit again. Machiavelli? He then assumed that this was the one, thanks to whom the Kingdom of Utah won the war. Cadell said that if you believe his words, then he is definitely an unusual person, but then he asked him, "Just what difference does that make?" Cadell said that he still has no reason to talk to someone like him. Spirit John began to answer confusedly, trying to justify himself, but Cadell abruptly interrupted him. After that, he explained to him that it was he who summoned him, so he warned him not to dare to evade the answer. Looking intently at the spirit, Sadal ordered him to speak. The spirit silently looked at him in response, and then confusedly said that he was his fan, and did it out of respect. Sadal exhaled there from his lungs and asked him again. "Is this his reason?" Sadal then said that he thought he had misjudged him. Spirit John Doe asked him to stop talking about it after this. The spirit asked him what happened to the mission now that he was dead. Sadal answered that the situation had been resolved by his colleagues, after which he asked him not to worry about it at this time. Sadal reasoned that if the person John Doe was talking about was the current Roger, then everything would fall into place. He understood that this careful choice of words was true. Soon after, the spirit asked him if he had answered all the questions. Sadal answered him affirmatively, after which he began to use the bell knocking on the stool. Cadell said that it was a good job. After the bell rang, magical chains began to appear around the spirit John. The spirit John turned to Cadell in confusion and asked him what he was doing, clutching the bell in his hand. Sadal explained that the Zero Order had only ordered to find him, but he did not say what to do with him after. So he suggested that he rest in the place where the spirit and the corpse of John Doe were. A powerful explosion occurred, due to which the skull separated from the skeleton. Satad looked ahead and then turned around and addressed Roger Celcey and said that he didn't care who he was, but he would play along if he helped him get rid of the Zero Order. At that moment, Cadell turned around and went to the exit of the cave. Nothing was left of the real John Doe skeleton, and only his jacket was lying in the cave, in the students' dormitory. A female voice behind the door said that today she was more tired than usual. It was Renee who, resting her head on the table, asked herself if it was possible that this happened because of the drug that suppresses mana. Then Renee shouted out that the professor said that it would not be easy. But not that easy. Renee knew that each mage has his own mana conduction system that passes the maximum possible amount of mana, but even those who do not have mana channels can still cast spells. But it is difficult to recognize. The protagonist, addressing the student testers, said that when they take a mana suppressor, a secret channel opens for them that can be used, and if they open this channel, the amount of mana that they can use will increase dramatically. Putting his hand in front of him, Roger said that they themselves will soon witness incredible results while their current mana is suppressed. Then the protagonist said that only a week is needed, and he asked the student testers to try to open the secret channel using mana. Renee, who remembered these words with a worried expression on her face, looking ahead, exhaled heavily from her lungs and began to reason out loud that in words everything is simple, but when she starts trying it, everything is completely different. Then Renee stopped her train of thought and noticed that 3 of them had already succeeded, and perhaps she was the only one lagging behind. At that moment, she realized that Flora, Frieden, and Julia had already succeeded. Frowning and looking ahead, Renee decided that she still had time, and she just needed to try harder. A few days later, Roger suggested looking at the results. He looked at the sheet of paper in front of him and addressed those present, saying that the average amount of emitted mana that they showed a week ago was 12%, and today it is almost 36%. That is, they increased the flow of mana 3 times. The student testers listened to this statement with surprised expressions on their faces, looking ahead with wide eyes, after which the puzzled Aiden asked again 3 times. Then Aiden let out a surprised cry, and showing his clenched fists, began to reason out loud about how he had just recently felt an overflow of energy. With a satisfied smile on her face, Flora said that the daily training with that nasty medicine was worth it. Friend looked at Roger with obvious anger and straining his jaw. He asked himself if he was the only one who was growing only a feeling of bitter resentment, noticing Roger's intent gaze on himself. Friend, calling him a cunning, insignificant person mentally, asked himself, why was he looking at him like that? Then Friend thought about how he paid more attention to his nasty potion than the others. The protagonist exhaled the air from his lungs and thought that it was good that everything ended well. He understood that the students who treated his instructions with due zeal made a huge contribution to the research. Concentrating, Roger thought that all that remained was to speak normally about this at the conference a couple of days later in the mystical hall, where a huge number of spectators had gathered in the stands who were actively talking to each other. There was a speaker in the center of the site. Casey, with an irritated expression on her face, exhaled heavily and thought that she didn't even want to come here. But as soon as she heard that Moriarty would present his own SE Arch, she simply couldn't pass by looking intently ahead. Casey realized that watching Moriarty personally destroy one of the branches of the Black Dawn, she was convinced that he was not in league with them, after which she asked herself, who is he really? Casey knew that she could figure it out with the help of that piece of paper with his mana and mana storm, but if the truth was not what she believed all this time, her thoughts were interrupted by the words of the host, who informed the audience that the next speaker was about to speak. Casey abruptly turned her gaze to the speaker's platform, realizing that it was him. Someone's voice loudly shouted out that the main speaker for today was finally speaking. Another voice noted that he knew how to make an impression. The protagonist, who stood in the center of the speaker platform, greeted and introduced himself, and then stated that he was from the Academy. After that, the protagonist asked permission to provide the audience with his research. Towards the end of his speech, Roger stated that thus the results of the 3 experimental students clearly indicate a 3-fold increase in the outgoing mana flow, and the results of additional tests that were also successful indicate that the effect is not temporary. The protagonist pointed his palm at the potion and said that the key to this research was the presented mana suppressor. An adult man with a beard stood up and raised his hand up, then asked Roger to stop and told him that he had a question. Then this man said that he saw this mana suppressor. For the first time, he asked Roger did he really develop it himself. The main character lowered his head down and put his hands behind his back and said that he created a drug, but not the recipe for this drug after which the main character explained that the recipe was taken from an ancient manuscript that he had a chance to restore. The main character put his hand on the glowing panel and told the audience that now they would see on the screen the very text he was talking about. Symbols appeared on the huge screen. Someone's voice asked, "What language is this?" Then the speaker noticed that it looked familiar to him leaning on the pulpit. Roger said that the language used here is Laurel, and he was able to translate this text, thereby restoring the ancient recipe. One of the aristocratic-looking men abruptly rose from his seat and loudly asked, "Again, is this Laurel?" After that, the man shouted out that, however, no one can decipher this language. The man, turning to Roger, sharply asked him how he dared to lie in the holy, mystical hall. The main character answered this man that he was not lying. After which, confidently looking ahead, Roger said that he had deciphered this text a long time ago. Memories from his past appeared in his mind when standing in front of the fireplace. Roger turned to his master and said that he had a question. Young Roger held a piece of paper in his hand and said that he wanted to read this language, but without her help, he was afraid that he would not be able to do it. His master took a piece of paper in her hand and explained to him that it was Laurel, and he would not be able to master it, the main character asked her. But why? The master, holding a piece of paper in her hands and looking at it, said that this was a lost language about which almost nothing was known, and he would never read it without her help. After that, the main character asked her, then maybe she would teach him the master asked him again, but then she asked him why she needed this boring routine. Then she advised him to forget about this idea. But the main character, looking at how she returned the sheet to him, asked himself, did she really feel sorry? He took the sheet in his hand and, heavily inhaling air from his lungs, said that he understood her and would try to do it himself. After this statement, the master laughed and recommended that he try. When Roger was already leaving, his master noted that as his teacher, she would take pity and reveal something to him. Then she demonstrated 3 extended fingers and said that this language is composed of 3 others, after which she advised him to remember this. Sometime after these events, Master Roger said in surprise that he had not left his room for the 3rd day. She approached the half-opened door and said out loud that she thought that he would quickly give up. But this time, he really set a goal. The master approached this door and looked inside with interest. Suddenly, Roger came out of this door. His face was exhausted. There were black spots under his eyes. His hair was dirty and disheveled, just like his whole appearance. A smile appeared on his master's face. She said that she knew it, and he held out for a long time, after which she asked him not to be upset and explained that this was an almost impossible task. In response to this, the main character said that he had coped behind him was a library where a huge number of books lay carelessly on the floor. The main character explained that he had finished the language adaptation, after which he thanked his master for giving him advice, and it helped him a lot at this time. Roger, speaking at the pulpit, said that the Laurel language is a mixture of 3 different languages, so it may seem that the meaning is elusive. The protagonist suggested taking the sentence on the screen as an example, after which he explained that the initial translation said something like, "He gives a blessing of light, but he could not fully take it now." Roger, looking at the symbols on the screen, suggested remembering that in ancient times people often used words. Figuratively, the protagonist explained to the audience that if we take this into account and take into account the hidden meaning, then the text says that a person woke up early in the morning, but he did not manage to have a proper breakfast looking ahead. Roger hoped that such an explanation would be enough. Then he added that if he had incorrectly deciphered the recipe, he asked if he would then be able to conduct such a test properly. The man who accused Roger of lying stepped back with a confused expression, tightly clenching his hand into a fist. His face was confused at this time. The guy who was in front of the man confirmed Roger's thought, noting that an error in the recipe would completely ruin the experiment. The girl who was next to him said that this in itself was an amazing discovery. Not to mention the research Celcey, with a tense expression on her face, looking in front of her tightly. Clutching a piece of paper with her shaking hand, asked herself, since when did he know how to speak lost languages? The thought appeared in her mind that the more often they met, the more questions she had looking at the confident protagonist who was speaking at the podium. She thought that was such outstanding knowledge. They would be incredibly interested in him anywhere, but she asked herself, why was he doing such dangerous things as changing his personality? Celcey decided that she was sure that he had a reason, after which she realized that she should not put off the memory loss any longer, and she needed to find out the whole truth about this person as soon as possible. Sometime after these events, Eliza, who was walking down the corridor, turning to Roger, shouted that it was a great presentation. Then she asked Roger, who was walking next to her, was it worth it for him to reveal such details? She noticed that he even showed the recipe for the substance to everyone. Although people were clearly delighted with an unperturbed expression on his face, Roger explained to her that there was nothing to worry about and that he had planned to reveal everything from the very beginning. Then he said that knowing the recipe did not guarantee success in this matter, with a friendly smile on her face. Eliza was surprised to notice how harmful it was after that. Eliza called Roger the new head of planning and asked him to take care of her. The main character answered her affirmatively to this and then asked her to take care of him too. Suddenly, a girl appeared behind them, who, addressing Roger by name, asked him to wait. Eliza and Roger turned back. Eliza, looking at the girl in confusion, said that this girl's name was Caroline Monarch, and she was the head of the Monarch Trading Company. Eliza said Caroline Monarch, after which she asked her what was such a savage doing in decent society. Caroline, with a serious expression on her face, looked tensely ahead, after which she abruptly approached Roger, ordered Eliza to shut her mouth, and explained that she was not here because of her. Caroline turned to Roger and told him that, to be honest, she wanted to apologize to him. The main character asked her again in surprise in front of him. Caroline answered him affirmatively, after which she said that she thought that he would not provide any information at his presentation, and even cursed at him. The main character remembered the moment when Caroline, sitting on the throne, menacingly shouted insults at Roger during her speech. Now Caroline, with an embarrassed expression on her face, lowering her head down, noticed that he should have immediately announced that he would reveal the recipe, after which she admitted that she thought that he just came to brag, without revealing anything to anyone. Then she apologized to him for this in response to this. The main character said that it was his own fault for not voicing it from the very beginning, after which he noted that there was no need to apologize to him. Caroline looked at him in surprise and shouted that he was very cool, and she knew it. Then she handed him the card and said that she liked him and asked him to take it for himself. Looking at the card, Roger asked her what it was. Caroline said that it was a special VIP client card of the Monarch Trading Company, after which she told him that they could get anything for him. So, Caroline asked him to contact her at any time. The main character thoughtfully looked at the VIP client card and said that he understood her. Then Caroline abruptly ran away in the opposite direction, shouting that they would see each other again. Looking at the back of the running, Eliza noticed that she was doing things typical of her. In response to this, the main character suggested that it seemed to him that they knew each other. He noticed that she even called her a savage after exhaling the air from her lungs. Eliza explained that she was her rival since school days and she was impulsive and spontaneous. So, they were too different. However, then Eliza said that she recognized her skills and that she was still a level 6 mage. After that, Eliza told her that Caroline was actually a commoner, but thanks to her excellent skills, she was able to get a title and a surname. At this time, Eliza stared at the card that Roger was holding in his hands and thought about the fact that she had given him a VIP client card that even the Emperor Exilian did not have. Eliza mentally assumed that she really liked Professor Roger. Then Eliza noticed that since the presentation was over, she asked if they should celebrate it with an unperturbed expression. Roger said that if she paid for this event, then there was no problem at night in Casey's chambers. Standing near the table and stretching out her hand in which she was clutching a sheet of paper, she suggested that she begin. Then she began to pronounce out loud the scroll filled with mana to place as Tarina showed. As soon as she extended the sheet to the artifact, the sheet began to glow with bright magical energy. Casey looked at it in surprise and then offered to look at what he was hiding there. She plunged into memories that happened 3 years ago in the kingdom of Della. Casey was on a busy street and looking around in confusion asked herself, "Is this the kingdom of Della?" Then she confusedly asked herself, shouldn't she look at the world through the eyes of the owner of the memory? She assumed that this was such an effect of the artifact. Then she began to look around the busy street and wonder where he was. She understood that this was his memory and he should be nearby. Suddenly she heard a scream from behind and turned in that direction. A loud voice shouted that the thief was finally caught. A large man grabbed a small guy with a book in his hands. The man was shaking the child angrily, asking to let him go because he didn't owe him anything. Then the young man shouted that it was his own fault that he didn't want to sell it to him because he had paid as much as was needed. The townspeople gathered around this incident. The store owner, who was holding the child by the collar, shouted that his money was stolen, after which he asked him why he should sell something for dishonest money. At this time, Roger approached the crowd. He ordered them to stop, after which he noted that the fight with the child looked extremely sad. Casey looked ahead with interest and asked herself, who is this? The main character, with a serious expression on his face, showing a gold coin in his hands, offered to pay for the child's book, after which he asked the seller what he would say to this. Casey, looking at the main character's face, realized that it was him. Shortly after these events, the young man thanked Roger for his help. He walked next to him and asked if he was visiting them for the first time. Then the guy noted that if he had nowhere to stay, he offered to walk him home. The main character responded to this by saying that he relied on him, after which he thanked him with a smile on his face. Looking at the boy, the main character noticed that this was a fateful meeting, after which he asked him what his name was. The boy was confused, after which, with a smile on his face, he asked to call him Artie. A short time later, loud voice greeted the guests in their beautiful apartment. Then this voice turned to Artie and, noticing that he had brought the guest, told him that he was a good boy. It was a large man who, with a friendly smile on his face, asked Artie to take the guest to the second floor. Artie obeyed this command, after which he asked Roger to follow him. When Artie and Roger went up to the second floor, the girl, addressing Ari as her brother, asked him, "Who is this?" after that. She assumed that this was a guest, to which Artie answered affirmatively, explaining that this guest is also his savior, after which he asked his sister to say hello to him. When addressing his sister, Ari called her Sally. Sally bowed awkwardly, greeting Roger. The protagonist greeted her back and said that he was glad to meet her. Then Artie showed the room by opening the door and told Roger that this was his room. The protagonist noted that it looked simple and inexpensive after that. Artie reached out to Roger's bag and offered to help him with his luggage. Roger thanked him for his help and gave him his bag. Soon after, Ari took a book out of the open briefcase and, making a surprised exclamation, asked, "Is this a book with scientific articles from the Academy?" Then Artie noticed that they said that there was also an edition with the tasks of the Ordo academicians themselves. Artie looked at the book in his hands with admiration, saying that it seemed to him that they were ready to accept those who would deal with these tasks. And whoever it was, he already ed them. The protagonist approached Ari from behind and asked him if he knew about this too. Then the protagonist assumed that, judging by what he had seen today, he was a science fan with a shy expression on his face, putting his hand on the back of his head. Rai laughed and answered affirmatively, after which he told him that he dreamed of becoming an outstanding scientist. Crossing his arms over his chest, Roger told him that if he did not mind, he was ready to help him improve his knowledge while he lived here. Artie asked him again in surprise, after which he asked him if he was serious. Now AR's face expressed happiness with wide-open eyes and flushed cheeks. He asked the protagonist again. In that case, he will teach him. Then Ari began to expressively thank him for this, and asked him if he could call him a teacher with a smile on his face. The protagonist said that he could call him whatever he wanted, after which he asked him if they would start. Casey, who had been watching the events of the past all this time, frowned her eyebrows in irritation and asked herself, "Who is this young, annoying guy?" she asked herself again. Is it really the same person? However, she felt that an incredibly pure emotional aura was emanating from him, then trying to punch Roger on the back. Casey asked herself, but why was she reacting so strangely to this? Her fist passed through the protagonist. She came to the conclusion that what irritated her the most was that it was because of him. Then she turned her attention to the happy boy looking at him. She thought that in any case, this boy. She had a feeling that she knew him 2 weeks after these events. Artie burst into Roger's room and loudly called him. Teacher! The protagonist turned around and asked, what is it showing a letter in his hands? Ari, with a happy expression on his face, informed Roger that an invitation had arrived from the most prestigious academy in the kingdom, that is, from the University of Ordo. Artie shouted that this was a great opportunity. Calmly looking at him, the protagonist asked, is it because of those tasks in the appendix of the book that he helped him answer? Artie answered him affirmatively, after which he assumed that his answers were liked by the academics from Ordo. Then Artie asked Roger, will he accept this invitation? Artie noticed that the head was personally inviting him. The main character, with a thoughtful expression on his face, put his hand to his chin, began to look ahead, and chuckled and said that he had no reason to refuse. Then he put his hand on a piece of paper and noted that, in addition, the research process had slowed down a little and he would go. The next day, Artie looked ahead with admiration, pressing his hands to his chest and addressing Roger as a teacher, shouting about how cool he was. Casey stood next to Artie and, looking ahead, thought about what this appearance was. The main character with a monocle on. His face adjusting the top hat on his head with a smile on his face told Artie that it was time for him to go looking at him. Casey realized that this was James Moriarty at noon that same day at Ordo University. Roger, who was standing near the blackboard pointing at the inscription with chalk, said that the explanation was over. The man approached Roger and, shaking his hand, shouted that it was amazing, and it was an incredibly informative presentation. Then the man introduced himself, saying that he was Gordon Bell, and he was the head of this institution. Shaking his hand, Roger replied that his name was James Morty. Gord, impressed, shouted such a talented person as he deserved a corresponding reward. Then Gord told him that if he wanted something besides the prize money, he asked him to just say so. The main character looked at him with a thoughtful expression and repeated something else. Then the main character asked him if it was possible to get a teaching position at their university. After the people in the audience heard this, they began to actively whisper. Gord thoughtfully repeated to become a professor at Ordo University. Gord put his palm in front of him and said that now even he would have a hard time giving him a permanent job, after which he asked Roger if he would be okay with a part-time job. The protagonist replied that he would be okay with this offer. He understood that even a half-time professor would have free access to the university's central library, and he would look for the necessary materials for his research there. While he was here, they shook hands again, and Gord said that this was great and he hoped that they would work, after which he called Roger Professor Moriarty. The protagonist answered him affirmatively to this, after which he said that he also hoped for this. Casey, who is watching this, asked herself, is this how the story of James Moriarty began? She thought that later he would become a notorious criminal consultant who directly influences the criminal world. She sat on one of the desks and thought that she had only seen this and that now the story was just beginning. Looking at the face of the protagonist, she understood that now the part that no one yet knows was beginning sometime after these events. With a bored expression on her face, heavily exhaling air from her lungs, Casey thought that what she so eagerly wanted to see was the boring, everyday life of the professor he had become here. Casey realized that she couldn't even fast forward through these memories and that she would go crazy. She was sitting on Roger's desk, who was carefully reading a book, looking at him with irritation. Casey asked him if he would continue to sit in one place and read books. Then Casey indignantly shouted that it was incredibly boring and tried to hit him on the head with her palm with a complaint. Turning to Roger, Casey shouted, asking him why he was sitting here if he was a completely different person by nature. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Casey and Roger simultaneously raised their heads in surprise after, which the main character allowed them to enter inside. A joyful Casey entered the room and apologized to him with a smile on her face, after which she assumed that this was Professor Moore AR's office. Then she asked if she had come to the right place. Casey from the present time looked at Casey from the past in bewilderment and realized that it was she, the main character addressing Casey, who entered the office, said that she had come correctly, after which he asked her who she was he doubted that she was his student if he remembered everything correctly. Casey from the past indignantly asked him, "What then?" She asked him if he really did not know who she was, with a smug expression on her face. Casey from the past said that it was interesting and she was sure that rumors about her had reached him. Then Casey from the past introduced herself by giving her name and said that she was a brilliant detective who had successfully solved several intricate cases. The protagonist looked at her with a calm and thoughtful expression, after which he confirmed her words, said that he had seen that name in the newspapers. He then asked her, however, what did such an esteemed detective want? Here the Casey from the past, approaching Roger, said that the new Professor Ordo was also quite famous. The protagonist thanked her for this compliment, but noted that the rumors about him were exaggerated. The Casey from the past brought her face closer to Roger's, and with a sly smile on her face said that she just wanted to see for herself how incredible he was, and then she noted that he should be proud of the fact that he was able to attract her attention. The Casey from the present, on the other hand, looked ahead in bewilderment, looking at the situation. She asked herself in horror, was she really that pompous 3 years ago? Then she turned to her past self and asked, "Can't she see?" With what disgust he looks at her. After that, Casey from the past put the book on the table and noticed that besides that she was there to get his autograph, she told him that it was his book and then asked him to sign it. The main character silently began to sign the book, and then Casey noticed that he had very strict handwriting as if it was written by a typewriter. The main character said that he would consider it a compliment, and then Casey from the past said that if you believe graphology, then there is a high probability that he is a perfectionist, or hides his true identity. The main character continued to sign and asked her what she wanted to say by that with a smirk, continuing to look ahead. Casey from the past said that she wanted to say what she says, and then she said that it seems to her that he is not telling the whole truth about himself. The protagonist looked at her from under his brows, and with a serious expression on his face, he noticed that it was a funny analysis. However, he took into account that graphology, as we know, is not an exact science, and as he understood, she had not read his book to the end. Casey from the past indignantly asked him again, after which the protagonist, stretching out the book in front of him, explained that this book was made of such paper that the binding could easily be wrinkled, so it was easy to understand up to what point she had read by looking at the untouched part with an unperturbed expression on his face looking at her. Roger explained that even a genius could become stupid if he began to neglect reading. Casey from the past began to laugh hysterically, after which she thanked him for his concern. She turned away and walked towards the exit with displeasure, saying that since he had signed, she would go, because due to the surge in criminal activity, she had no free time at all, and he himself understood this. The protagonist exhaled heavily from his lungs and agreed with her and wished her luck in her difficult task. At this time, Casey from the present fell to the floor, and kneeling grabbed her head with her hands. She mentally screamed, thinking about how indecently she behaved. Then Casey from the present came to the conclusion that only now she understands how annoying she was. She realized that she didn't even try to be nice to him. Then she asked herself, how was it really? She realized that she was too self-confident because everyone called her a genius, but it didn't last long, and even though she was idolized, she was still lonely, so she became interested in him because she wanted to understand if he was like her or not. Now Casey was sitting on the floor near the table and looked sideways at Roger, looking at him. Now she realized that he was a good person, but she asked herself, why did he become a villain? Then she decided to see what would happen next. The main character was engaged in the activities of the professor and also taught Artie. And a week later, when Roger was staring in front of him, Casey, watching this, asked herself, what is he trying so hard to find? At this time, Roger was thinking that the disappearances of children did not stop, and it was suspicious, so he decided to scout the situation with the help of Hans, because he understood that something was wrong, and besides the fact that the reporters wrote almost nothing about it, and the police were also inactive despite the ever-growing number of missing people looking carefully in front of him, Roger asked himself, even though they were children of commoners, How was this possible? Then the thought appeared in his mind that if someone with enough power was involved suddenly. His thoughts were interrupted by the approaching Casey from the past, who, looking at the papers in front of him, asked, "Are these articles about people who have been disappearing lately?" Then Casey noticed that she was just wondering what he was studying so intently that he did not even hear her. Enter the main character looked up at her and with a serious expression asked. She entered without knocking. Right then, he noticed that she also came late at night. Casey angrily retorted that he hadn't actually answered the knock, after which she asked him why he was looking into the case. The protagonist told her that he was afraid that one day he would find his students among the names. Casey responded by saying that given that the police were not investigating the case properly, it was possible. Looking at her, Roger suggested that he thought she was well informed, to which a smug Casey from the past shouted that it was obvious since she was a detective. She then proudly announced that she was also among the participants in the investigation, since it was her job to solve such cases. Turning to him, she said that if he asked her nicely, she would kindly share the latest information on the case with him. Looking at her, Roger thought that she was unlikely to be involved in the case, judging by what he had studied, but he shouldn't trust her too much. The protagonist said that he wasn't particularly interested in it, and that he was sure that she had everything under control, to which a disappointed Casey from the past replied that he was boring. Suddenly a man appeared in the doorway and, turning to Casey, noted that he was told that she was heading this way. Casey turned back and then, pointing her finger at the man behind her, explained to Roger that it was time for her to go and that they would see each other again. The main character agreed with her when she went back. He looked intently ahead, thinking that considering that the detective was working closely with the local police, it was definitely not worth trusting her completely, because it was initially worth telling Artie and Sally to be careful. Suddenly, the main character looked at his desk in surprise, noticing that his personal crystal was flickering. From this crystal, a voice addressed him and shouted, "Professor," the main character asked Ari. Then he asked him why he was calling him so late. Artie said that recently Sally ran away on an errand and she did not return with wide-open eyes. Roger looked intently at the crystal, after which Artie asked Roger in confusion what he should do. Artie shouted in fear, suggesting that perhaps something happened to her. Roger stood up abruptly from his chair and asked him to calm down, after which he noted that they still did not know what had happened in response to this. Ari said that, however, children had been disappearing so often lately, the main character said that he would settle everything and asked Ari to stay at the hotel. A frightened Artie with a tense expression on his face, holding the crystal in his hands, said that he understood him. Frowning, Roger understood that something was wrong, and he was sure that this was the same case of a missing child as the previous ones. Then the main character director turned to Hans through the crystal and asked him if he could look for a child for him. Then he explained that it was a 10-year-old girl. Hans, standing in the gateway, said that he was sending out mice, after which he asked Roger if they could meet right now. Hans said that he thought he had found a clue in the case of missing people sometime later. The man who worked at the hotel was carrying a dish in his hands, thinking that the professor had said that he would find Sally himself, but he was still worried about it and suggested that maybe Artie would get better when he ate, with a smile on his face. The man opened the door and turned to Artie and informed him that he was entering, when the man entered the room. Looking around, he did not find Artie and loudly asked where he had gone. The man fearfully asked that they not tell him that he could not stand it and went looking for him himself. At this time, there were several cars near the cave. People were dragging massive bags, and one of the people ordered them to do it more carefully so as not to damage the goods. Another man irritably shouted that it smelled bad hereafter, which he asked if they really needed to touch it with their hands. His interlock replied that they had no choice, and if they disappeared, there would be no evidence left. The events were observed from the bushes. The observer thought that he knew it, and here was the hiding place of the kidnappers. The observer realized that they were stuffing the children into bags and loading them into the cart, and he decided to secretly follow them. It was Ari who understood that if he had been confused for at least 1 second when getting out of the cart, he could have problems. Now Ari, shaking with fear, asked himself what to do. He assumed that he needed to go there and try to look for Sally. Then he interrupted his thoughts, realizing that if he was caught, everything would be over, and he needed to retreat and ask the adults for help. He crawled through the grass, hiding behind the bushes, soon after which he saw a cart, near which there were 2 policemen looking at them. He thought that there were policemen there, and he felt incredible relief because he needed to ask them for help. Rai abruptly ran out to meet the policeman and asked them for help, after which he reported that there were kidnappers of children there. The police looked at him in surprise and asked a child, after which one of the police officers shouted that one of these rats managed to escape. Eri looked ahead in bewilderment at this time. Roger, rapidly approaching Hans, asked him if he had found the child. Hans answered him negatively, saying that he had not yet received news, and then Hans, sitting down on a bench, noticed that the scent mice had not yet returned, after which he asked him if they could wait. Casey from the present, looking at Hans, asked herself if this was the man who was with Moriarty during the festival. The main character agreed with his proposal, after which Hans asked what he wanted to talk about in response to this. Hans said that he wanted to talk about cases of missing people and noticed that these were very strange looking. Intently at him, the main character asked him why he thought so. Hans replied that he had received many reports of disappearances of people in different cities, and it was noteworthy that only children of commoners disappeared. He understood that something was clearly wrong, and he decided to delve into this matter. And on the day when children just started disappearing in Vonin, the activity of iron buyers increased sharply in factories that had not worked before began to work. The main character asked him if he wanted to say now that this was somehow connected with the kingdom of Dua. He answered him by saying that it was very suspicious because these phenomena began to occur at the same time, and besides, the police were reluctant to investigate this case. The main character put his head on his hand, thinking that perhaps this was just an accident. But if this was true, he asked himself why kidnap children who were unsuitable for physical labor. He stopped his thoughts, realizing that now was not the time to think about it because the search for Sally was now a priority. Suddenly, the mouse jumped high and made a loud sound. Hans turned around and shouted finally. After that, he asked if they found the child. Hans relayed the information that the mice had not found that girl but had seen other children being kidnapped, and the mice had seen a boy who had secretly entered the kidnapper's carriage. The protagonist looked at him with wide open eyes and then asked himself, a boy he begged that he just not be told about. Then the main character abruptly ordered Hans to follow him. Immediately, Roger shouted immediately with a tense expression on his face. Hans, holding an object in his hand, said that he did not want to use it. But there was no choice. Casey from the present time looked at this in surprise and asked herself what was happening. She realized that this man undressed and also pierced his hand with a thong, after which she asked herself and became a werewolf. At that moment, she watched as Roger, riding Hans, who had turned into a werewolf, was rapidly moving away from her case, understood that now was not the time to be surprised, after which she decided that she needed to hurry. After them being in a dark room, Artie asked himself, where is he? He realized that he could not move, and he remembered how he went to look for Sally. He was dragged along the concrete floor, and he heard a voice say, to be careful with him, after which the voice asked, what if he dies before the experiment even starts? The voice of another man asked, not to worry, after which he noticed that no one dies from this. At that moment, Ari looked at two police officers, one of whom was dragging him by the leg. Artie remembered that he asked the police for help, but they hit him, and then he lost consciousness. Artie asked himself in surprise, who would have thought that the police were in cahoots with them? Suddenly, he noticed a small stone lying next to him. He grabbed the stone and threw it at the back of the head of the policeman who was dragging him. The policeman cried out in pain, after which he turned to Artie, who was shouting angrily, calling them kidnappers, and ordering them to immediately return his sister to him with an enraged expression. On his face, the policeman looked at him, and taking out his baton began to insult him, asking if he really didn't know his place. After a short time, the concrete floor was painted the color of dark burgundy children's blood. The policeman who was beating Ari with a baton was stained with his blood. Another policeman asked him if he was dead. The policeman beating the child asked him irritably in response, what difference did it make? He noted that they were thrown out after the experiments anyway. Then the policeman cursed angrily, noticing that he had stained his unit uniform with blood. There were several policemen around his bloody body. Roger entered the room and, looking at the mutilated body, asked Artie. The policeman suddenly turned in his direction, after which they asked in surprise, is this Professor Moriarty? The main character, not paying attention to these policemen, approached Artie, pushing them out of his way. One of the policemen asked how he found them. The main character picked up the body of the beaten and bloody Artie, and addressing him by name, asked him to open his eyes. Artie was badly beaten. His face and body were covered in black and purple bruises and contusions, and blood was flowing from his mouth. Beads of sweat were profusely flowing down his body with a painful voice. Artie opened his eyes and, smiling, looked at Roger and noticed that he had come after, which he said that he was sorry. The main character asked him not to talk to, which Rai replied with a shaking voice that he had not listened to him and that he was a bad boy. The main character, opening his mouth wide, sharply shouted out, reminding him that he had said not to talk. Archie continued to talk, and addressing Roger as Professor Morari, quietly asked him to take care of his sister, after which, "It's bloody childish." Hand fell lifelessly onto the concrete floor. Artie was dead. The main character continued to kneel motionless with corpse in his arms. At this time, the police were asking him behind his back what they should do. One of them noted that if they killed the professor, it would no longer be possible to hush this matter up. Another policeman suggested that perhaps he could be bribed. The third policeman, clutching a baton in his hand, jumped up above Roger's back and asked the previous policeman, "What is he talking about?" Then the attacking policeman shouted that he had found them and that he must be disposed of, after which the policeman ordered Roger to die. Suddenly, a dark, solid, ominous, magical substance appeared right in front of the man's face, who suddenly began to scream in fear. The dark substance pierced his body in many places at great speed and lifted him several meters into the air. The protagonist, with a gloomy expression on his face, continued to stare in front of him without moving, while the dark, ominous substance thickened above the frightened policeman. The policeman looked around and asked, "What is this?" with a wild, wolfish look. The protagonist turned around and shouted, "These worthless ones!" A moment later, many bodies of policemen were impaled on long, ominous pikes and hung on the same ones. Casey looked at the bloody scene in disbelief, with her eyes wide open and her mouth slightly open. She asked herself what was going on. She saw Roger standing in the same place, surrounded by a dark, sinister substance, and there were many blood bodies around him. Casey from the past asked more. Artie. Casey from the present turned to her in surprise. Then Casey from the past frowned and asked Morard what he was doing here. She then asked him where all the bodies came from. Then Casey from the past suggested that it was not what she thought. Then she asked him if that was true. She said that she was sure that she just misunderstood everything. Then she asked him if that was true without looking at her. Roger knew that it was. Casey Selma. Casey reasoned that, thanks to her connections, she easily met with high-ranking police officers, but she had doubts about their involvement. The protagonist was asking her in his mind at that moment if she wanted to believe him. Even in such a situation, he noticed that he was sorry, and if he told the truth, he could easily clear up all the misunderstandings, but it was too late. But he could still cooperate with her and solve this matter. But standing next to as corpse, Roger asked himself if this was really the best choice he had. He thought that no matter how much he wanted justice, because those behind this had money and power and they would close this case, he looked at the child's corpse, realizing that they had killed an innocent child and would not be held accountable for it. The protagonist clenched his fist tightly. There was blood on his gloves. He decided that he would make them go through the same thing. Casey abruptly ordered him to answer him right away, after which she wanted to address him by name, but he calmly answered her. How unexpected. The protagonist calmly suggested that he thought she would understand. Then he asked her if she really thought that living among ordinary people she would remain the same as them. At this time, the present, Casey and the past. Casey looked at him in surprise. The protagonist asked her if they fit into their standards at this moment with a painful expression on her face. The present. Casey grabbed her heart with her hand, realizing that she felt the same as him. She fell to her knees, realizing that she could not breathe in her chest. The protagonist continued to talk about how their world was incredibly boring and the people in it were so ignorant that it was becoming stuffy for him. Casey shook tightly, holding her heart, and tensely looked ahead while Roger talked about how he was going crazy with frustration. The past. Casey asked him if this was the reason why he killed the child. She then assumed that he did it to tease her. With a tense expression on her face, she looked at Roger, who answered her question with a question asking her if this was some kind of terrible mistake in her opinion. Then he explained that deep down she heard the same voice as him. Casey confidently turned to Roger and said that she hoped that he was a good person. She lowered her head down and said that everything could be resolved by negotiations, that it was all just a misunderstanding, but it turned out that she did not understand anything. Taking out a magic stick from her inner pocket, Casey looked at Roger from under her brows and said that if this is the path he chose, then she will arrest him right now with a wild look looking at her. Roger suggested that she do so. At that moment, Roger mentally turned to I and asked him to just wait. Casey, concentrating magical energy and directing it at Roger, shouted James Moore. Artie, the main character, understood that. No matter what the cost, he will put an end to everyone involved in this matter, even if it means his own eyes. The protagonist dodged the magical projectile flying at him while simultaneously concentrating his own fire attack, after which he directed it towards Casey and their magical powers. Collided, creating an explosion with a tense expression on her face. Looking ahead, Casey understood that she couldn't let her guard down because with this she would hardly be able to defeat him. Suddenly, her magic stick was knocked out of her hands, however. Using water magic, she was able to grab the stick flying. Away from her and pulling it towards herself, tensely looking ahead, she shouted, "No!" Casey provoked many magical substances that she sent towards Roger, but he, having put up a wall of fire in front of him, defended himself from these. Turning his gaze to the side, Roger asked himself how she managed to control the water in the air. If she had lost her magic stick, then he assumed that such was the overwhelming power of the element of a single attribute. Mage Casey, frowning, shouted that she knew he was strong after, which she said that he could not defeat her with just this. The main character responded to this by saying that he planned to disarm her and leave. But a single attribute mage is not so easy to disable. Suddenly, a pipe located under the ceiling broke, and thick steam began to fly out of it, which reduced visibility when Casey covered her face because of the steam. Hans turned to Roger from behind and told him that they needed to leave, after which he asked him to do so. The main character, looking at him, asked himself, "Hans?" Casey, looking tensely ahead, assumed that he had an assistant with him after which she furiously shouted that she would not allow him. Suddenly, the room they were in began to collapse, and huge stones and pipes began to fall from the ceiling. Casey understood that the pipe had burst and the roof would soon collapse. She realized that this was bad and she needed to get out of here. She promised herself that next time she would definitely catch him soon after these events. Roger and Hans stood in front of a passage littered with stones Roger was holding, his body on his back looking ahead. Hans said that he thought they were finished, after which he asked Roger what kind of child this was sitting on the floor. Hans noticed what he looked like. The protagonist abruptly cut him off, saying that he knew and he just didn't want to leave him there. Hans noticed that if he said that the protagonist again abruptly cut him off and asked where they were, then the protagonist noticed that it seemed to him that they didn't come from here at this time. Casey, from the present time, with a sad expression on her face, silently looked ahead. Looking around, Hans noticed that he himself said to look at the other side, and when they walked, he found a corridor that led to a huge research lab. Then Hans explained that this is a room that is filled with automatons that look like lifeless bodies of people. And further in this room, there were glass flasks with children who were floating in some kind of green liquid with a tense expression on his face. Roger angrily thought that he just didn't tell him that they were experimenting on children there. Then the protagonist turned to Hans and asked him to wear Artie and keep up with him. Hans tensely put his hands in front of him to take the body and agreed with this. The main character quickly ran forward, realizing that he needed to hurry because maybe he could at least save Sally. Soon after these events, blood flew in different directions against the background of lifeless automatons. The frightened policeman looked at the ominous, gloomy substance and asked for mercy. The main character, looking down at them with authority, extended his palm in their direction and explained that if they wanted to live, they needed to answer questions, after which he asked where the children they had recently kidnapped were. The policeman asked in confusion. Children? Then one of them shouted that the children were already dead. He explained that as soon as the children entered the laboratory, the process of extracting souls began, and this was the first stage of the experiment. A loud scream and bloody splashes ended this conversation that took place between the children locked in huge glass flasks. The main character silently covered his face with his hand. Suddenly, Hans turned to him from behind and told him that he had found the materials of this study. Soon after reading the documents, Roger realized that this was an OD to steal a project in which children's souls are extracted to place these in automatons and use them as soldiers in the war, and after many experiments, they had their first success. That is the first soul settled in, and the code name of this is Beta. After that, the main character swore, saying that he knew that this was not an easy matter, but no one could have thought that even the authorities were involved here. The main character addressed Hans by name, after which Hans asked him again. Looking closely at the paper, Roger suggested that perhaps this was a way to return. 30 minutes later, party was lying in one of the glass flasks that was filled with green liquid. The main character explained that he was not going to change his soul like these insignificant people, but he just wanted to transplant it into the last empty prototype that is into Alpha. Then the protagonist noted that if he had known that he would have. To do this, he would have left a couple of prototypes. He stood in front of 2 flasks with children, and looking at the documents said that there should be enough material. He put his palm on the paper, saying that while the soul was moving, he would study the case materials in detail. Then he looked in front of him with a serious expression and added, saying that they would kill everyone who participated in this. The protagonist noted that he knew that this would happen after, which he asked himself where to start. He began to reason out loud that the first is a supply line of rare materials from which automatons are made, and since this is a top-secret project, there is a high probability that the mind itself is disguised as an abandoned facility. Hans, who was behind him, said that he understood him and would find out if there were any. The protagonist agreed with his proposal, after which he told him that he would look for clues in these records. Roger, looking at Spotty, called him a friend and asked for forgiveness in front of him, admitting that he couldn't even fulfill his last request the next night at an abandoned rare materials mine inside, which voices addressed the workers ordered them to act faster after, which the guards irritably asked why it was taking so long. Roger and Hans watched what was happening from a shelter, and Hans noticed that everything was really as he said, and they were using the working class as slaves. Then Hans said in surprise that there were a lot of guards in this place, and they were not only soldiers but even a magician. The protagonist understood that it was not easy, after which he noted that it would not be so difficult if they enlisted support. Hans asked him again in surprise, after which the protagonist noticed that there was one nimble girl here at this time. They looked at Sheridan, who was secretly putting the Mind Stone in her pocket. The protagonist suggested approaching her when everyone was asleep at night when the workers were sleeping. Sheridan was building something and quietly telling them to wait a little, and then she would blow everything up. They approached her from behind, and the voice said that he did not know what she was talking about, but the main character suggested that she stop. Sheridan turned around in surprise at Roger and Hans approaching her from behind and then asked them how they got here. There was a huge amount of explosives behind Sheridan's back, and as she was about to press the lever, she swore loudly and noted that if that's the case, then the main character, holding out an open palm in front of him, hastily asked her to wait, and then told her that they had come to free her. Looking at Roger in surprise, Sheridan asked again, "Free her?" The main character explained to her that they simply noticed that she had very skillful hands, and it was simply amazing that she had created so much explosives only from stolen materials. Then the main character noted that if this explosive was used correctly, it would be possible to reduce the number of guards and they would already get rid of the remaining ones, after which the main character asked her if she would help them. Sheridan looked at him with doubt. Then he grinned and suggested that she just needed to blow up those worthless people. Then she asked if that was true without waiting for an answer. She happily agreed to participate in this and called Roger. "Mister," shaking her hand, Roger asked again. Miss Sheridan answered him affirmatively and said that she would call him that. Then she said that her name was Sheridan Ephid and she was pleased to meet him. Sometime after these events, many workers happily ran out of the mine, shouting that they got out and were finally free. Satisfied, Sheridan grinned and asked Hans how they liked her bombs. Then she suggested that it was really cool. Hans looked at her doubtfully and confirmed this, then noted that these were so good that she almost collapsed the mine. The protagonist, turning to Hans, asked him to escort people to a safe place, after which Hans asked him, "What about him?" The protagonist answered him, saying that he was going to finish what was needed for this city at midnight, in the room of the head of the University of Ordo. With a thoughtful expression on his face, Gord sat on a chair and read a newspaper. The newspaper wrote about the true face of James Morty. "That is a dirty criminal." "Looking at this, Gord," said Professor Morty. He put the newspaper on the table and said that he was very sorry because he was a truly gifted person, and in just one night he became a terrible criminal, lowering his head down. Gord noticed that the university would soon be noisy and it was time for him to go home. Because it was late, Gourd put out the candle in the flask, after which a voice coming from behind him apologized to him for the late visit. It was Roger who, with a mask on his face, addressed Gourd by name. Gourd looked ahead in bewilderment, his eyes wide open. In surprise, Himmel recognized the voice he heard and turned around and looked at Roger, asking if that was Professor Mor-Ari. He shouted that he had heard rumors about him and asked if he realized that the entire university was in an uproar over it. The protagonist replied that he understood everything, and he said that thanks to him, Bell, he had successfully completed his research, and he was very sorry that he had disgraced the name of such a glorious educational institution. He added that he would like to offer him Bell an opportunity, and he shuddered. Rose from his chair and asked what Roger was talking about. When he spoke of an opportunity, he warned him not to worry and promised that if Himmel told the truth, nothing bad would happen. He looked at him with horror, and the protagonist, leaning as close as possible to him, asked if he was involved in the scientific project of the OD. To steal, Himmel shouted that he did not understand what Roger was talking about, and the next moment he pulled out a dagger and swung it, hitting him. Bell in the stomach with the blade, and he screamed in pain. Blood sprayed into the air, and the protagonist still not leaving, Himmel said that of course he understood everything perfectly well and he could not escape retribution. If Himmel found it so difficult to answer this question, then he decided to ask another question and asked him to tell about everyone involved in this matter. HBL's face was streaming with sweat. He was shaking with pain, but he still shouted that he did not know this, adding that he simply could not say it. In that case, Roger was forced to force him to tell, and at that very moment, Casey, cursing, ran down the corridor and abruptly throwing open the door, thrust forward her palm with a magic wand, frowned and ordered the protagonist to move away from the head of the university. She addressed him as Mor-Ari, and turning his attention to her, Roger said her name and asked if she knew that he would come here. Himmel, stammering with fear, asked for someone to help him quickly, and the protagonist, holding a dagger to his throat, said that there were plenty of opportunities. Heil, looking at him with horror, asked him to stop. But Roger did not listen to him, and from the swing of the blade of his dagger, blood spurted into the air, which flew even to the place where Casey was standing. By this time, several more guards had run up to the room, and Casey called out furiously to Roger, sending waves of magic towards him, concentrating it into a blow so strong that the wall was breached as the magic dissipated. Casey walked past the debris on the floor left by the table to the hole in the wall and cursed, realizing that she had missed again. Suddenly, she heard Roger's voice admitting that she had good instincts, but he noted that it was often too late. Startled, Casey turned around and furiously asked where he was hiding. The protagonist, standing on the roof of a building in the distance and using magic to talk to Casey, challenged her to guess since she was a detective. But he advised her not to pursue him anymore. She was not going to agree with that and noted that he already knew that she would not give up so easily. He agreed to this, suggesting that in that case she should try her best to catch him. He hinted that his next target was in the main capital, Dangs, and he also added that Casey could believe it if she wanted or she could not. She finally agreed, shouting that she accepted his challenge and warned him to just wait. The next morning in the abandoned Dangs factory, Hans, reading an article in the newspaper, cried out in amazement, noting that first there was the murder of the head of the university and then a press conference about the non-human slaves, and he exclaimed that Roger made a glorious run that night. But putting the newspaper aside, he more excitedly asked what would happen if those people were caught again. The protagonist suggested that he not worry, because now the people knew everything, so they could no longer act as those people wanted. But suddenly they were distracted, turning to the side as someone laughing asked Roger to look at this. It was Sheridan who, showing the device she had created, exclaimed that it was a rope launcher, as he had ordered. This meant that the protagonist no longer needed to carry a rope with a hook with him, as long as he had this. And, taking the device and examining it, he exclaimed that it was incredible. Since Sheridan had done it in only a few hours, she admitted that she was motivated by the reward. However, since she was very tired, she decided to go and rest. Hans, frowning, noted that no one knew that she would follow them. But Roger, sighing, closed his eyes, reminding her that she herself wanted it. So then, changing the subject, Hans asked if they were now heading to Dangs. He wondered what their purpose was there, and the protagonist explained that he had suspected something while reading the materials of the OD of Steel. An army of automatons was certainly a dangerous thing, but the machines themselves could do little, and even if they created as many automat as possible, they would not be able to defeat even half the mages in the world. Moreover, if you take into account the silence of fire, Then mages remained a formidable force in battle even today, because as soon as it was activated, all firearms became useless. That was why Roger assumed that those people were probably concerned with countering it, and as he suspected, gunpowder that was not susceptible to the silence of fire had already been created. Hans shuddered, realizing that it would be effective against mages, and Roger confirmed this, noting that, given the number of factories working in this place, there was a high probability that all this was produced there. He was sure that the head of Himbel knew the answers, but he did not utter a word, and this meant that he would have to find a factory producing this gunpowder himself. Hans realized the reality of the situation, and noted that it would take a long time to examine everything. Sheridan shuddered when she heard their conversation, and then smiling enthusiastically asked if there really was such a special gunpowder. Hans shuddered, crying out in fear, and noted that she had suddenly crawled out again. As soon as she heard about gunpowder, he advised her to go about her business. And Sheridan suddenly said that she was good at smelling gunpowder, and so she suggested that she could help Roger, and Hans shuddered at the same time, looking at her in surprise. Later that evening in the Dang's factory sector, Sheridan pointed to a warehouse, announcing that it smelled of white gunpowder, which was not often used in industry. Hans understood everything but noted that this was clearly not a military factory. So he said it was strange that soldiers were guarding it. Roger asked them to wait, sure that something was wrong with this factory, and looking at Ghetto Divina, who came closer to the soldiers. H said that he knew him and explained that this was Lieutenant General Ghetto, a military man. He remembered his name. Since they often wrote about him in the newspapers, and since Ghetto personally came here, Roger now understood everything and asked Hans to launch mice under the van and find out what was going on there after asking. Again, Sheridan suddenly suggested just destroying this place, and smiled, enthusiastically taking out several bombs and looking at her with horror. Hans asked where she got all this from, but the main character warned that if these people were not idiots, then they probably enveloped this place in the silence of fire, and Hans asked what they should do. In that case, he didn't think they could handle that level of security, and Roger replied that he had a plan, suggesting that they first find out where the gunpowder itself was stored. Hans agreed, noting that it wasn't difficult, and soon mice ran up to him, and after listening to these animals, he exclaimed that he had found everything, telling them that the storage was right in the center of this factory, but it was guarded by magicians. Roger said that knowing the location was enough, and holding his cane forward, he told Sheridan and Hans to step back, pointing his cane at the warehouse. He activated the magic, counting the distance as 300 memes, and began setting the coordinates. Having concentrated the required amount of energy, he ordered the magic to appear at the designated coordinates, and the next moment the warehouse exploded, scattering large stone fragments in different directions. Hans was amazed at how it exploded, and his eyes widened, sweating with excitement, and Sheridan asked in admiration what Roger did. He explained that he calculated the coordinates of the location of the gunpowder warehouse and threw fireworks there. It was a kind of magic control developed at the University of Ordo, and smiling, he said that they ran out of them here, suggesting that they leave since all the gunpowder was burned a few hours later at the site of the destroyed warehouse. Someone asked if the detective found any evidence. Kay sighed, closing her eyes and cupping her face, admitting that she hadn't found anything suspicious, noting that it felt like the fire had been caused by neglect. The soldier next to her exclaimed that he understood and decided to report it to his superior. Casey thought about it, remembering that Roger had said he was going to Dang's, and that a factory there had suddenly exploded according to the reports. It was a factory that made machine parts, but she was worried about the military vehicles and the unusual smell of gunpowder all around. Also, the blast marks were too large to be machine parts, and she frowned and put a finger to her chin, assuming that this was some kind of secret factory that made military equipment. She realized that the military was involved and decided she needed more information. Thinking to Roger, she asked him why he was here. Meanwhile, in the basement, someone looking at the tied-up Ghetto, who was looking with horror at the dead soldiers lying in front of him, said that those people really did create gunpowder resistant to the silence of fire, and considering that soldiers were already walking around with it, the project was complete. Ghetto screamed, and then frowning, he asked if they were really behind the explosion of the factory. He wondered who the man in front of him was, and he assumed that he was someone from the Imperial Intelligence. Roger asked if he really looked like an informer. He announced that he was actually more of an interrogator and picked up a pistol, remembering that those people used kidnapped people as slaves and test subjects, and also developed secret weapons for the war. He wondered what the purpose of all this was, and calling the protagonist names, Get asked him not to tell him that he was the one who pulled the plug on their project, he asked furiously. Who cared about the deaths of these scum? In his opinion, it was only because of the war that their kingdom of iron prospered, and so it was necessary to return to the old days. Interrupting his speech, Roger pointed a gun at him and admitted that he did not want to hear it anymore because it was so disgusting. He exclaimed that he should not have let Ghetto open his mouth and fired, and the next moment after the shot, rang out blood sprayed into the air. A little later, new articles began to appear in the newspapers announcing the breaking news that 6 military leaders had been killed. Casey blamed Morard for all these brutal murders. And she also arrested those involved. The police officers in power were arrested for suspicious activities and prohibited research, and one of the writers of the articles asked if Moriarty was behind those vile experiments on people. The authorities had announced that they were making every effort to catch him, and several witnesses had said that they had seen Moriarty. There were a lot of articles like this, and 3 days later in the lobby of the main banquet hall at Dung's, Casey sighed, thinking that they had accused Moriarty of being a criminal leader and a criminal consultant in his own right without even consulting the woman who was pursuing him. She was amazed that they had simply written such an article, and afterwards she thought that she had uncovered the motives of the secret project, arrested most of those involved, but had not been able to catch Moriarty himself, who was behind it all. As she stood up, she decided that today she would put an end to all this, if she understood correctly. Then his target today was right here and mentally addressing Moriarty. She promised that this time he would not leave, since she was going to put an end to his criminal activity soon at the Duke's estate. Elwig Banto, in the lobby of the first floor. Elwig, raising his hand with a glass filled with a drink, invited everyone. Announcing that he was the organizer of this glorious event, he was sorry that crime had increased lately because of Moriarty, but nevertheless they were not so easy to get over. He was grateful to those who came today to honor the memory of the victims, and he suggested that they enjoy this banquet in order to, at least partially compensate for the loss. The people listening to him began to applaud, and then began to talk among themselves, and Casey, who was sitting to the side, sighed, closing her eyes, and thought that honoring the memory of the victims and getting drunk were two different things these people did not even take a moment of silence, and she wondered what the heck was going on with honoring the fallen, looking at the people talking to each other while drinking alcohol. She noticed that the sorrows of others did not concern these people at all, and they were simply enjoying the holiday. Suddenly, a man came closer to her, asking if it was true that it was her, but before he could say anything, Casey closed her eyes, apologizing to him, and sighed that she wanted to be alone. She clenched her fist in irritation until it shook and thought that she asked for no one to bother her without reason. After all, she was here. For so long for the food, she thought that Morard was somewhere nearby, biding his time, and so she decided that instead of languishing in anticipation, she should stick close to Lewig right away as she approached him. She apologized, drawing his attention to herself, and he admitted that he was honored that she had approached him. However, despite his smile, Casey was flustered, and she announced that she was not there on behalf of the family, so she warned him that he did not have to address her formally. Looking around, she asked if they could talk alone. Ludwig laughed, saying that they certainly could, and he suggested that they move to a quieter place when they moved into another room. He suggested that this was the sitting room where they could talk in peace, and he asked what she wanted to tell him. Casey said that his life was in danger, and noted that Morard was already targeting him. Elwig, smiling, turned to her, admitting that it was interesting, and he asked why he needed him. If he had no quarrel with anyone, he didn't think Moriarty had a reason to do this, but Casey had warned him to let it slide by, pretending to be a fool since he was connected to that lieutenant and his men, and they had all fallen victim to Moriarty. No one had said it openly, but everyone knew it, and Ludwig was silent for a moment, looking at her intently, and then he offered to assume that she was indeed right and asked what she thought he should do. Now she had told him to run to the safest place he had, and Ludwig had laughed and held out his arms, asking, what was wrong with that place? It was packed with soldiers who would protect him, and he guaranteed that no one would be able to find a place that was safer than this. However, if that was the case, he decided that he would take more knights with him to accompany him, and he thanked Casey for her concern. She replied that she understood everything, and Ludwig, returning to the other room, closed his eyes. Noting that Casey was very noisy, he noticed that Moriarty was killing everyone involved in the project, and it was natural that he knew about it. In fact, he was just waiting for him because if everything was done correctly, then one magician would not be a problem for them. Someone suddenly asked if he was so sure of this. Roger was not far from Elwig, and taking off his mask, he offered to check it out. The men suddenly turned to his side, and one of them called Roger a name, asking when he had even managed to get here. Another man suggested that the protagonist had disguised himself. But despite their excitement, Ludwig remained calm and asked why Roger was showing himself if he knew it was a trap without waiting for an answer from him. He asked how he liked it. He snapped his fingers and asked if he was ready to fully enjoy the reception he had prepared for him with a snap of his fingers. A barrier appeared in the room covering Roger, who was surrounded by several men. Ludwig offered him to look at it, declaring that it was a special magical bearer capable of blocking magic up to the 6th grade while the protagonist was inside. He was just gained for his guards and concentrating magical energy near him. Roger noticed that Ludwig was a little different from the fools he had met so far. The thing was that they were all smug turkeys who had let their guard down. But he warned Ludwig to know that if this was all he had prepared, then he was disappointed sometime later. Casey, walking through the corridors, said that after all, her usual clothes were much more comfortable, if only the hem of her skirt hung a little less. It would be easier, but she quickly distracted herself from these thoughts and, putting her hand to her head, thought that Ludwig had simply waved her off. She was sure he was hiding something, and if he wasn't going to cooperate, she would have to act on her own. If her suspicions were correct, then more Ari would soon attack Ludwig. Around this time, the bloody men were lying on the floor, and Ludwig, screaming, fell down, asking what the hell was this. Everyone he had hired died very quickly, and Roger, sending clots of dark energy forward, said that these were the demons of Goetia. Such was his real power, which none of them suspected, and he brought the shadow creatures he had created closer to the barrier. Ludwig shouted that he had no idea what the protagonist was saying, but he warned that it was useless because, as he said while he was behind the barrier, no magic up to the 6th level could threaten him. However, even before he finished saying this, the barrier was broken, and Ludwig screamed in horror, trembling, and the creatures began to approach him, and he desperately asked for it not to come to him soon. The people standing near the buffet tables on the street shuddered, turning around in horror, and noticed Roger, who was standing on the balcony holding Elwig over the abyss. He admitted that he had forced him to do a good job of magic, so he gave him the opportunity to speak at the end, noticing that there was a man on top. The people asked for someone to call the guards, and Ludwig, calling the protagonist a monster, admitted that if he had only known that he was so strong, he would have prepared more carefully. However, he claimed that not everything would always be as he wanted, and although he could destroy everything he was missing, something. Roger shuddered when he heard this, and Ludwig reminded him of the industrial complex for the production of automatons of steel. He smiled, exclaiming that, before the protagonist came, he sent his cleaners there, and Roger called him angrily. And the next moment, an explosion was heard behind him, and streams of water came closer, and Ludwig asked Casey to come closer, here begging her for help. Casey realized that she was right, noticing Roger in front of her, and she exclaimed that she would not repeat her mistakes. Again, the manor was surrounded by a dome of water from a nearby lake, and she warned that the protagonist would not be able to escape from her anymore. He thought it was incredible, but it was becoming really dangerous. He did not think that he would encounter Casey at the very moment when he had spent most of his mana and concentration. He knew that once he killed Ludwig, those water tentacles would come crashing down on him, and if he used him as a hostage to escape, he would succeed, but then he would lose the opportunity to kill him. He realized what would happen if he didn't hurry, and he imagined Space cursing, and finally he released his grip on Ludwig, letting him go. He cried out as he began to fall, and Casey called out to him, redirecting her water streams down to catch him and break his fall. He screamed, and when he hit the ground, he knelt down, shaking in terror. Casey, moving closer to him, asked worriedly if he was okay. Ludwig stuttered, as he asked her not to worry about him, and Casey, distracted by his words, looked away, frowning furiously and clenching her jaw, and cursed, realizing that the protagonist had slipped away while she was redirecting the flow of water. She remembered how it happened, and Ludwig asked her to retreat behind Roger and stop him before he reached a certain place. Casey, startled, looked at him suspiciously and assumed that he had an idea where the protagonist was going. She asked if he would tell her the details. Hearing her question, Ludwig turned around, looking at her a little scared. 2 hours later in the O of Steel. In the main lobby of the industrial complex, men in trench coats walked down the hallway, and one of them asked if someone was there. He found this boring, and suddenly one of the men, raising his palm, ordered them all to wait, and holding out the blade of his dagger, he noticed the trickwires, declaring that it was a very simple trap. He noticed that if they touched it, the ceiling would fall on them, and he noticed that these people had worked hard to gain time. He suggested that they move at a fast pace, but warned them that they must be more careful with the traps. His comrades aged to this, and, a little while later inside the laboratory, the mice told Hans what was happening, and he asked if these people were really approaching through their traps. Sheridan, closing her eyes, asked what she had told him. She reminded him that they should have hidden the tripwires better, and Hans exclaimed that he had not had time for that since they only had to check on the child as Roger had ordered, and he asked how he knew that strangers would be here. Sheridan wondered what they should do now, and Hans asked what she was talking about. He smirked, taking a fong out of his pocket, and said that if a man can't run, he should attack. He stuffed the fong into his hand, thinking that they would do this until Roger came to the rescue. The protagonist at this time, moving through the forest at great speed, mentally addressed Hans, asking him to do everything in his power until he arrived a little later. Some of the vessels in the laboratory were cracked, and one of the men in cloaks, who was the only one left alive, said that all his subordinates were dead, so he warned Hans and Sheridan not to hope for a quick death. Hans screamed, and Sheridan, looking at him worriedly, asked what they should do. They had no more explosives, and Hans told her to run, promising that he would join her as soon as he bought them sometime, calling them chatterboxes. The man ran to the side, warning that they were finished, and he readied his sword to strike. However, before he got close to Hans and Sheridan, a clot of magical energy appeared above him, and the next moment, Roger moved to this place thanks to his magic and pierced the man with his own sword. He screamed in pain, and Sheridan, smiling happily, exclaimed that the protagonist had arrived just in time. Hans also screamed, attracting Roger's attention, and he praised them for holding up well, and then he asked Hans what was going on with the experiment. He announced that the soul transfer was successful, but it needed a little more time to synchronize. Suddenly, they heard a loud sound, and Hans, startled, asked what it was. Sheridan noticed something shaking right above them, and looking around, Roger warned that they needed to leave. Hans asked how he was. He reminded them that the synchronization was not yet finished, but the protagonist seriously told them not to worry, promising that he could handle it. Hans agreed, asking him to take care of himself, and he, putting Sheridan on his back, began to run away, and she, turning to Roger, told him to definitely come back. The protagonist thought that he knew that Casey would follow him, and he wondered if she really decided to break through from above. Casey really used her magic to get inside the lab, and she frowned in concentration, pressing her lips together. Finally, she managed to break through the ceiling, and with waves of water, she penetrated inside. Roger said that this was barbaric, and he asked, "Isn't it customary to knock first?" He was annoyed that Casey was always getting in his way, and he asked her if she really wanted to catch him that badly. She confirmed this by exclaiming that a detective's job was to catch criminals, and she asked if it was true that Roger didn't think she would leave him alone. Looking around, she was surprised that there was such a laboratory under the place of their first battle, and she also noticed that it was very dark. The protagonist did not answer her, and she noticed that this time he was not running away, but was deliberately waiting for her here, and so she asked suspiciously what he was planning. He did not understand what she was talking about and asked if it hadn't occurred to her that he might want to surrender. Casey suggested that this was some kind of joke, and Roger, closing his eyes, said that it was not so, noting that it just happened to be. By the way, he suddenly asked if she was tired of chasing him or if Casey was the one chasing him. She frowned, asking again, and he asked if she realized that she couldn't catch him. He didn't understand why she was dreaming about the impossible, so he told her to just accept it. Casey reminded her that he had given her the tip about where to look for him and asked why he had changed his mind so abruptly. After all, she was also curious about why he hadn't escaped yet, and she assumed that he was being held here by something he had to protect. Roger was surprised that she had noticed this and thought that Hans and Sheridan had already left, and he himself had no idea when synchronization would be complete. He realized that he would have to fight, although he was far from in the best shape right now since he had spent most of his resources just getting here. At the same time, Casey thought that she had not slept for several nights but had been chasing Roger, and also most of her mana had been spent on raising a ton of water at the banquet. However, at the same time, they thought that their opponent was also weakened, so there was a good chance of winning. Casey was the first to send out a magical attack, and the protagonist dodged it, and then he created a magic circle, freezing several streams of water he used. The third stage, Magic Ice Queen's breath, and Casey, thinking that ice was also water, noted that it was very difficult to control water when she saw ice. However, it did. not matter because there was a lot of water under her control and Roger was not able to freeze all of it. The protagonist thought that he could continue to freeze the water, but Casey the magician who created this water did not care, so it was useless. This meant that there was no choice but to hit. Casey directly, he used the 5th stage Magic Lightning Ballista and sent a powerful beam of magical energy towards Casey, but she, frowning, shouted that it would not work and created a knight made of water. The knight took the lightning strike on himself, and the flashes of electricity spreading in different directions damaged the walls of the lab, causing cracks to appear on them, and some pipes began to collapse. One of the damaged parts exploded and Roger flinched. Looking at it in fear, he realized that the lab could be damaged, and in that case, Eri would be in danger. He ran towards the explosion, and Casey asked if he was running away again. She shouted that he would not be able to escape this time, but before she could continue chasing, she had to deviate to the side due to a large amount of debris falling from above. She screamed and cursed the protagonist. By this time, ran to 2 pods and noticed that the synchronization was almost complete, deciding that he needed to take Artie and get out of here. He used his magic, touching one of the pods, frowned in concentration, narrowing his eyes and apologized to Eri. One of the capsules remained in place, and Roger himself with the capsule disappeared when the flames died down a little. Casey went deeper into the lab and cursed, not understanding where the main character went. She noticed that he was struggling very desperately, and that was why she was sure that he was definitely hiding something here. It seemed to her that everything was very bad, so she needed to get out of here before everything collapsed. Suddenly, she noticed a cavity between the walls, and going there asked herself, was there really something so important here that it needed to be hidden in the wall? She froze in shock, asking herself, who is this? For some time, she stood frozen looking at the body. Lying inside the remaining capsule, having moved into the forest, Roger knelt down screaming in pain and asked himself, did he really overdo it? However, this was no time to squirm, so he took out the medicine bottle with a trembling hand. When he felt better, he stood up, calling out to Eri and putting his palm on the capsule. He thought that time was running out while Casey was chasing him. He needed to check if the synchronization was successful, but first he needed to escape to another place. He used his magic to move the capsule and promised Eri that he would be back soon after, which he ran in the other direction. Minutes later, he was standing on a cliff near a waterfall and catching up with him. Casey said that he had nowhere else to run. Roger, without turning around, asked if it was true that this was a beautiful waterfall. It was one of the most striking sounds in nature, and he asked if Casey knew the name of this waterfall. She didn't understand what he was getting at, and since hardly anyone had ever come here, she was sure that this waterfall had no name. In that case, it was the Nameless Falls, and the protagonist suggested calling it Reichenbach. Turning towards Casey, he smirked, warning that it would end here. Some time passed, and the attacks that Casey and Roger had used during the battle left Dee in the ground. Casey paused for a moment, breathing heavily, but she kept her holding hand extended and pointed at the protagonist, he pointing his cane at her. In turn asked where her attacks were. He suddenly sighed, assuming that this could be it, and noted that Casey probably didn't have any mana left. She was shaking from the effort and frowned, asking if Roger really had any left. He admitted that he didn't have much mana left, but Casey was still in more danger than him, and he asked if it was true that this was her first time experiencing a mana deficit. She shuddered and lowered her head, but continued to stubbornly clench her jaw, and the protagonist, noticing her, warned that in this state she was no match for him. He was confident that victory was his. So he looked at Casey seriously, and she, abruptly raising her head, asked him not to make fun of her. She thought that he didn't even know what she had gone through to corner him, and therefore she was not going to give in so easily. She concentrated as she shouted his name, and Roger shuddered in shock, his eyes widening when he noticed that she had managed to create an attack, and directed towards him. He raised his hand to block the attack and cried out, wondering why Casey was still pushing out men. He waved his hand and blocked another attack, but in his mind he realized that he couldn't block the attacks properly while he was distracted. Casey managed to get closer to him and wrapping her arms around him, she jumped off the edge of the cliff with him. Roger asked if she was crazy. He pointed out that she would die, but Casey didn't care as she had decided to sacrifice herself to punish the protagonist for all his evil deeds. She cried out that they would die together, and he frowned, and Casey suddenly noticed that her consciousness was fading. However, she didn't want that to happen as she needed to hold on for at least a little longer. Roger, releasing the hook on the cable, caught it on a rock and thanks to it stopped his fall. Also holding the unconscious Casey, He sighed from the weight, but still. He continued to hold her, saying nothing. Finally, he admitted that she had won and said that justice had been done. A little later, new articles appeared in the newspapers warning people of breaking news when Detective Casey, the scourge of the criminal world, took Moriarty, and a furious fight broke out near the waterfall. The brave Casey grabbed him and jumped with him into the waterfall. Thus the evil criminal fell and she managed to escape, after which she was taken to the county hospital after reading this article. Casey clenched the newspaper in her fist and sat down, hanging her head. It was the next morning, in the county hospital of the Kingdom of Della. And she asked herself in shock, did she really defeat Moriarty? However, she thought that this could not be so, because the very fact that she survived the fall into the waterfall meant that he had survived too. However, she could not continue to think about it because the nurse who entered the hospital room cried out in surprise, noticing that Casey had woken up. She raised her head, looking at her, and the girl thanked her, and puzzled, asking again. Casey asked what she was thanking her, for the girl answered that she had rid them of the evil genius so that now people could sleep peacefully. Casey wanted to refuse this, but suddenly she was distracted by a sound outside the windows. Turning towards the window, she asked in confusion what the sound was. The nurse, laughing, said that they were people who had read the article, and she explained that they had come to visit their heroine, after which she laughed. Casey sat up in bed and the girl tried to stop her, reminding her that she still needed to rest. However, despite this warning, she leaned out of the window and the crowd of people standing below noticed her, starting to thank her for the fact that they were now safe. They praised her and Casey froze, unable to say anything. She clenched her hand into a fist and the people continued to shout her name, and finally she raised her palm in a welcoming gesture. Later that day at the Duke of Belcanto estate, Ludwig sat on the couch wrapped in a blanket, and in a trembling voice he apologized to Casey. Sitting across from him for disturbing her, he trembled with terror and asked if that monster Morard was really dead. Casey closed her eyes and sighed, confirming that he was officially dead, and Ludwig, still stuttering, asked what she meant by him being officially dead. Casey replied that a thorough search of the area around the falls had failed to find a body, so she was not sure that Moriarty was dead. This only made Ludwig more afraid, and he clenched his jaw in frustration, crying out, ignoring his condition. Casey stood up, deciding that she would go if he had nothing else to say. Ludwig rose from his seat as well, startled, and asked Casey to wait. He pointed out that in that case the danger was not over, especially for her, the proclaimed killer of Moriarty, covering her eyes. Casey frowned, saying that he could only come after her, and she promised that in that case she would definitely catch him finally turning. To Ludwig she declared that if Moriarty was still alive, he would make himself known soon, and therefore she thought Ludwig should be more careful than she. She left the room, closing the door behind her, and heard Ludwig ask her to wait, ignoring him. She continued down the hallway away from the room and thought that it was true that Moriarty was sinful, but Ludwig was far from being a dandelion of God. Either there was no way the rumors could have spread beyond the automaton factory given the size of this one, but Ludwig had thoughtlessly the location of this one, which pointed to his involvement. Casey remembered the moment at the banquet when she had heard him say this, and now clenching her hands into fists, she was sure that he was somehow involved in the project. But she could do nothing without some kind of hard evidence. Not only could she not catch Moriarty, but she could not even punish the criminal who was right under her nose. This irritated her greatly, and stopping for a moment, she froze, hanging her head. 4 hours later in the forest near the lab, Casey approached the remaining capsule and sign. Glad that Moriarty had not taken this thing, she touched the capsule with her fingertips, figuring that evidence could be found on the automaton that had been found in the lab. Suddenly the capsule opened, and sitting inside it, the child asked Casey who she was. She, looking at him in shock, asked if she was the one who found him. Meanwhile, in More AR's temporary hideout, Hans, with whom Roger had established contact, asked if he had spared Ludwig. The protagonist confirmed this, admitting that at first he wanted to kill him, but after he saw him shaking in horror, he decided that this was the worst punishment for him. He put the monocle in a special case, and then he seriously announced that their goals in the Kingdom of Dilo were accomplished. Decided that Moriarty should remain dead to the public, and in this case they would not have problems. Hans agreed with this, suggesting that he and Sheridan should wait for Roger at the next target. Suddenly he remembered something else and asked what about that at Automaton. The protagonist was silent for a while, not answering anything, and Hans, startled, noticed that he was silent, and so he assumed that nothing had worked. Finally, clearing his throat, he told Roger to hold on, and then he said goodbye to him. The protagonist asked him to stop, but Hans had already ended the communication session, and sighing, Roger thought that he had misunderstood him. Turning around, he mentally noted that it was never too late to explain everything, and looked at the Iton. Sitting in the room, a chair, he offered to go for a walk and talk, asking that he follow him. Getting up, the automaton agreed, calling the protagonist his master, but he warned that the automaton was not a thing, so he asked that he not call him master. He was more of a naive child now, so Roger told him to explore the world while he had the chance. And the automaton asked if he could really do that while he could. He admitted that it was a good clarification, and the protagonist asked. If he liked it, he admitted that he did not quite understand what it meant, but he assumed that he was pleased. Roger answered that he understood everything and said that a little later he would introduce him to someone so that he would begin his path to knowledge with him. He asked if Roger would stay with him. He called him teacher, and the protagonist suddenly froze, and the boy, noticing his behavior, cried out, asking if he had said something wrong. He promised that he would change this address if Roger did not like it, but he did not answer, thinking that he had already mentally prepared himself for the fact that something like this could happen, and even if the soul was successfully transferred, there was still a chance that the personality of that child was now lost forever. He remembered how he, running up to the house, stood in front of the awakened automaton, who, looking at him, asked who he was in fact. Roger would have liked it if it were, so that is to hear him call him teacher again after he woke up, but come to think of it, he wondered if he even had the right to call him that. He agreed, asking that the automaton call him something else. And besides, he had things to do, so he announced that he would not be staying with him. He also noted that he should also stop simply calling him without calling him by his name. And the boy said that he would not mind if the protagonist called him by the codename Alpha. He also suggested that he wanted to give him another name, and Roger thought that he had the soul of that child, so he suggested that he should not just let his name disappear. So, squatting down in front of the boy, he said that from now on his name was Arpa. After repeating this, ARA said that he was familiar with the name, and he admitted that he liked it. Roger was glad that he liked it, and he also noticed that his appearance was too conspicuous because people thought that he was an aristocrat and constantly looked at him. If it was a matter of appearance, Arfa could change, and he, noting that he could make small adjustments, asked if anything else was needed. He changed part of his appearance, and the protagonist suggested that he try smiling. ARA promised that he would try his best if Roger wanted it, but he warned that if it was difficult, then he should not bother. But ARA replied that it seemed not difficult, and agreeing with this, the protagonist opened the door, stopping at the threshold, and invited Arfa to go, and he, instantly agreeing, ran closer to him. Sometime later, Casey was sitting in the office on a chair and was silent, but suddenly the boy entering the room rubbed his eyes with his fist, and yawning asked why she was not asleep. Yet he noticed that she would be sleepy all day tomorrow if she stayed up late. But suddenly he was distracted by this and asked her what was wrong. He noticed that she was crying, but Casey did not answer. She sat with her head down, tears streaming down her cheeks. The boy ran closer to her, asking if she was hurt. He suggested that she had been hurt during the siege, but Casey continued to sit, straight, not paying attention to him, and she thought that she was very pathetic. She did not know whether she deserved to be called a brilliant detective or a hero who saved the people despite being deceived. She clenched her hands and her lap into fists and clenched her jaw, thinking that the man had saved the country while everyone laughed at him, and she did not even know about it because of her stupidity. Not only had she not saved anyone, but she had also hindered him, but suddenly she was distracted from her thoughts, for she felt the boy coming closer to her, begin to stroke her hair. She raised her head. Puzzled, asking what he was doing, he thought about it and then admitted that he did not know and asked himself why he was doing it. He answered that he simply thought it would calm Casey down, and although it might seem strange, he said that it was all from the heart. Besides, he liked to see Casey happy and joyful, and he asked her not to forget that on the first day of their meeting she had saved his life. Casey, who still had tears in her eyes, looked at him and then thought that after all there was someone she had saved, and thinking about this, she lowered her head for a moment and then looked at the boy again and thanked him, noting that she felt better. He laughed and asked if she saw it in his opinion. It was better that way. A few days later at Theon, someone calling Roger's attention to himself asked if he was crazy. It was Hugo, who noticed that less than a week had passed since the protagonist's appointment, and he indignantly asked how he dared to conduct an audit. Several other teachers were also standing in the office, looking seriously at Roger, and he, remaining calm, asked Hugo to address him as the director of planning, and he explained that he was only speeding up a process that had been delayed due to the official's long absence from the posts. After the audit, serious questions arose not only about the internal audit assessment, but also about the budget figures. And he selected the people who had the most problems and added them to the list. By great coincidence, Hugo was also on this list, and when he heard this, he flinched and clenched his jaw. His face was covered in sweat from excitement in his thoughts. He called Roger, noting that he had already dug up a lot. Besides, he didn't even give him time to answer, and Roger, distracting him from his thoughts, said that he would soon pass this on to the disciplinary committee. So he warned Hugo to get ready. Hugo asked him to wait, almost addressing him by his usual name, but he corrected himself in time, addressing him as the director. He asked if he had to do this. He admitted that they were not saints, but asked Roger why. Go so far, closing his eyes. The protagonist sighed, admitting that it was hard for him to punish him himself, and Hugo agreed with this, and the protagonist, pushing the documents forward a little, said that he would give Hugo a chance, and stumbling, he asked again, and Roger said that even in a mushroom rain, someone will get wet because it is inevitable, and therefore, he asked Hugo to tell him who was in this rain. Hugo, shaking with rage, asked the protagonist not to tell him that he wanted him to choose those who would be punished. Roger said that he had evidence and that they would not. All escape punishment if he refused. Now it would not be a big deal, and he was going to ask someone else. Hugo screamed, turning around, and the protagonist added seriously that if he pointed out these people now, the number of those who would be punished could be reduced. He advised Hugo to choose wisely, and he asked himself whether he should point out his close assistants or refuse. But in that case, he would be punished in his mind. He called Roger a name and froze, clenching his jaw after some time, when only he and Sedena were left in Roger's cabin. The protagonist sighed, admitting that he was very tired, however. At least he got rid of one annoying case, and Sedena asked if he was talking about Professor Hugo, confirmed this, confident that Hugo would definitely be quiet now, and he also thought that the Rector would be pleased too. However, they still had a lot of work to do, and looking at the stacks of documents lying on his desk, he said that they needed to prepare for the upcoming expedition. Sedena asked, in shock, and Roger, closing his eyes, said that in the course of cooperation with the Royal Magical Association and schools that supported Theon, they would introduce students and communicate with them during a tour of the capital. The purpose of the expedition was quite useful, and Sedena understood what would happen if it happened in the capital. The protagonist confirmed this, noting that, as he said earlier, the relic was in Lindenbrand, that is in the capital. He planned to deactivate the religion, since he would be there as a professor of the guide. Of course, for this plan to work, they needed to finish the job quickly. And Sedena exclaimed that she understood everything, promising that, in that case, she would try to help as much as she could. While they were talking, someone approached the office, but this person had not yet entered. Roger added that, fortunately, the duties of the expedition curators were divided equally between the volunteer mentors. And when he finished saying this, Sedena suddenly turned around and Casey entered the office, who said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The protagonist asked Sedena to take a walk to the assistant's office, and she agreed, and Casey walked deeper into the office. Stopping near Roger's desk, he sighed, noticing that she entered as always without knocking, and noted that she had not changed at all. Casey asked what difference did that make. She noted that he was acting as if they were strangers to each other, and he asked what she wanted. He assumed that she had come to take him away. But Casey said that was not the case, explaining that she wanted to confirm something. She asked seriously if it was true that he was against the Black Dawn. The protagonist said that he had heard that their branch in Vonin had disappeared, and at the same time he opened a drawer in his desk, taking out a stack of documents. He handed it to Casey, asking her to take it. If the information was not enough, she remotely asked what it was. She took the documents anyway, and immediately began to peer at it. And Roger explained that they were research books that he had been using. He assumed that it would help her in her investigation, and she thanked him for it, and the protagonist frowned in confusion, watching her since this was not how she usually reacted. He knew something had happened since their last meeting, and finally, Casey had told him not to think she owed him anything, since she was simply sure the Black Dawn boys were too dangerous. Roger wondered if he had imagined it. Finally, he asked if that was all. Casey thought about it, noting that she couldn't tell him she knew the truth, but she couldn't leave without a promise either. With a cry, she noted that on the way here she had heard that they were planning an expedition, and she had announced that she wanted to volunteer as a mentor. She said all this with a confident frown, and Roger asked what she was planning. However, without even waiting for an answer, he admitted, and that he didn't care about her grand plan since he was refusing Casey asking him to stop asked what that meant. The protagonist replied that all applications had already been processed, and that the acceptance of new applications was closed, and moreover, the final lists of volunteers had already been compiled, so all that was left was to sign this. He took a pen, but when he began to sign the documents, the pen simply scratched the paper, tearing it, and Casey said that she accidentally evaporated the ink and the paper also tore. Roger indignantly noted that it was very late to use her magic for something like this, and he asked if she was really going to behave like that. In the end, he sighed and promised that he would try to add her, but he asked her not to bother him, waving the hand in which she held the documents. Casey agreed, exclaiming that they would see each other again, and before she left, the protagonist asked her to wait as he had something else to tell her. He warned that the Black Dawn was already aware and had begun its hunt for her, so he asked her to be careful. Casey paused but said that Roger was underestimating her, and she asked if he thought she would just stand there and wait for them to come. However, she thanked him for the warning and soon left, and the protagonist noticed that she had not changed at all. A few weeks later, a small group of students were walking down the hallway and crossing her arms over her chest. Tracy exclaimed that the expedition was coming soon, noting that she had heard that the third test would be held during the expedition. Aiden announced that it was his first time in the capital and admitted that he was very curious. Leo suddenly shuddered, looking at his pocket and closing his eyes. He apologized to his friends, noting that he had become ill, and so he decided to go rest. They shuddered in confusion, and Tracy asked what was wrong with him. She noticed that Leo himself suggested going to the library and agreeing with this. Aiden asked if Leo had caught a cold. He decided that he would help him, and he told the others to go. Leo, with his head bowed, walked along the corridor, and when he came to the room, someone who contacted him asked if there was anyone near him. Leo answered that there was no one near him since he was in his room, and therefore he told the interlocutor to speak. His interlocutor agreed, deciding to get straight to the point and announced that he had received information that the students of the inn were leaving for the capital. This was the most opportune time for a revolution. And Leo, hearing this, shuddered, and his interlocutor ordered him to find out where the students were going to be taken. Leo frowned and asked again, asking that the man not tell him that he was also going to spy on the students. His interlocutor answered that all this was being done in order to avoid oppression of the nobility and to create a just world. He suggested that Leo simply accept it, and he exclaimed that there were many commoners among the students of Theon and asked if the man did not care at all that even they would have to be sacrificed. He answered that they were not happy with such sacrifices either, but he warned that it would help them build a good future for the Liberation Army. He also told Leo not to forget who was helping his family, and he, imagining the two girls, cursed, mentally clenching his jaw, but out loud he agreed, and Aiden, who was standing near his door and had already raised his hand to knock, opened, his eyes wide in horror. He did not understand what the sound was because it was too hard to hear to understand what the conversation was about. He lowered his hand, thinking about the fact that he clearly heard two words, which were revolution and liberation. He asked that no one tell him that the Liberation Army, known for its terrorist attacks, was there. This meant that Leo was part of the Liberation Army, and Aiden, lost in thought, crumpled the piece of paper he had in his hand. He, realizing what he had done, jerked away, and Leo, hearing a sound from outside, flinched and then ran to the door. Revealing it, he looked around, while asking himself, was there really no one here? He was sure that he had definitely heard something, but in the end he re-entered the room, closing the door behind him, and he decided that he was too tense. Aiden, who had managed to hide in time, sighed, thinking that he should not draw conclusions without proof. He clenched his fist until it trembled and asked himself, how could he even suspect his friend based only on this? Sometime later in the lecture hall, the teacher announced that magic was divided into ranks. The higher the rank, the more complex the technique and the more mana was required. Furthermore, there were certain names associated with the 5th rank and above, and the man suggested that they speculate on why 5th rank mages were called. Amami Renee listened attentively, looking at him intently, and one of the boys suddenly raised his hand, suggesting that 5th rank mages were named after the mage who was the first to achieve that rank. Unfortunately, That answer was only partially correct, and the teacher explained that it was not that that person was the first, but that Amanoi was the first to restore the 5th rank, having carefully analyzed it and established the classification he then asked if anyone knew who the 7th rank was named after. Renee raised her hand, suggesting that it was probably Impera, but that was the name of the one who first achieved that rank, which contradicted what the teacher had said earlier. He exclaimed that it was correct and praised Renee for pointing that out. He explained that it was because no one had ever managed to restore the 7th rank, and there were very few people with this rank since it was much more difficult to achieve. One of the students raised his hand, suggesting that in that case the 8th rank was also named after the first mage. To achieve this level, the teacher thoughtfully said that this was most likely the case, and the student asked in confusion, in what sense did he mean by that? He replied that there was no information yet on what exactly the mage with this name did, since the name was not given based on educational data, but rather passed down by word of mouth like a legend. And so the name of the 8th rank was Grander. However, until now, no mage had reached this level, and there was a theory that Grander translated from an ancient language meant impossible. If a mage who reached the 8th rank appeared, it was likely that his name would become the new name for this rank. At this time, Roger was sitting in his office and sighing. He announced that the urgent work was finally finished. Satan exclaimed that he had worked hard, and Raj, leaning back in his chair and taking off his glasses, admitted that he had already forgotten that they were leaving on an expedition very soon. In the remaining time, they needed to develop a plan to capture the relic, and he thought that Thean students rarely leave the academy, so he was sure that the Black Dawn would not sit idly by drawing Sedena attention. The protagonist asked if there was any information on the Black Dawn. She cried out, thinking, and although she knew that it was hard to believe. However, lately the members of the Black Dawn have not shown any activity. Roger asked if this was true. It was strange because it seemed to him that they would use this opportunity to do something suspicious. Sadhana remembered that her superiors had told them to be attentive and wait, and Roger asked if they should just wait, even though he was from the First Order. He had not received any orders, and he wondered if the members of Black Dawn were really going to do nothing. He also assumed that there might be more, and so he decided that he better check and confirm this information, because although Sedena knew about some of the moves of Black Dawn, she certainly did not know everything. She sadly, hanging her head, confirmed that this was indeed the case, and Roger asked why she was not getting all the information. She explained that it was because all the information for them came from Nikolai from the First Order, and he often withheld certain information. The protagonist thought that this was why this name had come up, and he assumed that in this case there was a possibility that they were blocking the information that was getting to them. This was not to be discounted, especially after the last meeting in which Nikolai had shown particular hostility towards John. It was also necessary to consider that Nikolai himself might be plotting something, and as Roger stood up, he said that this was good, allowing Sadhana to go and rest. He himself was about to go to the shelter and start sketching out plans, and she answered decisively that she understood everything. An hour later in the UO shelter, Hans, with a cry of surprise, turned around and noticed Roger next to him, reminding him that he had asked to warn him if he was going to come. The protagonist asked if he was busy. He assumed that he had to come later, but Hans replied that it was no big deal since he was almost finished. Roger looked at the raven sitting in the cage and asked if Hans cared about it. He asked if he was talking about this little friend. He announced that his powers had increased significantly, and before he could only control rats, but recently he realized that he could control ravens as well. Roger, sitting down on a chair, asked if it had really happened so suddenly. But crows were smart birds after all, although Roger and Hans did not understand how it had happened so suddenly. The protagonist suddenly said that he guessed why Hans' abilities had increased, and he wanted to continue his statement, but interrupting his words, Hans asked if that was really so. Roger reminded him of the beast of Gaidon and suggested that it had happened when Hans had transformed into it, frowned, asking if it had been because of the transformation. The protagonist explained that like Hans, the beast of Gaidon was able to summon all sorts of creatures, and so perhaps that had increased Hans' abilities. However, in that case, what was happening was not such good news, because if the monster's power began to prevail over Hannes, there was a risk that it would engulf him. Hans trembled, screaming, and imagined the monster opening its mouth and ready to devour him. Go, Roger told him not to worry, since his physique was quite unique, and this outcome was just his guess. Everything depended on how Hans would use this power, and perhaps everything would turn out much better than the protagonist expected, and he warned that everything was in Hans's hands. He looked thoughtfully at his palms, and Roger warned him that he did not need to worry, so he asked him to try his best. Hans asked, perplexed, what did he mean? The protagonist suggested that they look inside the Imperial Palace with the help of this bird, and Hans, screaming, realized that this was indeed the case, because the guards would not protect the castle from birds. Roger confirmed that this was true and added that if Hans united with Sadna, it would be easier for them to find the relics. Hans asked, should he really unite with this wretch? However, he was not going to argue for long and agreed, and then he asked what they would do when they found out where the relics were. He suggested that they would steal it, and Roger thoughtfully put his hand to his chin. Realizing that stealing these relics would be difficult, considering that it was on the territory of the Imperial Palace, he was sure that all sorts of magical protections were installed there, so it was better to immediately think of some other way to take it. He, bowing his head, suddenly admitted that he was very tired after work, so he did not want to think at all. Now laughing, Hans realized that this meant that Roger was not such a workaholic, and he suggested that they go shopping to change the environment. The protagonist admitted that it sounded good, and 30 minutes later they were near Very's house looking around. They admitted that they thought that only aristocrats came here, but there were completely different customers here. Moreover, famous fashion designers often came here, whose names were passed from mouth to mouth. Hans exclaimed that he would quickly run to Veta as he needed to discuss something with her. Roger, remaining outside, agreed with this and promised that he would wait for Hans here when he left. The protagonist suggested that since he was here, he could choose an outfit for himself, but he was distracted from his thoughts as he heard someone call out to him. He, slightly startled, turned around and noticed Selena coming closer to him and asked what brought her here. She smiled, noting that this house was talked about a lot, so she decided to look in. She assumed that Roger had come here too, and suddenly she remembered something, noting that she had just wanted to show him something and fate had brought them together here. However, it was too crowded, and Selena asked if the protagonist would go with her. He was surprised that she wanted to show him something and thought about it, but decided to agree as long as it was for a short time. A little later, they went to a more deserted alley and showing a clot of dark energy located between her palms. Selena explained that this was the spirit with whom she had made a new contract. Roger noted that it was the spirit of darkness, and Selena confirmed this, explaining that this was why she had initially wanted to show it to the protagonist. The spirit suddenly twitched and then jumped aside Roger, but he stopped it with his palm. Selena screamed in horror, apologized to the protagonist, and told the spirit that it was impossible to pounce on people. Roger said that it was nothing to worry about, noting that he was fine, and he noticed that the spirit was not afraid of him but immediately attacked. He asked what Selena had called her new spirit. She asked if he was talking about this little one. Finally, she, smiling and closing her eyes, exclaimed that it was Esmeralda. The protagonist also smiled, repeating this name, and he said that it was good. But suddenly he shuddered, suddenly becoming more serious. And in the next encounter, Esmeralda disappeared from Selena's hands. She cried out in excitement, not understanding why Esmeralda had changed so much. Roger seriously warned Selena not to say a word from now on. She asked in bewilderment, what did he mean? However, before she could finish speaking, she felt some kind of overwhelming energy, and turning around, her eyes widened in surprise, and Grander, coming out of the shadows, said that they had not seen each other for a long time, addressing the main character as her student since she was his master. Roger frowned, looking at her, and thought that he could not move. He remembered how he, lying at the bottom of the well and looking at the sky, thought that he was strong if he survived after falling from such a height. However, he understood that if no one saved him, he would simply die here. He resigned himself to the fact that he would definitely die here and simply lay down, spreading his arms and legs, as soon assuming that this was the last attempt of those that had happened in the last 7 years. Until now, he had somehow managed to survive, but he assumed that everything was coming to an end. Suddenly, someone approached the edge of the well, and hearing the sound of footsteps, little Roger shuddered, noticing Grander standing on the edge of the well, who admitted that she did not expect to see someone here now, stretching his hand to the side in order to cover Selena. The protagonist agreed that they had not seen each other for a long time, thinking. Grander asked how long it was without waiting for an answer to the question. She noticed that Roger had not changed much since she fell asleep, and watching them, Selena noticed that Grander was the master for the protagonist and was surprised by this. Roger, meanwhile, considered that more than 7 years had passed, and closing her eyes, Grander sighed, realizing that 7 years had passed since she fell asleep. However, something else interested her most of all, and she noticed that During this time, Roger used her blood. He pressed his lips together. Tighter and grander, noticed that not only had he take her blood while she was sleeping, but he had used it as he pleased. She noticed that she had a brave student, and the protagonist asked if she was angry. Grander sighed, closed her eyes, and asked why she would be angry. Roger's desires were quite natural, since her blood was considered the most valuable magical resource. She did not understand why she would be angry with her own student, but she was more interested in why he used it. Roger frowned, looking at her seriously, but did not answer, and Selena noticed that he was somehow tense and was surprised, since this was the first time she saw him like this. Grander, suddenly appearing next to her, turned to the protagonist and asked what was wrong. Hearing her voice, Selena turned around and asked when she managed to get close. Grander, looking at her, said that it looked simply amazing up close because it was a very natural separation of soul and body, and it could safely be called the pinnacle of skill. Selena looked at her in bewilderment, not understanding what she was saying. Grander realized that she did not even know about it, and admitted that she had not seen anything so intriguing for a long time. So she, being a kind soul, decided to explain everything. But before she could continue, Roger covered Selena's eyes with his palm and used magic, causing her to fall asleep. Grander asked in bewilderment what he was doing. The protagonist, supporting Selena and not allowing her to fall, explained that he simply did not want to endanger his colleague. He explained that he did not particularly need problems, and thoughtfully taking her chin with her hand, Grander noticed that he called Selena a sea colleague and replied that she understood everything. She was simply very curious about how such a spirit could take on a human form, and she looked at Selene, whom Roger gently lowered to the floor, and noticed the energy and the contract with the spirit of darkness. It all seemed too real. And that was all. It was difficult to change something that had already formed, and even she would have trouble taking it and growing it herself. In the end, she decided that it did not matter so much and suggested returning to the conversation she had started earlier. If Roger had used her blood, then there must be a reason for it, and she asked if that was true. The protagonist said that was the whole point, and when he told her everything, Grander asked if it was really an evil spirit of flame born from negative emotions. She remembered that its name was Quasimodo, and admitted that she regretted that she could not see it with her own eyes. Roger agreed with this, noting that the spirit was strong enough, and Grander said that it meant that those negative emotions were just as strong, but she still did not understand why he would waste her blood on such worthless people. And she asked if Roger really wanted to insult her. She asked if she had raised him to be so weak. Closing his eyes, the protagonist replied that it was not her fault because he simply turned out to be useless in this situation. If he had gone that far, Grander realized that it would be easier for her to do all the calculations, and she hoped that it would be very difficult to pay the price of her blood. Roger asked what he needed to do. She noted that he was very boring and promised that if he begged even a little, she would forgive him because her heart was as big as the sea, but the protagonist knew that she was not going to forgive him, and Grander said that this was very rude, suggesting that he had been to many places while she was sleeping. She assumed that if this was so, it meant that his skills had also improved, and she noted that she wanted to see for herself the achievements of her student. Roger, closing his eyes, replied that he understood, and he promised that he would return to Grander as soon as he was ready, and he asked her to give him some time. 30 minutes later at Very's house, someone looking at Selen's sleeping couch asked where the protagonist had disappeared to. Besides, this person did not understand why he had brought this young lady and why he had left again while covering Selene with a blanket. Vieta noticed that Roger looked serious, and she asked Hans if he was sure he was all right. He put his hand on his neck thoughtfully and admitted that he did not understand anything at all. He closed his eye and sighed, remembering that there were many times when something dangerous happened in the past, but the protagonist always handled it as if it was no problem at all, so he assumed that this time would be the same at this time outside of Lille. Not far from the forest, a powerful volley of fire illuminated the entire area, and Roger, using the magic circle, prepared to fight. He frowned, holding his sword at the ready, and noticed a monster trying to break through the wall of flames. The protagonist's eyes widened, assuming that this could not be, and he realized that it was the 5th Safa of the SEO Gavira. Grander, who was floating in the air, watched this, and then she laughed, claiming that it was incredible since it was pure magic. Without any technique, she asked, who would have thought that Roger would perform a real miracle that was lost? Since ancient times, she praised him, asking him to show her more, and taking out his pills, the protagonist threw the medicine into his mouth, thinking that when fighting Grander, he was sure that she would pierce it through, but to have it confirmed so directly still shocked him. He sent magic towards Grander, but she erected a magic shield in defense and asked if this was the magic that Roger had shown her the outlines of. It was fast, but completely useless, as it could not even hurt. She thought that the protagonist should know about it, but she had a feeling that this spell was just an attempt to distract her while Roger's real target was hidden somewhere else. Suddenly, she screamed, covering her eyes. To protect herself from a bright flash of light, she assumed that it was some kind of magical effect that could cross space. And at that moment, Roger appeared in the air next to her and swung his sword to damage her blood sprayed into the air. The protagonist landed on the ground, but he realized that it was too early because it was not enough to win. Another flash of fire appeared in the air, and Roger screamed, moving to the side to avoid the attack. He asked if Granda wanted to kill him. Her head was cut off from her body, but she told the protagonist not to fuss because he blocked the attack. Soon her head recovered, and she praised Roger for a good attempt, but warned that it was still not enough. She decided what she would do in this case, and raised her hand in which she was clutching an umbrella. Streams of magical energy began to gather around her, and the protagonist thought that the magic Grander used was a special class of magic, also known as blood magic. Mixing magic and the host's blood, the destructive power became truly deadly. And if an ordinary person used fourth-term magic, he would die from blood loss. But this limitation did not apply to vampires like Grander with all. This Grander was at the highest rank among vampires, and thanks to the magic she created, sharpened spears were directed downwards, and Roger, watching her, thought that she was a real blood vampire. The arrows had almost reached him, and swirling streams of shadows around himself. He thought that it was impossible to dodge these attacks, and he would not be able to block this. That was why he had only one thing to do, and with the shadows swirling around him, he managed to redirect the stream of arrows, staying safe. He used the shadows as a barrier to distort space, but it took a lot of mana, and he clenched his jaw, trying to hold the spell. Suddenly, he told himself to stop, and noticing the empty space in the air, he asked himself, "Where is Grander she?" Laughing reminded him that he himself had just shown her the magic of moving through space. She appeared behind him, reaching out for his neck, and Roger froze, his eyes widening. Grander grabbed him by the neck and he cried out, and she, rising into the air, lifted him off the ground. After her smiling, she asked what he would do. Now she asked him not to tell her that this was the end, and only dug her fingers deeper into his neck. But suddenly the protagonist disappeared, leaving only swirls of shadows behind, and Grander shuddered in amazement, not understanding what had happened. Roger, having moved to another place, put his palms together, activating the sign of the earthly witness. Having concentrated the required amount of magical energy, he extended one of his palms forward, and Grander, crying out, froze, realizing that she could not move this energy reminded her of a sacred power based on faith. And the protagonist thought that this was also known as the attitude of Moravia, or touching the earth. However, this witness became available only to those who achieved enlightenment. Under the olive tree, he declared out loud that this magic was completely incompatible with Grander, since it was intended to scare away demons. He asked if this was enough. She repeated his question, and then she, turning around, smirked and asked if he really thought that such a small thing would be enough for her. A magical aura began to emit from her body, which first concentrated near her and then exploded, spreading in different directions from the force of this shockwave. Roger flew to the side and, screaming, clenched his jaws and losing his balance, fell to the ground. Granda ran up to him, jumped on him from above, and dug her claws into the ground next to the protagonist's head. He carefully followed the movement of her hands, and Grander exclaimed that this was insignificantly little. She continued to smile widely and asked Roger if he had something stronger. She assumed that it could be the skills he honed, or knew spells, because she believed in him and hoped that this childish babble was not all he was capable of. She asked him not to hide his power but to show her more, and she also said that he, showing it all, pierced her heart, calming down a little, but continuing to smile, she asked him to kill her. Roger was silent for a moment, looking at her, and then he closed his eyes and asked Grander to stop. He called her his mother, and she froze, lowering her head, and this time she even stopped smiling. She was silent for a while, continuing to loom over the protagonist, but eventually standing up, she called him a naughty boy, asking if he only called her that when it suited him. Roger, also standing up seriously, noted that if he hadn't done that, she would never have heard him. Grander agreed with this, knowing that her words would not change anything. Anyway, she turned away from the protagonist, closing her eyes, and he assumed that he had shown enough strength based on what she had taught him. Turning back to him, Grander sighed and asked if Roger thought she hadn't noticed that he was holding back his strength. He could say the same about her, and she pointed out that he always needed to have the last word. However, she suddenly realized that releasing the protagonist was a mistake. He didn't answer. Looking at her and remembered how when Grander had found him lying in the well, she had noticed his hair and the smell of blood, she assumed that he was from that damned holy nation and his connection to them was most likely quite complex, and yet they had abandoned him. So she thought she understood everything now. Unlike them, Roger did not show hostility or seem afraid, and so she decided that it was very good, declaring that she would raise him herself. She promised that she would feed him, put him to sleep, and train him to become stronger. Raising his head, the protagonist asked why she wanted to do this. He wondered what she wanted from him, and laughing, Grander said that he had a sharp mind despite his young age. She asked him not to worry, noting that she would not demand compensation for his upbringing. She, bending slightly and holding out her palm to help Roger rise, confessed that she simply wanted him to kill her when he got stronger and got up from his knees. She asked if he would promise her this. The protagonist was silent for a while, thinking, and then he held out his palm to her. Now Roger thought that Granda was cruel as never before, and taking her hand, he suggested that they now return to the city since he would like to introduce her to several people. Granda thoughtfully said that she understood everything, and the protagonist mentally asked how she, being almost a mother to him, could ask him to kill her with his own hands before leaving the scene of their battle. Roger turned around, noticing the scorched earth and deep holes left by their attacks. He noticed that they had made a mess. A few hours later in the shelter, the protagonist attracted the attention of the others and announced that Grander would be staying there for a while. He asked his comrades not to worry and to take good care of her. He stood next to Grander, who was sitting on the couch, and then he added that he would like to say. So he turned to Grander and, narrowing his eyes, asked why she was suppressing these people with her aura. At the very first meeting, he noted that they were having a hard time as it was, and turned his attention to his comrades who were standing, looking seriously at Grander. Some looked more scared, some tried to seem serious, and she finally said that she was just joking. Alex, smiling, realized that this was the master Roger was talking about. Fantas exclaimed that he did not even see the limits of Grinder's power, but the protagonist suggested that they not talk about it. And attracting Hans's attention, he asked how the girl he left him was looking out from behind. Fantas Hans said that if Roger was talking about the professor, then she was still in Very's house. The protagonist understood everything and decided that in that case he would go and visit her. Looking at Grander, he asked her not to mock his guys while he was gone. She shuddered slightly when she heard him address her and called him harmful, asking why he was leaving her at all. Hans started to turn around, thinking that he would go with Roger too, but Grander asked, a little annoyed, was it really necessary for them to go together? Smiling, she said that if you looked closely, there really were a lot of interesting people here, and so while Roger was not around, she suggested that they should take advantage of the moment and get to know each other better. Everyone froze again, feeling the overwhelming energy, and while Fantas seemed more enthusiastic, the others were afraid. At the same time, in the forest near Lille, two soldiers were standing on the edge of one of the remaining pits, and one of them asked if there had been a war here. He had the impression that someone had been blowing something up, and turning to his comrade, he asked what was written about it in today's report. He replied that the sky outside the city had turned colored, and then a loud sound was heard that shook the surrounding area. The man remarked that the red sky was strange and admitted that he couldn't understand what could have happened here at all. Another man suggested that powerful mages could have been fighting here, and while the destruction was certainly much greater, he had seen something like this before. The other people, standing a little distance away, suddenly laughed at his words and suggested that their new employee was full of creative ideas. They asked him to tell them why mages would come here and cause a massacre, and the man turned towards them, and the other man continued by asking where mages who could cause such destruction would come from. The soldier put his hand to his chin as he thought about mages, and he supposed that if they were mages above the 6th tier, then it was quite possible. However, there were very few 6th-tier mages, so he didn't understand why they would be fighting here. The chances of that happening were slim to none, but before he could ponder further, someone noticed knights approaching. One of the Empel asked if these were not knights of the religious order. Lenses? The man shuddered, turning around, and wondered what they were doing here. One of the knights, removing his helmet, smiled and, calling the man a believer, he admitted that they were glad to see him and said that his fathers will be with him without returning this greeting. The man asked what they needed. He asked them to get down to business and warned that if they wanted information, they had come to the wrong place since they knew nothing. The man, smiling, asked if his interlocutor did not smell the stench emanating from this place. They had guesses as to whose handiwork it could be, and the man shuddered, asking if this was really true. His interlocutor said that the followers of Mr. Lament, could say for sure that these were traces of a creature that the Holy Order had been pursuing for a long time. He was the only vampire left on the planet. And as he told her this, he imagined the silhouette of Grander grinning a little while later in an alley. Selena apologized to Roger for fainting, and she wanted to say something else, but he interrupted her, declaring that everything was fine and asking her not to worry about it. Selena decided that in this case she would go to school first, and she thanked the protagonist for walking her. He asked her to be careful on the way back, and Selena left and he stood for a while watching her. Finally, he asked the man to stop following him and show himself. When he turned around, he did indeed notice a man approaching him who apologized for it, noting that he did not do it on purpose. Fred asked Roger if it was true that it was him. He admitted that he wanted to talk to him, and looking at him, the protagonist recognized him, and Frieden announced that he was a follower of Lord Luce, the young lamb Frieden, and moreover he was the Bishop of Lensis. Roger mentally repeated that this was a follower of Lensis, but without showing his surprise, he asked what Frieden wanted from him. He, sighing, noticed that the protagonist was not particularly happy to see him, and in the end he explained that he came with an offer because he sensed something that others could not sense. He reminded him of the sacred power, which was a certain proof of divine blessing, and said that it flowed into Roger. He shuddered, pressing his lips tighter, and looked at Frieden seriously, and then he asked what was wrong with that. He assumed that Frieden was asking him to join the Holy Order and waving his hand. He warned that he was completely serious with Roger and added that he was acting solely in his interests. The protagonist said that if he was acting in his interests, then he would not have come here at all, and coming closer to Frieden. He leaned over him, looking at him menacingly. He froze without answering, and then closing his eyes, he lowered his head, asking Roger for permission to tell him one important thing as a person who had received the blessing of God. He warned that a lot had happened in Leathervalk recently, because the King of Monsters had returned, and today an eerie scarlet flower had bloomed on the outskirts of the city. Frieden expressed his hope that Roger would not be in danger due to so many anomalies, and in the end, he decided to say goodbye. Walking away from the protagonist, he placed his palms together and closed his eyes, turning to the Lord, asking him to shine his righteous light upon this young lamb. Roger noticed that these people were unsure of their actions, but if they had noticed his sacred power, then perhaps they had noticed his true nature as well. He had hidden it for so long, and the stranger had suddenly sensed it, so he assumed that he had been using his sacred power too much lately. Closing his eyes, he realized that it was time to use the sealing technique. Sometime later, when he returned, he informed Grander that he had come, and she realized that he had finally returned, frowning in displeasure. Roger asked why his boys were sitting dead on the ground floor. He remembered seeing Alex, Hans, and Fantas, each of whom were in a dejected state. Grander asked how she knew that. She said that they themselves started crying and explained that she just wanted to get to know them better. Smiling, she acknowledged that the protagonist was an impressive student, and she asked where he found such guys anyway. He explained that he simply met them while traveling around the world, and Grander laughed and called him humble. Recalling Alex, she called him a dark-skinned guy and said that he was an excellent swordsman despite being human. She then talked about Phantos, noting that the big guy was obviously shocked but still filled with fighting spirit. Roger assumed that Grand was referring to Phantos, noting that he was always like that. Phantos traveled the world looking for an opponent, willing to put everything on the line for a fight. Even on the first day they met, he came to fight Grander, but she was not there, so the protagonist himself fought Phantos. However, he knew that if Phantos had fought Grande, he would probably not be alive now. Grande continued, noting that Hans was indeed intriguing as he was human, but he was also a monster, and also had a very interesting essence dormant within him. She acknowledged that Roger had chosen good people, noting that it was as if he had stuffed them all into a box and taken them with him. The protagonist asked her not to tell them that, and Grande, suddenly becoming more serious, asked why he needed such people. She did not understand why he had left her and started wandering the world, and asked if he could not even tell his master about it. Closing his eyes, he apologized to her and promised that he would tell her, but not right away. It might have seemed impudent, but he wanted to ask her for something and explained that he wanted her to look after his sealing technique. Grander asked again, startled, and Roger said that the Bishop of Lensis had approached him feeling the energy pouring out of him. He knew that if he left things to chance, the Holy Order of Lensis would reveal his identity. He walked a little to the side, and Grander turned her head. Following his actions, she asked, was it really so weak that others had begun to notice it approaching the table? The protagonist began to search for something on it and said, given what they knew about the fight that had happened between them today, they would probably notice Grand's presence as well. Sighing indignantly, she asked, did these idiots really think that she was hiding from them out of fear? But she quickly got distracted from her indignation and asked if she just needed to improve the sealing technique. Roger confirmed this, and finding the right book on the table, he handed it to Grander, admitting that he had several ideas opening the book. She read the contents carefully and said that she could do it. She realized that she just needed to redirect the power she already had into another channel, but she also warned that no matter how much the sealing technique was strengthened, if the protagonist continued to use this power, it would eventually reach its limit. He knew this, but Grander, closing her eyes, said that he did not know this. Handing him the book, she warned that he would not be the only one who would suffer if he reached the limit, so she asked him not to forget the promise he made to her in the well. Accepting the book, Roger agreed, admitting that it was forever imprinted in his heart. Grander noted that he was not lacking in eloquence, but she understood that he did not fight her today in order to kill her. The protagonist thought, as Grander said, this was only a temporary measure because the sacred power would weaken if he continued to use it. However, considering the enemies he would have to face, he could not completely ignore the usefulness of this power. After all, sooner or later the Holy Nation would find him, and even here he would have to hurry things along, but the goal was clear to him, and he noted that he had to protect the fragments of the relic on the day of the expedition. A week later, a train arrived at Lindenbrunn Station, and Roger, getting off at the platform with the students, said that their mentors were somewhere in the central square. He warned them not to lag behind and not to wander into unfamiliar places during the excursion. As they walked further, the students looked around in admiration, exclaiming, and they delightedly noted that this was the capital of Lion-Brunn, the protagonist leading the students to the right place. Thought that he had not been here for a long time and remembered that 7 years had passed. Now this city was more developed than it was back then, and looking around he thought deeply that he was originally supposed to come here under the identity of Gerard, but he ended up coming here as a professor, and he had no idea what would happen next when they approached the fountain in the center of the square. The students admired the size of this fountain, and someone paid special attention to the front of this one, asking the others to take a look as well. In addition, they noticed the expedition's mentors, among whom were Caroline and Vron, who were hired magicians, Roa Pavini, who was a member of the Scientific Association, and Casey, who was a magician of the Greenwater Celadon. The students heard that some cool guys were coming, but they noted that this was even better. Suddenly, Roger heard someone calling out to him, and turning around, he noticed Veronica, remembering that the last time they saw each other was during the incident on the train. She laughed, realizing that he remembered it, and the protagonist asked what brought her here. She explained that today there was an expedition for the N students in the Seoul capital, and so the imperial family sent a group of knights here. Roger was surprised to hear about a whole group of knights and asked if this would weaken the defense of the northern mountain. Veronica exclaimed that there was nothing to worry about because since the civil war in the UT Kingdom had ended, they had combined their efforts, so now the border guards were improved and there should be fewer incidents. In addition, there were not only their group of knights here, and she, turning around, noticed that these people had just arrived. Roger froze, pressing his lips tighter, and noticed Tarina standing a little to the side. Veronica, looking at her, admitted that she was sure that the pro-protagonist also knew them and said that they were the Order of the Night Snakes. Stepping aside a bit, she exclaimed that it was time for her to go and admitted that she was glad to meet Roger, said that it was mutual, and when Veronica left, he froze, asking himself why they would abandon the border guards and let everyone wander around the capital even if the war in Utah was over. On top of that, they also invited the Night Snakes here, and he seriously asked himself what was going on in the capital at all. Veronica, meanwhile, approached Tara. Starting to talk to her, Roger decided that he needed to tell Sedena about this, and since there were many eyes here, he decided to use a whistle that only half-elves could hear. Hearing the signal he sent, Sedena shuddered slightly, and the protagonist warned her that the Order of Cold Steel and the Night Snakes were now in the capital, asking her to pass on this information to Hans as well. Sadena agreed to this, and writing the necessary information on a small piece of paper, she folded it into a beetle which flew up and headed in the right direction. Tarina at this time turning to Veraz. Monica realized that their captain had not yet arrived in the capital. She smiled, confirming this, but said that no matter how safe the North was, the captain said that leaving their strongest resource would be an unforgivable mistake. However, awkwardly grabbing her hair with her hand, she admitted that this was more like an excuse because a trip to the capital meant being in the center of turmoil. Sighing, Tarina noted that some always remain the same. Veronica suddenly said that Tarina rarely visits the capital and asked if something had happened. She admitted that she had not heard anything, but only received a letter from the Duchess with instructions to patrol the capital. Veronica worriedly realized that even the Order of the Night Snakes, which received almost all the information, was not aware of it. Tarina closed her eyes and said honestly that it was hard to admit, but it was true, but they had their suspicions, and she said that the Liberation Army had recently made some suspicious moves, understanding her train of thought. Veronica seriously noted that as soon as they disappeared from the north, everyone suddenly began to gather in the capital, and so she assumed that they were here in case something did happen. Sighing, Tarina warned that if they started to act openly, the members of this alliance would hide even more, and she really wanted to finish them off right away. Veronica noted that in any case, everything was going smoothly for now, and she assumed that they should inform Thien, but Tarina reminded them that they had a long-awaited expedition, and so she suggested not to spoil their mood. Moreover, she was sure that they would probably notice that something was happening around them as they continued to converse. Roger, who was watching them from afar, was suddenly approached by Selena, who awkwardly drew his attention to herself. She asked if he by any chance knew why the knights were here. He admitted that he did not know, explaining that he only knew that they had come here on the orders of the imperial family. Selena asked again, slightly stuttering, not understanding why they would do such a thing. The protagonist announced that they had said that they had come to accompany the students, so there was nothing to worry about. He also noticed that Tarina was there and remembered that in the past, when he was the thief, Arin Lupin, he had constantly suffered because of her persecution until today he had managed to avoid meeting her, and he did not think that she would recognize him. However, as soon as he thought about it, someone suddenly ordered him to stop. Tiara frowned, looking at him in concentration, and Roger, startled, froze, not understanding what was happening, noticing Tarina standing there, staring. At the protagonist, Veronica asked if something was wrong. She admitted that she remembered Veronica talking to that man, and sighing, she asked if she meant Professor Roger. She explained that they had met during the terrorist attack on the train, and realizing that it was Roger, Tarina remembered that one of her subordinates had worked with him before, but today was the first time she had seen him. But she had a feeling that she had seen him somewhere before. In the end, she closed her eyes, and Veronica assumed that the protagonist would be wary of them, especially since it was rare for 2 knightly orders to be in the capital. At the same time, Tarina did not answer her, thinking that it was quite possible, but she decided that she would need to take a closer look at Roger when the investigation into the incident was completed. Turning around, she said that they needed to return to the post, and she decided that she would go first. Veronica agreed to this, asking that she immediately inform her if she noticed anything suspicious. Continuing to watch Tra, the protagonist asked himself, why did she turn in their direction so abruptly? However, if she left, then he assumed that it meant that she did not understand who he was. In the end, he decided that there were more important things to do, and so he thought that he would continue to follow the plan at this time in Lindenbrunn in a temporary shelter. Hans, who received the note, shuddered and, clenching his jaw, asked, is this some kind of joke? He noticed that the 2 best orders were in the capital, and asked what was going on. He bowed his head and thought that he had known it all along, and said that it would be nice if everything went smoothly for once. But again, everything was going wrong. He didn't even have enough anger for all these events, but suddenly he was distracted, turning around and looking at Greer lying behind him on the sofa, who, noticing his attention, asked if she was really bothering him. Hans, asking again, announced that he was simply curious why she had come here. Granda repeated her question, asking if she was really bothering him. Hans answered that she was not, and asked her not to misunderstand him, since it did not bother him. In fact, he had received a letter, and he assumed that something was wrong in the capital. He asked if she had any ideas about what it could be. Grander, laughing, noted that this was H's task, and if he was Roger's subordinate, that meant he was definitely capable of something. Hans admitted that he thought Grander could help a little for her student's sake, but she, directing her overwhelming aura at him, asked if he thought she followed her student because she was worried about him. Hans replied that this was not the case at all and asked how he had even dared to suggest such a thing. Grander calmed down, and he, bowing his head, asked God to help him, and mentally exclaimed that Grander was very difficult. Calling her a real energy vampire. He did not understand why she had come here at all, and he could no longer stand her, but in the end, he resigned himself to it, realizing that he would have to find out everything. Himself, Grander suddenly advised him to check the underground water channels and turning sharply in her direction. Hans asked what she said. She did not answer, and he, mentally cursing, asked if she really had to mumble. He asked himself if it was really that difficult for her to repeat. He also assumed that she had simply said it and forgotten, but he had nothing to lose anyway, so he suggested that he could send a few rats there a little later in Linden Brown in the city center. Caroline remarked that that was all, advising the students to set out on their own and explore the capital until their legs got tired. Tracy, standing a little to the side, said that the rumors were true because Caroline really was very energetic. Aiden noticed that she was also a graduate of the Chancellor's University, and he admitted that it made an interesting impression. He suddenly remembered Leo and, turning to the side, looked at him, noticing that he was even on the expedition alone. He did not understand what was happening to him lately and thought, looking at the way Tracy also looked at Leo, he assumed that it had something to do with that conversation, and remembered how he stood near the door to Leo's room. Whatever it was, he hoped he was wrong, and Tracy finally closed her eyes, crossed her arms, and said that if they got involved in Leo's business, he would get even angrier whatever was going on. She suggested that they just mentally support him and hope that everything would be okay. She pointed out that she usually raged and raged when it came to Leo, but now he assumed that he was still important to her. He asked if that was true. Tracy frowned indignantly, asking again, and exclaimed that she was just annoyed by his strange behavior. But she quickly became distracted, noticing a juicy kebabs off to the side, and suggested that they go buy some. Aiden didn't know if they really needed to do that, but he figured nothing had happened yet, so he suggested that they just have faith in Leo as he approached the people who were queuing up to buy kebabs. Aiden let out a surprised cry, noticing that there were a lot of people there. Suddenly, someone waved their hand and asked to sell 2 kebabs, and Roger was surprised and thought that it was a very loud voice. He also noticed that it seemed to be the voice of the master, and with a surprised cry, he noticed that it was indeed her hearing it. Mandel Aiden's master turned around and asked if it was really him, Aidan's comrade standing behind him, asked again in bewilderment, shocked that it was his master. Aiden did not answer, and at that time, Leo, who was standing a little to the side, became interested, noticing Mandalina next to Aiden, and asked himself, "Who is she?" He saw her for the first time and asked himself, did she and Aiden really know each other? In the end, he did not think about it for long, and he, glad that they were finally distracted, decided that it was time for him to take advantage of this opportunity. He turned around and headed towards a dark alley, and when he stopped, his interlocutor announced that he was late. He offered to get down to business right away, noting that everything would happen according to plan. Carl, frowning, asked which way Athean students were heading. Leo frowned and did not answer right away. At this time, Aiden's friends guessed that Mandalina taught him anti-magic, and she, awkwardly closing her eyes, grabbed her hair with her hand and smiled. Aiden confirmed this, telling her that he gave her bread when he found her on the street dying of hunger. She taught him anti-magic. Tracy noted that she taught him a special class of magic in exchange for a piece of bread, and she could not even believe it. Asking how this was possible, she assumed it was fate. But suddenly she screamed and asked if physique and ability didn't play a role in learning a special class of magic. She asked what Mandel would do if Aiden didn't have abilities. She laughed and declared that she would just say that life is pain and eat the bread. Aiden laughed, too happy that he did have abilities and watching them. Tracy noticed that Mandalina didn't even try to hide her thoughts, just like her student. Mandalina, meanwhile, closed her eyes, put her hand on Aiden's shoulder, and asked who would have thought that this scoundrel had potential comparable to hers. This was also fate to some extent, and suddenly she screamed, remembering something and noting that she had completely forgotten. She warned that it was time for her to go. Aiden asked if she was leaving already. Confirming this, Mandalina winked at him, explaining that she had an important task, so it was time to get back to work. Aiden was amazed that she had a job and admitted that it was a great relief. He even cried with joy, noting that he was already worried that she would die of hunger somewhere. Mandalina asked with displeasure, "Is it right to talk to your master like that, coming closer to Aiden?" She exclaimed that she wanted to give Him one piece of advice before she left, and she advised him to try not to leave his mentor, he asked in confusion. Why is that so? Laughing, Mandel noted. That no one ever knows what can happen, and announced that she was leaving, moving a little to the side. She looked around and asked herself, is it true that she is not visible from here? Taking out her watch from her pocket, she looked at it and frowned in concentration, after which she warned that she was returning to the castle, turning to the Grand Duchess sometime later in the glass corridor of the fortress of Debach. People passing by, it admired how beautiful it was here. The corridor alone, in their opinion, was a real work of art. Among these people were also Celine and Roger, and Celine admitted that she would never have thought that the imperial family would prepare a tour for them. The protagonist agreed with this and said that they are given special attention because they are. From the end, Celine excitedly admitted that she was thinking about whether they should leave students with mentors. Roger reminded that this year there are many mentors of the Chancellor's level, so he noted that Celine cannot worry. He, looking around, thought about this castle, noting that during his travels on the continent he saw many unusual things, but he saw such beauty for the first time. Moreover, this place was also incredibly large, and not everyone was allowed to walk here. However, he asked himself, was that all he was curious about, where the relic was, and he remembered that the fragments interacted with each other, so if he knew the location, it would be much easier to take it. He assumed that the hardest part would be escaping, because this place was huge, which meant that there were many more guards here, and it was easy to get surrounded even if he used teleportation. There was a risk that the coordinates would get mixed up due to the many magical barriers inside the castle. Suddenly he was distracted as a man who came closer apologized, attracting the attention of the others. He bowed, admitted that he had seen them once, and introduced himself, announcing that he was Fio, one of the members of the Imperial Guard. All the people immediately turned their attention to him, and one of the girls asked if this was the same Fio who handled important personal matters of the Imperial family. One of the other people asked why he would be here. Facio, meanwhile, asked if there was anyone named Roger among the people there. Many turned to look at him, and the protagonist frowned in confusion, but still said that it was him, and asked if he could ask what he owed to Facio's attention. He admitted that he was glad to meet him and asked if he could spare him a little time. Roger asked himself, why was that necessary? He apologized to Facio, explaining that they were traveling in one group so he could not be separated from everyone. Facio smirked, leaned closer to him, and warned him that one person wanted to see the protagonist. Roger looked at Facio warily, not understanding who he was talking about. He finally agreed and told Facio to take him to the right place. Turning towards Celine and his colleagues, he apologized for leaving them, but he promised that he would return soon. Selena exclaimed that it was no big deal and told the protagonist that he could take his time. As he began to leave, she asked with interest what was going on and why only the protagonist had been invited. One of her colleagues noted that it was Roger himself. So it was no wonder that the future member of the Royal Guard was attracting so much attention. The protagonist, hearing these conversations, frowned but said nothing. At this time, Tracy, turning to Aiden, noted that he had a strange master. He smiled, saying that he was glad to know that she was doing well. Tracy suddenly began to look around and changing the subject. She asked where Leo had gone. She noticed that she did not see him anywhere, and she excitedly reminded him that free time was almost over. Aiden shuddered and exclaimed that he would find Leo confident that he could not have gone far. Tracy asked him worriedly if he was sure about that. She reminded him that it was Leo and suggested that he would probably be back soon, but Aiden said that Leo was unfamiliar with the area, and so he decided to look for him instead. Tracy agreed, noting that they would wait for them there, and Aiden, moving away, looked around, put his hand to his head, and thoughtfully noted that Tracy was right because Leo seemed to have disappeared. Into thin air, he wondered how far he had gone, and suddenly looking at the dark alley, he focused on it, noting that it was the perfect place for a secret meeting. The conversation had been bothering him, and he hoped that he had simply misunderstood everything. At this point, Carl, who Leo had met, hurried him and asked why he was silent. He frowned and asked if he could not postpone the plan. He wondered if they really had to act now when there were so many. Night around, Carl replied that they were sure that they were lying low and didn't even suspect that they could make a move. That was why this was a perfect opportunity to free the commoners. But Leo countered by reminding them that there were disciples and mentors everywhere. If they had set up an ambush, they would have stopped them anyway. And C closed his eyes and asked if it was true that their goal was to show how strong they were by fighting the mentors. Leo asked in confusion, not understanding what his interlocutor was talking about. and exclaimed that there were several 6th rank mages among them. Carl asked again, startled, and Leo confirmed this, noting that he knew very well that they were very powerful. Each of them was a deadly weapon, and it was obvious how it would end, so it was a doomed plan. Carl thoughtfully put his hand under his chin and admitted that he hadn't expected this, but he still declared that they wouldn't change anything and would act according to the plan. Leo indignantly asked again. And although the man understood his concerns, it wasn't up to him to make such decisions. Since that was an order from above, Leo waved his hand, asking if he was joking. He asked if he really thought he would obediently do everything they told him. The man thought that Leo would really do it for his family, and he indignantly clenched his fists, after which he, closing his eyes, agreed, but said that he didn't know the students' routes, since all the students and mentors had gone their separate ways. Carl was silent for a while, and then he suddenly put his hand on Leo's shoulder, which made him flinch wildly. Looking at the hand on his shoulder, leaning closer to him, the man announced that he knew what he was thinking and asked if Leo was buying time by giving him only a little information. However, he warned that they had already figured it out anyway, explaining that he was just testing Leo. His eyes widened, cursing at Carl and his comrades as he realized that they had been using him from the start. Carl declared that they could not fully trust someone who was difficult to control, but he decided to forgive Leo, this time advising him to think about his family and what he needed to do. Turning around, he said that they would see each other again and advised Leo not to do anything stupid. However, he also added that if he reported them, he would be an accomplice. And Carl laughed as he said this. Leo, his head down, walked away. And then cursing, he punched the wall, realizing that these people had been using him. He called them names, clenching his jaw in anger, and thought that the man hadn't listened to him at all, wondering if these people were completely crazy with their hatred. However, he dismissed that assumption. Realizing that they weren't the type to act so recklessly, he assumed that he didn't know something, but he was distracted from his thoughts when he heard someone say his name. Leo froze, his eyes widened, and then turned around, noticing Aiden standing nearby, looking at him sadly. He couldn't help but shout his name around the same time. In the central square of Linden Brown, Sedena looked back worriedly, noticing that Casey was sitting on a bench watching her. Sedena was scared and asked herself, why was Casey staring at her like that? She knew that if she continued to follow her, she wouldn't be able to gather information with paper magic. Casey, meanwhile, thought SY, holding her chin with her hand, remembered that she had already seen Sedena in the staff room when she was testing Moriarty. It was strange because he never took assistance, and Casey remembered Roger warning her that the Black Dawn had already begun its hunt for her. After their conversation, members of this group attacked her from an ambush, but she easily fought them off since she had been warned. And besides, then it was a rainy day. But now, knowing that the Black Dawn was stalking her, she had to be extremely careful. Sedena suddenly remembered at this point that they had free time so she could walk around wherever she wanted, and moving away a little, she assumed that it was not for nothing that people called Casey the best detective, and shuddering, she asked herself if Casey really thought that she was working for the Black Dawn. She remembered that she had even come to the teacher's room and excitedly noted that if she was right, then as soon as she herself did something strange, Casey would immediately be convinced of her own suspicions. At this time, in the temporary shelter in Linden Braun, Hans put his elbows on the table and rested. His head on his hands, he did not understand why there was no news from Sedena because she was obliged to keep them informed of the situation. He assumed that because of the omnipresent nights, she was unable to send a message, so he thought that she was just lucky to have contacted them before. Suddenly his rats returned and, climbing onto the table, ran up to him. Hans was amazed that his animals had returned so quickly and asked if they had checked everything. Hearing the rats report, he frowned, asked again, and asked if they could not get through the underground water channels. He did not understand what this meant, and asked the rats to explain everything. After listening to them, he asked if they were afraid to go down below. His frown only deepened, wondering if they were so afraid that they ignored his order. He had complete control over them, and if he had ordered them to jump into the fire, they would have done so immediately. He realized that everything was bad, assuming that there was clearly something dangerous below. He wondered if Grander knew about it, and he turned to look at her, but he noticed that she was lying on the sofa with her back to him. He would have asked her, but he noticed that she was not in the mood for conversation, but considering her indifference to what was happening, Hans supposed that there was nothing to worry about. With a mental cry, he noted that it was bothering him, and he stood up abruptly, deciding that he did not want to get involved, but he remembered that she had said so. and if he did not do, something he would blame himself. He had to see for himself whether this would interfere with Roger's plan or not, for that was his role soon. Baluna, who had been standing reading a book, started distracted as Hans, running into the room, apologized, drawing her attention to himself, and he told her to prepare to leave. Baluna cursed and admitted that he had scared her, and then calming down, she asked where they were going. Her code name was Francis Scott Fitzgerald, and Hans shouted that they needed to check one place urgently, telling her to prepare all the necessary tools. Soon they were in the Lion Brown Underground. Water channels! By this time, Roger and Fazio had left the castle and were walking further down the street. Fazio noted that he had heard about the main character, specifying that the entire magical community knew about his secret rooms, but Roger replied that there was nothing special about it, and Fazio, laughing, asked him not to be modest, asking how there was nothing special about it. He asked if the main character knew how few people were capable of such a thing. He admitted that he did not care what others thought because for him it was a common practice. Fazio announced that he seemed like a sincere person to him and remembered that some people say that not all people are made of the same stuff, and he asked if it was true that this was so. He assumed that this was why the princess was eager to meet them. They just approached the gazebo inside, which the girl was already sitting, and Fazio, bowing, attracted her attention. Announcing that he had brought Roger as she had requested, Iene praised him for his good work, and then she admitted that she would like to talk to their guest alone, and asked Fazio to leave them. He agreed, starting to leave, and the protagonist thought that he first visited Lionbrun 7 years ago when he was looking for a job. It so happened that he met a girl for whom he later worked for some time, and he remembered the moment of their meeting, and then he mentally noted that later she became the first candidate for the throne and became famous as the temporary Empress Smiling. Eileen admitted that she had been waiting for their meeting and asked if it would be better for her to call him by the name he had introduced himself as, the First Princess. Reminded him that he had asked to be called Jack the Ripper. Back then, 7 years ago, Roger and Eileen had bumped into each other as they were coming out from around the sea corner, and after that they had suddenly pulled away from each other. Eileen frowned and asked herself how he had appeared from around the corner. So suddenly she hadn't even noticed him, and suddenly she remembered that she had used a presence-concealing artifact. The protagonist in turn asked himself what he was doing here. He noticed that he hadn't felt her presence, even though he had increased his senses because he had thought that someone was following him who had finally asked the other person who he was. Now Roger sat down at the table opposite Eileen and asked if she really knew who he was. He wondered when she had managed to find out about him, and she asked him if he thought she wouldn't take care of it if they hadn't seen each other for 7 years. Besides, the protagonist's name was well known in magical circles, and her pawn and leather valk hadn't made much headway, and that was when Island began to suspect something. She took a sip from her teacup and remembered Tarina always saying that Roger was trouble, and that was where it all came together. The protagonist had said that Isan was the only person who would call a National Guardsman upon ignoring that Isen asked what brought Roger to the royal palace. He explained that he was doing his job as Professor Theon, but Isan asked him not to say that. As she wouldn't fall for his lies, she asked what he was trying to find. The protagonist was silent for a moment, looking at her intently. Half an hour earlier in the underground sewers, Hans, who had a raven on his arm with a note attached to its leg, asked the bird to fly to Roger and report the situation to him. Obeying, the raven rose into the air, starting to fly away, and Baluna, watching this, asked if we would definitely be able to get to the main character. Hans was sure that this would indeed be the case, and said that everything should go smoothly. They continued their way through the sewers, and Baluna said that the Empire was 1,000 years old, but she admitted that she did not even know that such a huge, complex system was hidden under it. Hans agreed with this, suggesting that the exploration of this place could be continued indefinitely. However, he also thought that it was unlikely that anyone was watching this place since it looked abandoned. In addition, judge by the fact that the mice could not go down here, the sewer network is clearly different from the usual sewers. In addition, at the entrance, they were met by giant roots, and Hans asked if Baluna was right in saying that she had no idea where it could come from, remembering what kind of roots they had seen at the entrance to the sewers. She admitted that she really didn't know any kind of such a huge tree, however. To be honest, she had one guess, and while telling about it, she covered one eye, grabbing her hair with her hand. Hans asked if this was really true. He was curious about what kind of nonsense it was, but before Baluna could explain it, they both suddenly shuddered, hearing some noise turning around. Hans asked if Baluna heard it. She noticed that it sounded like a growl, and suddenly a huge monster appeared from the darkness, and Baluna and Hans simultaneously screamed in horror, and after that they began to run away. The monster ran after them, and realizing this, Baluna and Hans screamed in horror. They did not understand what it was, and assumed that it was a cryptid. They wondered where it came from, and after they ran some more distance, Baluna, closing her eyes, desperately said that she could not run anymore. Hans ordered her not to give up and asked if it was true that she did not want to be eaten by this monster. He turned around and cursed in his mind because he realized that this monster was about to catch up with him. He asked himself if he should transform, however he was not so confident in himself to face a real monster. Suddenly, Baluna told Hans to wait and ordered him to stop. He obeyed but asked in confusion why on earth they should do that. Baluna advised him to look more closely, shouting that it was not a cryptid, but an ordinary chimera. The monster continued to run towards them, growling in anger, and Hans remembered that he had heard something about chimeras, noting that it was a combination of living creatures collected by a dark magician. He suddenly asked Bellaluna to wait and asked what difference it made whether it was a cryptid or a chimera. He exclaimed that this monster was running towards them in order to kill. But Baluna, smiling, admitted that she was not sure about crypt, but she was definitely not afraid of chimeras. She took out a small flask from her bag, which she threw right under the paws of the monster. The glass broke, and the energy that burst out of the flask spread, turning into flexible tree branches that entangled the monster, immobilizing it. The chimera growled in displeasure, and Hans, looking at Baluna, noticed that she was more experienced. Then he assumed that was why Roger had brought this elf. And then he asked why she wasn't afraid of chimeras. She declared that this monster was created by man and asked why there was any need to be afraid of an artificially created beast. She suddenly admitted that she even found it charming, and she noticed that this one had very beautiful and intact fur. Hans simply praised her and then suggested that she leave here before the chimera got out. Baluna asked in bewilderment why they should do that. He reminded her a little awkwardly that this monster was dangerous. But Baluna, looking at the chimera with admiration, began to approach it and asked if this wasn't a great opportunity to find out what it was made of. Hans asked again, and Bellaluna, laughing, approached the chimera, calling it a baby, and announced that she would examine it, and from her threatening tone, the monster even calmed down and cautiously pressed itself to the ground. The next moment, a cry of "this" was heard, and Hans mentally screamed that Baluna was dangerous to deal with. At this point, Roger finally answered Eileen's question and announced that he was not looking for anything. He repeated once again that he was there for work, and she asked if he was making excuses again. She was sure that he knew about the incident at the can auction house, and without waiting for an objection, she said that of course it was. Since he was there that day, Roger shuddered slightly, and Alina said that she was convinced that it was not an accident and collected all the lots of the underworld and bought this one, however, in the list of items put up for auction. There was one unknown fragment of stone, the purpose and origin of which were unknown. She was sure that the purpose of Roger's visit was directly related to this, and he mentally noted that he thought he had covered his tracks, but he had still managed to find out all the details. He understood that she had no shortage of zeal, and he mentally noted that in such a case there was no point in making excuses, covering his eyes. He said that he was just collecting it and laughing. Eileen asked if he had already decided not to evade it anymore. She decided that she would not pester him with questions about the use of this stone, but she assumed that if the fragment Roger needed was in the palace, then most likely it was in the vault. However, she asked him not to say that he was going to steal it. The protagonist remained silent, and Eileen suddenly said that it would be better to boldly go inside and take it. He frowned in bewilderment, looking at her seriously, and she explained that she wanted him to fulfill her order as it was 7 years ago. This was the real reason she called him, and as payment she decided that she would allow him to take any 3 things from the vault. And she asked what Roger would say about this. He winced at the suggestion and remembered that the palace vault was a dark place with restricted access, and he wondered if Island would allow him to take 3 items from there. If the offer was so good, it meant it was no less dangerous. And so he said he needed more details before he could give an answer. He asked if it had anything to do with the fact that both orders were currently in the capital island, suggested that Roger had encountered them on his way here, and she told him that she had received a report of a suspicious group of people entering the city whose presence she was sure Roger had already noticed. She had tried to find out more about them in order to stop them, but they had disappeared. The protagonist asked if there was a chance that these people had left the capital. Isan explained that she had immediately increased security at all entrances too. Lion Brown when she received the message, and Roger took that to mean that they could assume that these people were still here, which was why Isan had called the two orders. She confirmed this and added that this was precisely why she needed help. His ability to infiltrate the enemy's rear, wherever he was hiding, would come in handy, and the protagonist noted that she had conducted an entire investigation into him if she was so insistent on helping him. Even if he had rejected her offer, she would not have left him alone so easily. And moreover, given the situation in the capital, he had no reason to refuse. He remembered his students, and then he said out loud that he hoped the payment would be decent, and Eisen, placing her hand on her chest, said that it would certainly be so, and confidently noted that Roger knew that she would keep her word because they had worked together before. He asked if there was any more information. Eileen said that her subordinate would soon arrive with a report, and she suggested waiting a little. At this time, another person came closer, and Eileen, sighing, said that her subordinate was dead. The protagonist shuddered slightly, looking at the arriving person, and Mandalina, closing her eyes, bowed and greeted Eileen, asking permission to begin the report. However, she, noticing Roger sitting at the table with Eileen, simultaneously cried out in surprise, and then sighing, she asked what he was doing here. The protagonist looked away for a moment, and then he asked what she was doing here. Mandel suddenly trembled. Looking at Roger in horror in the Crystal Palace in the lobby of the museum, someone announced that they were in the Crystal Palace. That isn't a place where the history of magic comes to life, even during non-exhibition time. It was always busy, and since the students had registered in advance, they had to go inside right away. And the one who told them this information mentioned that they could look around. The students looked around in admiration, and Roa, who was standing behind a group of students, leaned overside and thought that she was tired. She didn't understand why the school federation chose her as a mentor, since she wasn't good at communicating with people at all. She was a 6th rank and cooperated with the school federation, but suddenly she was distracted because Renee, who came closer to her, awkwardly called out to her. Roa looked at her with a start and asked what happened. Renee asked if all types of magic were represented here. Royne assumed that most types of magic were represented here, since the Magic Tower and the school association shared knowledge and contributed. Renee asked if she could learn about non-Atri magic here. In that case, they walked to the Crystal Palace Magic Exhibition Hall, and Roa said that now the students had the opportunity to get acquainted with materials about magic that they had never even heard of, but they would not be able to reveal all the features and fundamental secrets of this. Renee exclaimed that she understood everything, and Roa, looking at her, realized that she owned non-attribute magic, and Renee confirmed this. Admitting that she had difficulty with elemental magic, Roa suggested that she was having trouble with classes, and although Renee agreed with this, she still said that she was trying to keep up with the program, and Professor Roger was helping her a lot. With this, Royne remembered that she had seen him in the secret rooms, and they talked for some time until they finally came to the right place. Roa announced that they had arrived and explained that there were exhibits here representing unique types of magic. Renee shuddered in amazement, noticing that there were many more of these exhibits than she thought. Roa explained that modern magic, which is difficult to accurately characterize, belongs to unique types that surpass the 4 main types, and they're diverse among these types of magic. For example, was dream magic, which was called sleepwalking. Renee, interested in this, repeated the name thunderstorm magic, and Roa explained that it was materialized by divine magic. This was the most multifaceted of the unique types of magic. And Roa, showing another exhibit, said that paladins, inquisitors, and priests of the religious order Lensis use it at the same time. They called it not magic, but a miracle of God. However, according to modern theories, it was considered semi-magic magic. Renee looked fascinated at the exhibit presented in the flask and asked herself, "What is this?" She thought there was something charming about it, and she looked at it more closely, her eyes widening. Roger stood up, turned to Mandalina, and repeated his question about what she was doing here. She shuddered, not knowing what to say, and Ayen sighed and asked Roger to stop since Mandalina was her loyal subordinate. The protagonist asked again. Not understanding how long ago Eileen had become so merciful, he told her that Mandalina was the success of Marke Ton, who had staged a military coup d'etat 7 years ago, and that she was also an operative of the Alpha Team in a secret special forces organization. Mandalina only trembled more, and Eileen, closing her eyes, said that it knew this. And that was why she had secretly gone out into the street on the day they met as a result of Roger's ambush. The Alpha Team was destroyed and only Mandalina managed to escape. However, Island was not going to leave the rebels alive because, among all the secret groups, the Alpha Team was the most ouse, and when they decided to sacrifice themselves for the revolution, Is personally went to get this team. However, as soon as Mandolin saw her, she immediately surrendered, and then Ison stood in a stupor and felt like a fool because she prepared so much in vain, and in the end she took Mandolin to her. She remembered how she, falling to her knees, declared that she surrendered, and Roger admitted that this was a familiar picture. Noticing that Mandolin had not changed at all, Is asked if she really behaved like this in front of the protagonist too. He remembered how Mandolin, trembling, begged him for mercy. He said that she began to beg him for mercy after seeing her comrades fall in battle against him. She looked so pitiful that he decided to let her go, and Eileen said that one way or another, she was now her loyal henchman, so Roger had nothing to worry about. Smiling, Mandolina confirmed this, exclaiming that, from now on, she served Eileen faithfully. The protagonist said that it was Eileen's will and she. Sighing, turned towards Mandolin and asked what news. She again asked permission to begin her report and announced that having tracked the path of those people, she came to the conclusion that they were hiding in the underground water channels. However, there were too many extra eyes around, and therefore she did not advance further than the entrance. Eileen realized that given the level of skill of those people, they had no choice but to retreat, and this meant that they had hidden underground. Roger suddenly shuddered, and going outside the gazebo said that he would be right back. He extended his hand, and a raven landed on it, and Eileen and Mandel were surprised that he could now communicate with birds, too. The protagonist explained that it was his subordinates. Raven, and when he took the note, the bird flew away, and Roger, having studied the writing on the paper, assumed that Hans had already explored the underground water channels. Noting that he had found another passage and penetrated inside, he wrote that he encountered a huge beast, and looking at Eileen, the protagonist asked if she had any ideas. She was silent for a while, and then she admitted that she did not have a single idea, and Roger asked what she was hiding. She answered that she was not hiding anything because, although she was a princess, but to be honest, she had no information about this place. She asked if the protagonist knew how long ago the history of this country began. He assumed that it happened about 1,000 years ago, but Eileen seriously explained that. In fact, this country is not 500 years old, saying that she found this information in the ancient documents of the palace. Roger was surprised that the number was half as much, and asked why the whole world had a different idea. Isan asked if he had heard of the kingdom that preceded the Exilian Empire. There was no historical information about it, only the fact that it existed. The Exilian Empire inherited this kingdom. As if someone had applied another layer of pain over one along with history, the kingdom lost all influential people having dealt with them cruelly, and therefore the data was preserved only for the last 500 years. Roger could not even believe it, and asked if Isan really wanted to say that someone from the shadows ruled the entire country. She was sure that he even guessed who did it, and she announced that it was an organization that at that time had great influence on the territory of the entire continent. The protagonist realized that this was the holy nation of Breos, and noted that it turned out that the underground water channels were a real relic, the age of which exceeds the history of the empire. Eileen asked if he now believed that she really knew nothing about it, of course. Their conversation had been strictly confidential, and so she asked that they keep it a secret. Mandel nodded. Roger agreed. Asking if she would at least tell Eileen about who was hiding in the waterworks, she agreed, telling him that she had learned that the people who had been acting out lately were liberals, the Soul. Protagonist repeated this name in his mind, and shuddering remembered how the man he had spoken to had announced that they were stirring up public alarm and robbing people behind the backs of the guards. He wondered if Nikolai was really up to something. As he walked away, he realized that, in that case, they should hurry because the liberals would make a move any day now. Eileen followed his movements in bewilderment and asked where he had gotten that idea from. R explained that Fian students and the representatives of the Magic Tower were currently in the capital, so there was no better target for the Liberals' Island. Thought that this sounded reasonable, but among the members of the Tower were mages of the 6th rank, which would be difficult for the Liberals to defeat. The protagonist explained that they possessed a reagent that was not affected by the silence of fire, so even mages of the 6th rank could be harmed. If they were not careful, they had gathered information and found out that danger was approaching, so it was time for him to go. Island agreed with this and said that she would send Facio to Roger, declaring that he could keep him busy. Facio was aware of the situation, so there was no need to explain anything to him in agreeing with this. The protagonist admitted that he would not refuse help. Ian, watching him, asked herself, Did he really know more than she did? She thought she had beaten him to it, but it turned out she hadn't. And even after 7 even years, she still wanted Roger to join her before leaving for good. The protagonist turned around one last time, and Mandalina, noticing his gaze, smiled, closing her eyes. Eileen, noticing her behavior, asked herself how she could laugh in front of the man who had once almost killed her. She called her weird. Roger soon met Facio, and he, noticing that he had returned, asked if the conversation had been long. The protagonist confirmed that it had been, and said that he knew Fazio was in the know. He said that Eileen had told him that he could assign him a job, and laughing, he admitted that he knew she would say that he bowed, said his name, and announced that he was the princess's secret weapon and the king's guard. And he greeted Roger, whom he called Jack the Ripper. It was a great honor to serve him, and the protagonist admitted that he was counting on him. Half an hour later in Linden Brown, Fazio asked Roger what he intended to do next. He assumed that he wanted to go underground, but he said that was not the case, since it would be careless to go down now without knowing what was down there. His subordinates were just investigating the water channels, and so he suggested waiting for their report. He was sure that not all of them were underground, and until new information appeared, he suggested walking around the city and looking for someone suspicious. Fazio remembered that Casey was now in the capital and asked if they would ask her to help. Roger refused this offer, saying that they would try to handle it themselves, since if the famous detective joined it could provoke the criminals besides his. Students would start to worry if he was gone for a long time, and as soon as he finished saying this, someone suddenly called out to him, and Roger startled at the same time as Fazio turned around, noticing Aiden running closer, who realized where the protagonist was, and he shouted that he had something to tell him. Leo was walking next to him, and Roger was surprised that Aiden and Leo were there and asked why they were alone. He was wondering where his mentor was, and suddenly he frowned in surprise, turning his attention to Leo, who lowered his head, turning away a little later, going into an alley they were talking. And when Aiden told everything, Roger attracted Leo's attention to himself, and when he responded, he asked if everything Aiden told was true. And now ago, Leo, noticing Aiden, asked himself how long he had been here. He wondered how much he had heard, and judging by his reaction, he had heard it all. Leo flinched, thinking he was done for, and then Aiden started talking and asked if he was okay. Leo froze in shock, his eyes widening, and then he clenched his jaw and asked if Aiden was really asking if he was okay. He noted that he had seen everything and asked if he was really asking that question. He said that he had heard it all and admitted that he was a member of the Liberation Army. He lowered his head in. Aiden, holding out his hand towards him, said his name, but Leo, waving away his touch, told him not to say his name in that tone. He shouted that the friend Aiden had trusted was a liar and a terrorist, and announced that he had deceived him. Tracy Jonah. Everyone, that was why he didn't understand why Aiden was worried about him. Aiden looked at him worriedly, and Leo suddenly fell down and, crying out, put his hand to his head. He apologized to him, assuming that he didn't need to eavesdrop, but he said that Leo did everything possible to prevent the terrorists from getting what they wanted. He was sure that they would be able to stop them before they attacked. And for a while, Leo was silent, and then he said that if he betrayed them, no one knew what they would do to him, and his family would definitely be in danger. Besides, he didn't understand. Who would believe the words of 2 ordinary students he offered to tell Roger? And Leo, startled, asked again, assuming that Aiden had forgotten the incident with the werewolves. He said that the main character would not spare those whom he considered enemies, even if they were student. Aiden he could take for a possessive person, and he smiled and agreed, assuming that Roger could be like that. However, he was sure that they should still try to convince him to trust them. Leo took a breath, looking at him intently, and then he cursed and admitted that Aiden was the biggest idiot he knew. Now that Roger had asked him a question, Leo had finally admitted that it was all true. And clenching his fist until it trembled, he mentally exclaimed that he knew that the protagonist could not be counted on, but still he had given him a lot of information about the Liber. Army. Roger said that in that case they should hurry and save Leo's family. And he, raising his head sharply, asked again, and the protagonist said that in that case he would need Faso's help. Leo looked at him in bewilderment, and Fazio, closing his eyes, smiled, saying that this matter was precisely connected with his mission. Now, thanks to them, he would cope with the work faster, and Aiden exclaimed joyfully and thanked Roger. Meanwhile, he once again, returning his attention to Leo, asked him to make his face simpler. Since helping students is a teacher's job, Leo looked at him in shock, and turning to him, he lowered his head and sincerely thanked him. He closed his eyes, and tears flowed down his cheeks, which he could not hold back. Soon, in the secret division of the Liberation Army, one of the terrorists announced that the 3rd Division had been exposed. The 5th and 7th divisions were also exposed, and Carl, the head of the divisions, put his hand to his chin, noting that these people acted faster than he expected. He called them disparagingly, but noted that if both night orders were convened, then this outcome was quite predictable. He said that they would consider that they managed to buy time while they carried out the capture. It was only a short time before they would find the headquarters. So he ordered everyone to use the underground water pipes and gather at the designated place and make sure they could pick up one more person if there was trouble. His subordinates looked at him determinedly, and the next moment there was a sudden explosion destroying the wall, and the shockwave knocked some of the bandits off their feet. Carl stammered and cursed and asked how they had been found so quickly in the dust that had not yet cleared. The silhouette of a man appeared, realizing that they were the terrible people who had threatened his student. It was Roger who, emerging from the dust, looked contemptuously at the people around him. Sometime later, screaming in pain, almost all of the terrorists were lying on the floor in pools of their own blood, and Carl, cursing, shouted that he had thought that the scoundrel would set them up. He noticed that the protagonist was attacking head-on, as if he knew that the silence of fire would not work, but this information was highly classified, so no one could tell Leo. Carl, screaming abruptly, put his hand in the pocket of his coat, warning that Roger was in vain to approach him. Since now he was finished, he offered to die together and threw a bomb towards the protagonist. He jumped to the side, and Carl suddenly opened his eyes wider, noticing that the fire that appeared from the explosion did not cause any damage to Roger, and it also began to shrink to the small stone he was holding in his hands. Evaporating. Carl did not understand what was happening, and he wondered if the protagonist had absorbed the explosion. Roger, meanwhile, thoughtfully looked at the small stone he was holding in his hands, from which a shining aura began to spread after absorbing the fire. It was Quasimodo's spiritual stone which absorbed the fire blasts and eliminated the impact. Roger looked at Carl again and asked how he dared to use his student and threaten him. He trembled in horror, and the protagonist, suddenly approaching, put his hand on his shoulder, and Carl screamed in pain. The protagonist, looking down on him, asked how it felt like his body was convulsing. He asked if it was true that his blood was boiling and his organs seemed to be turned inside out. He noticed that people like Carl usually kept silent, taking a mouthful of water until they felt such pain, and squatting next to him, he ordered that he now speak. Carl, although trembling, still smiled and admitted that he was afraid that Roger did not have time to bother with him since he had already sent agents to Leo's family. They were former knights, so they were strong opponents who were skilled in swordsmanship, and therefore whoever the protagonist sent his subordinates would cut that person down, as well as all of Leo's relatives. The protagonist froze listening to these words, and then he asked Carl not to worry because these people would be taken care of. But at this time, in the back alleys of Lindenbrunn, a man screamed and flew to the side, and Roger announced that he had already sent someone he could trust, Facio, who had thrown the man aside with a blow, smiled, and then he looked at Leo's family and asked if everyone was safe. They answered that they were, and the man, who managed to get to his feet, admitted that it was not bad and announced that he had attacked from an ambush, but Fio still managed to fight him off. He assumed that he was also a knight and prepared to continue the fight, shouting that Facio had missed his last chance to kill him, as an unarmed opponent was an easy target. He swung his daggers and the slashes were aimed towards Facio, who admitted that the chance was good. However, he warned that there was no particular reason why he left his opponent alive, as he could simply kill him at any time he ran forward, concentrating a magical aura near himself. And when he swung his palm, the slash he created himself cut apart the attacks that the opponent sent at him, as well as cutting him apart half an hour. Later, Leo thanked Roger and the others, as thanks to them, his family was not harmed. The protagonist replied that he simply did what he had to, and told Leo to take his mother and younger sister to safety since they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Roger suggested that Leo spend some time with them before they returned to the academy. Leo flinched, looking at him in surprise, and he eventually agreed, and then he thanked the protagonist again. Soon he and his family left with Aiden and Fio watching them go, asked if Roger wouldn't make Leo take responsibility for his actions. He reminded him that he collaborated with the Liberation Army and asked if the protagonist was sure that he should turn a blind eye to everything Roger asked. If Fazio saw Leo as a soldier of the Liberation Army, he admitted that he did not, but noted that he could be good at pretending. He put his hand to his hair, closed his eyes, and admitted that he did not know that Roger trusted his student so much. He countered by saying that he did not trust a student, but a person who cared about his family. Fazio looked at him in shock, startled, and then he remembered Eisen talking to him and declaring that she had chosen him as her confidant because he could follow the path of justice. Even when his hands were stained with blood, this contradictory trait in him reminded her of Jack the Ripper, her former assistant who was rational and cold-blooded, but at the same time he was weak in love and considerate of others. Now he closed his eyes inside and remembering something he asked if Roger had done his part. He said that after he had found out the necessary information, he had passed it on to the Order, so he assumed that a large-scale terrorist attack would soon break out. He assumed that it should be a crowded place, so most likely it was the Crystal Palace or the main square, and suddenly there was a sound, and simultaneously startled Roger and Fio turned around. Facio turned his attention to the sound, assuming that it couldn't be happening. The sharp sound came from the exploded manhole again, and Facio assumed that it had started when he noticed the monster from which people began to run. Roger announced that they needed to hurry, and Fio, frowning decisively, agreed.